Chapter 309, Necron Side. Chapter 309, Necron Side. Time flowed by day, amidst a state of tense and orderly activity. On Amara Prime, the construction of underground engineering projects progressed steadily. Vast networks of tunnels and fortress complexes gradually took shape, serving as the ironclad foundation for resisting future threats. However, as the engineering delved deeper, an invisible and heavy pressure began to shroud the entire Orpheus sector. Every sentient being, whether deep within a hive city or on the bridge of an expeditionary fleet, felt a growing sense of unease churning in their hearts. It was a primal, wordless omen, a spine-chilling dread rising from the depths of the marrow, much like animals instinctively sensing an impending natural disaster. It heralded a catastrophe that could not be resisted. Yet humans are different from animals. Animals flee in panic to save their lives, hiding from the descending calamity. But on this planet, the death core of Krieg and the Astartes of the Astral Claws waited in silence. They did not flee, nor did they retreat. They held their ground on Amara Prime, waiting for the death that was destined to arrive, waiting for the final confrontation with the foe. Finally, the day everyone had long awaited arrived. The Karakur twin suns reached the end of their immense lifespans, announcing their conclusion with a world-shaking supernova explosion. At that moment, the universe seemed to be torn asunder. Blazing light swallowed everything, and titanic energy fluctuations spread in all directions at inconceivable speeds, warping the warp and staggering the material universe. This magnificent and terrifying supernova acted like an ancient alarm clock echoing across the cosmos. Its energy ripples pierced the barriers of dimensions, reaching a fold in space that had been deliberately hidden away. There, the Maynarch dynasty, a Necron dynasty that had slept for tens of millions of years, felt the colossal impact. In countless cold tomb worlds, eerie green lights flickered to life one by one. The sleeping rulers of the dynasty, those frigid monarchs forged of living metal, began to awaken en masse from their long stasis. However, this awakening did not go according to the Maynarch dynasty's wishes. As the first wave of awakened Necron nobles rose from their crypts, the expected order and solemnity were absent. A piercing metallic shriek shattered the dead silence of the tomb world. A newly awakened Necron noble's optical sensors, which should have been cold and precise, were now flickering with a frenzied red light. It let out a non-human howl, completely stripped of its former reason and dignity. Its living metal weapons flailed wildly, tearing the surrounding awakening apparatus and innocent Necron warriors into shards, its metal skeleton twisting and deforming under immense strength. After a bout of wanton destruction, the maddened noble's form blurred and vanished into thin air, as if dipping into water, entering some sub-dimension that made it impossible to track. This was an ancient and terrible curse, suffered by a race whose technology reached the pinnacle of the universe. It was known as the Flayer virus. Necrons infected by this curse lose all reason and fall into a state of extreme bloodthirsty madness. They can inexplicably phase through dimensions to launch ambushes with terrifying agility. Furthermore, they possess a morbid obsession with the skin of living creatures, delighting in cutting it away to drape over their cold metallic frames. The Maynarch dynasty had entered their collective great sleep tens of millions of years ago, partly due to the spreading Flayer curse. Yet contrary to their hopes, these tens of millions of years were clearly insufficient for the curse to dissipate. Quite the opposite. During the long stasis, the curse had spread across the Maynarch dynasty on a massive scale through incomprehensible means. Even the Necron nobles who retained their sanity began to exhibit symptoms. A hunger for flesh and increasing irritability. Morbid cravings for fresh life would occasionally flicker through their core programming. In the core tomb world of the Maynarch dynasty, after the chaos was suppressed, the sane Necron nobles finally gathered. Their bodies, composed of living metal, reflected a cold luster under the glow of eerie green energy. However, even these ancient and powerful beings could not hide the despair emanating from their optical sensors. A heavy silence filled the tomb hall, broken only by the faint scraping of metal bones, a sound like a silent lament. The dire situation caused an atmosphere of despair to spread like frost. A senior Necron lord spoke with undisguised frustration. The Flayer. It is worse than we remember. Tens of millions of years of sleep have not weakened it. Instead, it has intensified. Whether we can last until the technology for biotransference is rediscovered has become a question. Perhaps the Maynarch dynasty will march toward total ruin under this terrible curse, leaving behind nothing but crazed metal husks wandering aimlessly through the sea of stars. His words resonated with the other nobles. They were the most technologically advanced race in the universe, having once conquered the stars and manipulated time and space, yet they had been helpless against this ancient curse for eons. An even more hopeless view was proposed. Another noble said pessimistically, Even if we do manage to achieve biotransference and change from the dead back into the living, the impact of the Flayer curse will not disappear. This curse clearly does not act upon the soul, but upon our consciousness, upon the thought circuits imprisoned within these living metal bodies. It has gone into our very marrow, becoming a morbid part of our existence. Even with bodies of flesh and blood, the internal chaos and bloodlust would continue to torment us. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. If even returning to flesh could not offer an escape, then what was the point of the immortality and revival they sought? The shadow of nihilism began to shroud these ancient mechanical beings, threatening to push them into the abyss of self-destruction. Seeing her dynasty on the verge of self-annihilation due to this deep nihilism, the matriarch of the Maynarch dynasty, Sunbakir, finally spoke. "We, the children of Maynarch, shall not indulge in such decadence," Sunbakir said, her green optical sensors scanning every noble in the room. "The Flayer is indeed fearsome, but we are not powerless to resist. We once conquered the galaxy and held the stars in the palm of our hands. Our enemy is by no means our own despair." She paused, letting her words echo in the hearts of the Necron nobles. Finally, she announced a new command, a goal that could shift all focus and reunite the dynasty's will. The Maynarch dynasty will continue the mission we held before our sleep, the extermination of all sentient life other than our own race. We shall begin with the Xenos who dared to occupy the territory of the Maynarch dynasty in such force during our slumber. We shall awaken all sleeping legions and reforge our glory. Let the short-lived species tremble in fear. Let them realize what it means to be the true overlords of the universe. Shunbakir's voice became cold and resolute. Of course, before granting them destruction, the noble and elegant Necrons will follow ancient protocols and inform these Xenos of the situation. Ensure they do not die in confusion, but know clearly who has returned and why they are being erased from the universe. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. The shadow of despair did not completely vanish, but at least a clear objective had been established. Foreign war might temporarily suppress internal chaos and reignite the fire within these ancient mechanical beings. After all, nothing makes a Necron feel the meaning of its existence more than a war of total extermination. Chapter 310. We Necrons aren't as cruel as you humans. Robert sat up in bed and opened his eyes. However, the scene that greeted him was no longer the Spartan office he had grown accustomed to, cluttered with data slates and holographic projections. Before him was a macabre banquet. A dim, matcha green light cast down from a towering ceiling, carrying a sickly spectral chill that illuminated rows of neatly arranged metal skeletons. These were the Necrons. At this moment, they were clumsily yet persistently attempting to stuff fresh flesh and blood from the tables into their mouths. However, their living metal bodies lacked digestive organs. The chunks of meat simply slid down their hollow eye sockets and metal faceplates, leaving behind crimson streaks and stray bits of fur. The scene was as grotesque as it was absurd. Having just been roused from a deep sleep, Robert's mind went blank for a split second. Then, reality set in. There was no panic, no screaming. Instead, he felt a strange sense of relief. He knew that the moment he had been tensely awaiting for so long had finally arrived. Calmly, he began to mimic the actions of the Necrons. He reached out and grabbed a hunk of raw meat, still matted with fur and dripping with blood. The meat emitted a primal, musky stench, but he didn't hesitate to shove it into his mouth. After all, consuming flesh was something he had already experienced back when he first entered this world. However, as he began to chew, he noticed something odd. The texture of the fibers and the specific gaminess were entirely different from the taste of human flesh in his memory. "Huh? This isn't human meat," he muttered to himself after a few chews. Admittedly, even Robert wasn't sure if he should feel happy or miserable about possessing the skill to distinguish the taste of human flesh. "Necrons are not cruel, alien," a voice rang out from the head of the table. Robert looked up to see the one seated at the center, the matriarch of the Maynarch dynasty, Bakir. "We will not force you to devour the flesh of your own kind." Robert put down the meat, which was now stained with blood from the corner of his mouth. He wiped his face. "But if I'm not mistaken, your next move is to exterminate all life in the Orpheus sector." "Yes, but what has that to do with cruelty? These aliens have no merit to our species," Bakir replied coldly, its optical sensors devoid of emotion. "Following ancient etiquette, we shall grant you the duration of one solar cycle. At that time, the fleet of the Maynarch dynasty will descend to cleanse these short-lived beings who have stolen our domain." "No need to wait that long. We are already prepared." Robert looked Bakir directly in the eye. "You can come right now." Bakir's head tilted slightly, as if processing this unexpected response. A flicker of something, was it interest, passed through those hollow eyes. "We Necrons follow etiquette, regardless of an alien's thoughts." Bakir's voice remained calm, but the underlying pressure intensified. "But human, we shall remember these words of yours." As soon as the words fell, Robert felt a surge of intense vertigo. The entire macabre banquet shattered like broken glass, twisting and deforming. When his vision cleared, he found himself back in his familiar office within the underground bunker of Amara Prime. Golden light filtered down from the ceiling, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Everything looked so real, as if the banquet had been nothing but a bizarre dream. However, the lingering metallic taste of blood in his mouth and Bakir's chilling words in his mind served as stark reminders. It was no dream. Taking a deep breath, Robert tried to steady his racing thoughts. He picked up the Voxcaster on his desk and hit the emergency call button. "Assassin, get over here immediately," he said, his voice laced with urgency. Within moments, the office door pushed open, and Assassin appeared at the entrance. "Assassin, gather the others. We're holding a meeting," Robert said bluntly. Assassin looked surprised, his eyebrows arching slightly. "Ah, so you know already, Doctor." His gaze then fell upon the corner of Robert's mouth, the lingering dried blood, and the tiny hairs clinging to his sleeve. "Oh, you were just pulled away by the Necrons, weren't you?" Robert paused. He hadn't expected Assassin to guess so directly, but he caught on quickly. Assassin's tone and the phrase "you know already" clearly referred to a major event. Did something happen to the binary stars? Ever since they had settled in the Orpheus sector, everyone's attention had been locked onto the Karakur binary stars. If Assassin was asking if he knew, the first thing Robert thought of were those two celestial bodies foretelling catastrophe. "Yeah, they went supernova. About an hour ago." Assassin walked to the desk, his voice tinged with a complex mix of emotions. He was clearly shaken by the cosmic spectacle. "The view outside is quite beautiful right now, Doctor. You should see it for yourself later. I won't spoil it, but it's a miracle of nature like nothing we've ever seen." He paused, then added, "Also, Lord Macragge has already convened the Senate. High-ranking officials from the Navy, Guard, and Astartes are all there. When he heard you were still sleeping, he said to let you rest a bit longer and they'd just send you a copy of the minutes later." Robert touched the corner of his mouth, his fingertips meeting the cold, dried blood. He looked at his blood-stained sleeve and shook his head helplessly. Joining halfway through wouldn't be ideal, and looking like this. He gave a wry smile, gesturing to the remnants of alien flesh on his person. "I'd better clean myself up first." Robert stood up and walked toward the small sink in his office. He looked at his reflection, tired, yet burning with a strange excitement. The blood on his lips and the fur on his sleeve were proof that it hadn't been an illusion. The Necrons had awakened. The curtain on the war had been pulled back. He turned on the tap. The cold water washed over his face, flushing away the lingering images of the green-lit banquet. As he washed away the filth, he knew that a challenge unlike any other was waiting for him and the rest of human civilization. Chapter 311. Better than a webway explosion. On the edge of the Orpheus sector, on a desolate planet named Vesalius, a hellish scene was unfolding. This had once been an imperial mining world. Now it was draped in blood and despair. Countless fallen mortals, their faces twisted and eyes glittering with a fanatical, morbid light, held rusted autoguns and crude melee weapons. They roared and lashed out, forcing more of their terrified compatriots toward a vast, bloody altar. The altar was constructed from mountains of stacked corpses and recently severed heads. Blood flowed from it like small streams, gathering into a steaming pool of gore. The air was thick with the scent of iron rust, sweat, and fear, mixed with the desperate wails of mortals and the excited shrieks of the fallen, a macabre symphony. Those pushed onto the altar reacted in different ways. Some cried for mercy, some were numb with shock, and others resisted in vain, only to be ruthlessly cut down by the heretics. Their flesh and souls were to be fodder for chaos. Not far away, atop a massive mining tower pitted with corrosion, several Chaos Space Marines clad in twisted power armor looked down upon the scene. Their armor was covered in blasphemous runes and sharp barbs, appearing exceptionally sinister in the dim light. "Look at these worms, how pitiful yet delicious," laughed a Chaos Space Marine holding a chain axe, a pair of twisted demonic horns protruding from his helmet. His voice was a raspy growl. That fool Calgar. Did he really think he could protect everyone on Amara Prime? Another fallen Marine said in a hollow tone. When that sector suddenly went mad, mobilizing troops on a massive scale and leaving countless planets besides Amara Prime in a state of anarchy, we knew it was an opportunity granted by our master. As it turned out, they were right. The planet originally had very few garrisons, and after the governor's orders were issued, they were emptied out entirely. The Chaos Space Marines had easily crushed the non-existent resistance. Vesalius, the entire planet, was now under their control. We were nervous for a while, worried those loyalist lapdogs would interfere, which even delayed the progress of the ritual slightly, the Marine mocked. And the result? That old dog Calgar only dares to cower on Amara Prime like a coward. Now, unless someone drops an exterminatus on this planet immediately, no one can stop this ritual. The warband's sorcerer and actual leader, Karak the Soul Reaper, stood at the very front of the tower. Clad in ornate yet eerie robes and clutching a staff, his voice carried a sense of malicious delight. His gaze swept over the bloody altar below. The wails, agony, flesh, and souls of billions of mortals would serve as his medium to commune with the warp. At that moment, Karak looked up at the sky. The sky of Vesalius was no longer its usual murky grey. Because of the immense energy from the supernova explosion of the twin suns, the skies of every planet in the Orpheus sector were covered in beautiful, shifting auroras of gold and silver. The light was unpredictable and dreamlike, yet it carried the destructive power of the deepest reaches of the cosmos. It danced across the heavens as if the veil of the immaterium had been torn asunder, revealing the kaleidoscopic essence of chaos behind it. The sorcerer Karak broke into a twisted, ecstatic grin, a smile more horrifying than the hellish landscape beneath him. These twin suns are so explosive, even better than a webway explosion. His voice became shrill and excited, like a demon's whisper. With such intense psychic fluctuations, the veil between the immaterium and the material universe has been greatly weakened. Our ritual's success rate has skyrocketed. He raised his staff high. The crimson light emanating from the eyes of the skull mounted on the staff's head mirrored the auroras in the sky. When the time comes, we, blessed and protected by the dark gods, will become the masters of the entire Orpheus sector. No, far more than that. Ambition burned in Karak's eyes. He began to imagine himself sacrificing the entire sector to gain the favor of the dark gods, standing shoulder to shoulder with the despoiler, Abaddon himself. In this moment, he felt as though he had touched the authority of a god. The entire galaxy would grovel at his feet. Just as Karak was immersed in his endless fantasies of the future, the dreamlike gold and silver auroras in the sky suddenly dimmed and then vanished completely. The sky of Vesalius instantly returned to its original dead grey silence, as if all the previous magnificence had been a false phantom. Karak's heart sank. An inexplicable sense of unease coiled around his mind like a venomous snake. His twisted psyche instinctively sensed something was wrong, but he quickly suppressed the feeling. Pointless worry, he muttered to himself, trying to find comfort. Calculating the time, it's been over 30 Terran days since the twin suns exploded. It's normal for the energy fluctuations to level off and the auroras to disappear. However, no sooner had he comforted himself than the grey sky changed once more. This time, green auroras began to appear. Unlike the majestic gold and silver that had covered the entire sky, these green auroras were far more precise. They didn't spread out. Instead, they were several straight, narrow bands of light that sliced through the night sky like razors. They carried a heart-stopping coldness, as if a frigid will were staring down at the planet. Karak's smile froze on his face. The more he looked, the more unsettled he became. Why did those green streaks of light look like they were heading straight for them? Their speed was unbelievable, and their trajectory seemed pointed directly at the largest gathering point on the planet, the very altar and tower where they stood. He would never have the chance to figure it out. Before Karak could let out a roar of warning, the green auroras reached the atmosphere. These were antimatter bombs carried by Necron bombers. Under precise calculations, they fell from the heavens, shrieking as they tore through the air, plunging toward the chaos-tainted planet. Boom! A soul-shattering roar erupted over Vesalius. With absolute destructive power, the antimatter bombs instantaneously vaporized everything they touched. A blinding white light swallowed the tower, the altar, and billions of lives. Whether they were the fallen or the victims, Chaos Space Marines or their sorcerer. The light was so pure, an ultimate destruction that no flesh could withstand, and no metal could survive. Following the light was a shockwave that swept across the entire planet. The earth trembled, mountains shattered, and magma spewed from deep underground. The air was sucked away, creating a vacuum before being refilled by ultra-high-temperature plasma. When everything settled into silence, Vesalius, the planet once tainted by chaos and filled with whales, was unrecognizable. The cursed mining tower was gone, the bloody altar was gone, and countless mortals and arrogant Chaos Space Marines had been reduced to nothingness. The surface had been plowed over, leaving only molten rock, bottomless craters, and a silent, thoroughly purified wasteland. It had become clean again, so clean it was as if life and sin had never existed there. As a price, this planet, thoroughly cleansed by antimatter bombs, was permanently knocked 3 centimeters off its original orbital path by the terrifying force of the impact. Chapter 312. I hope everyone can act like humans during the cutscenes. Amara Prime, Senate Chamber. Inside the solemn and majestic hall, a massive holographic projection hovered in the center, displaying the star chart of the Orpheus sector. At this moment, several points of light on the map had already dimmed, representing planets that had lost contact. Seated there were the Supreme Commanders and representatives from the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, and the Adeptus Astartes. Their faces flickered in the light of the holograms, their eyes revealing expressions ranging from gravity to vigilance. It could be said that they represented the vast majority of the Imperium of man's military might, the very foundation of the Imperium's survival. If they reached a consensus, almost nothing could stand in their way. Lord Marshal Calgar, the ultramarine clad in blue power armor, stood at the head of the conference table. His voice was low and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. Gentlemen, just moments ago, we confirmed that several worlds in the Orpheus sector have lost contact. Furthermore, this zone of silence is continuously expanding. His cursor swept across the star chart, making those dimmed points of light clearly visible, like festering wounds. Silence filled the hall, with only Calgar's voice echoing. Everyone present understood what this meant. This was no simple communication failure. It was the precursor to a full-scale invasion. And now these three parties, the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, and the Astartes, powerful forces that originally operated independently under the imperial system, were acting in unison under Calgar's leadership. Everyone knew that perhaps Calgar had been pushed into this position initially. He might not have wanted to engage in such radical centralization of power, but clearly, regardless of the initial motive, Calgar was now actively attempting to use methods outside the Imperium's inherent systems to better protect humanity. This matter was sensitive. The Imperium's massive bureaucracy and deep-seated traditions regarded any attempt to change the status quo with suspicion. However, at this moment, everyone maintained their silence. Those who had long wanted to change the status quo and were dissatisfied with the Imperium's rigid system went without saying. They were happy to see it happen. Meanwhile, those who felt uneasy or harbored doubts about Calgar's overstepping of authority were unwilling to bear the consequences of breaking the illusion. That could lead to even greater chaos. Thinking of this, many people stealthily cast their gazes toward the representatives of the Death Corps, Krieg/Helldivers present. The formation of this Senate fundamentally stemmed from the previous large-scale coalition of Astartes chapters, and there was no doubt that the Death Corps Legion had played a major role in this. Their alliance with the Ultramarines was now world-renowned. Calgar even allowed them to continue wearing their gas masks in such an important military meeting, making it impossible to read their expressions. One could only sense their murderous and cold aura, which fit the stereotypical image others had of a death-worshipping Astra Militarum regiment. In reality, this was because Robert, the developer/admin, was worried the players would make silly faces or goof off during such a serious meeting. Once they put on the gas masks, at least they could act like humans during the cutscenes. Let it be for now, let it be for now. A similar thought surfaced simultaneously in many people's minds. Regardless, Imperial history never lacked people trying to change the status quo, but in the end, most such attempts ended in failure or were assimilated by more powerful forces. Perhaps in a few hundred years, after Calgar himself died for whatever reason, this so-called Senate would vanish like smoke. For now, survival was the first priority. Calgar scanned the generals in attendance. He knew their inner calculations, but he didn't care. He only cared about the survival of mankind. This clearly proves the enemy has begun to launch a large-scale offensive. They want war? Then we shall give them war. Calgar's voice suddenly rose, carrying a chilling killing intent. Amara Prime will immediately begin the next phase of the plan. From this moment on, Amara officially enters a state of war. After the Senate meeting concluded on Amara Prime, the pulse of the entire planet quickened. The massive war machine began to operate at full speed, and countless orders flooded every region like a tide. Deep away from the hive cities, within the vast and sprawling underground defense systems of Amara Prime's old industrial zone, a gargantuan cavern capable of holding thousands of heavy vehicles was lit bright by artificial lighting. Here, the sight was even more shocking. Pyro looked at the rows of self-propelled artillery in front of him that stretched beyond the horizon and couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. Even though he had played this game for a long time and was used to big scenes, facing such a massive iron tide still left him shaken. Holy shit, this is fing incredible. Just how many basilisks are there? Pyro's voice came through the amplifier inside his gas mask, sounding slightly hoarse with disbelief. He had never seen such a dense deployment of firepower. The vast sea of gun barrels glinted under the artificial lights, pointing toward the end of the deep tunnel as if they could punch right through the rock layers above. Beside him, Assimilation Complete responded indifferently. They aren't all basilisks. There are plenty of other models of self-propelled guns. Added together, there are about 13,000 vehicles. Generally speaking, they are all firepower-first types. Wait, are there no Lehman Russ tanks or anything? Pyro asked, puzzled. He was used to the Imperial Guard's iconic armored clusters. The Lehman Russ was almost synonymous with ground warfare. Assimilation sighed, the sound echoing dully inside the gas mask. Use your brain, will you? The enemy we're facing is the Necrons. Against this kind of enemy, the thicker your armor, the harder you get hit. Their anti-armor weapons can literally decompose an entire tank into atoms. The most appropriate military theory here is the armor is useless theory. Oh, so our armored forces this time are all the glass cannon type. Pyro seemed to catch on. He scanned the endless array of self-propelled guns again and said excitedly, "Not bad. Over 10,000 self-propelled guns. What about the towed ones? There must be over 100,000 of those, right? With this kind of firepower, even the Necrons should be blasted into a daze." Assimilation shook his head, his tone laced with worry. "Depends on the situation. We might not be able to deploy them all." "Depends on what?" Pyro pressed. "Once the fighting starts, just drive them all out and start firing, right?" Poor kid. Assimilation sighed again, this time with a tone of helplessness. "We don't have air superiority. I just hope the Necron bombers don't hit us here. If these vehicles all get blown to hell before firing a single shot, it would be a damn shame." Chapter 313. Support Calgar establish the Third Imperium. No air superiority? It can't be that bad, can it? Pyro was a bit dazed. Beneath his helmet, his brows were furrowed, and his voice carried a clear sense of confusion. With so many fleets in the sky, even if we can't completely seize orbital control, surely we haven't let the Necrons snatch air superiority within the atmosphere. He pointed toward the thick layer of bedrock above them. Beyond that solid dome, in the deep space surrounding Amara Prime, massive battleship formations were stationed, symbols of the Imperium of man's might. Assimilation Complete shook his head. His voice, muffled by his gas mask, sounded low as it revealed the ruthless reality. "It's not that we've lost it completely, but the initiative to launch the first wave of attacks is entirely in the enemy's hands. Necron aircraft are superior to ours in every way. Our planes simply can't keep up." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the underground array of self-propelled artillery, his tone tinged with helplessness. "The only way is to wait for the Necron aircraft to drop their bombs. Once they reveal themselves, our fighters can scramble to intercept, trying to bog them down and use numerical superiority to shoot them down. They can come whenever they want, but leaving won't be quite so easy." Pyro wasn't stupid. Common tropes from movies and novels flashed through his mind, and a sense of foreboding surged. He slapped his thigh and said urgently, "Then what if the Necron bombers show up and blow up all our airfields right away?" First of all, Assimilation had clearly considered this, raising a hand dismissively. Imperial Navy fighters don't usually take off from the ground. They deploy from orbital warships to support atmospheric operations. Secondly, Assimilation continued, his tone blurring the line between cynicism and sorrow through his mask. "The Necrons look down on us. They don't deign to gather intelligence or conduct surgical strikes. They'll almost certainly just target the most populated areas, the hive cities." Holy crap, Pyro understood. A bone-chilling cold rose up his spine, tensing every muscle in his body. Even as a Helldiver accustomed to dying, he couldn't help but react to a strategy that used billions of mortals as bait. The entire hive city is just bait. Isn't that a bit sociopathic? It's Warhammer, it's grimdark. Aren't you used to it yet? Assimilation Complete stepped forward and patted Pyro's shoulder, the heavy uniform making a dull thud. "Besides, I should ask you, how do you not know any of this?" "I'm supposed to know this?" Pyro raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Duh," Assimilation said, sounding frustrated by his friend's ignorance. "This was all written in the game's update patch notes. Did you not even glance at them when you logged in?" "Who the hell reads patch notes?" Pyro retorted. Despite the banter, Pyro felt a lingering gloom. He gripped his lasgun tightly, his voice low. "Damn it, then what exactly are we protecting?" The more Pyro thought about it, the harder it was to swallow. He kicked a piece of shattered rock. Setting aside that the other planets in the Orpheus sector were abandoned, even the civilians on Amara Prime are basically dead meat as soon as the war starts. We might win the war this way, but it feels wrong. You can't look at it like that. In monster movies, don't giant robots always throw monsters into skyscrapers? No one sues the pilots for property damage afterward. Assimilation shook his head, gesturing as if to encompass the fate of the entire planet. We've simply chosen the most efficient military path to victory. What's that saying? Necessary sacrifices? Pyro chewed on the phrase for a moment before sighing. Even if you say that, I still feel uneasy. Maybe my moral compass is just calibrated too high. He looked down at his worn combat boots, grinding the dust into the floor. Don't overthink it. We're just here to play a game, Assimilation said, patting Pyro's shoulder again to pull him out of the funk. And even if we weren't, we're just grunts. We command 100 guys at most. Focus on your own fight. That's enough. He looked back at the artillery array. If you really can't get over it, then focus on killing the enemy. Do everything to win. Maybe if we Helldivers keep winning for the Imperium and solve all external threats, things like this will stop happening. He added a positive example. The battle on Plantidium earlier. We drove off the Tyranids without the civilians of the 500 worlds of Ultramar getting hurt, right? Pyro thought back to the tension between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition on Paditia and gave a bitter laugh. If all the external threats are actually solved, I feel like the Imperium would immediately start a civil war. Assimilation complete? That's fine. When that happens, we'll follow Dr. Excel to clear the Emperor's side of evil. We'll strike wherever he points, wipe out the careerists, and support Calgar to establish the Second Empire. You got the order wrong. It would be the Third Empire, wouldn't it? Pyro teased, mockingly counting on his fingers. Dante for Emperor, Calgar as Regent, and maybe find Cypher to be the War Master for fun. Haha. Heresy. I think you're looking for a bolt shell to the head. Assimilation reacted instantly, his voice rising as he pointed a finger directly at Pyro's gas mask. After the joking around, the suffocating tension evaporated. The brief moment of levity allowed them to push aside the grim reality of the war and their moral dilemmas. Chapter 314. The Flesh Tearers. Chapter The Flesh Tearers arrived at the positions indicated in their mission briefings like blood-red wraiths. The air was thick with industrial exhaust and the chilling scent of metal. The nuclear plant's reactor towers cast twisted shadows under the dim lighting. Their massive power armor left heavy footprints on the ground, every step carrying a rhythmic, trembling weight. The blood-red plates were covered in the scars of past battles, silent testaments to their sheer ferocity. The Flesh Tearers found the supplies here perfectly preserved. Mountains of ammunition crates, fuel canisters, and ration packs, not a single item missing. Yet aside from themselves, there was no trace of any other Space Marine chapter within the position. The headquarters was hollow, the sentry towers deathly silent. Only the wind moaned through the metal structures. One Flesh Tearer Space Marine spoke, his voice sounding exceptionally harsh through his Vox grill. Calgar talks a good game about Astartes' unity. Turns out still no one wants to stay with us. Seth scanned the surroundings with cold indifference. Since we have decided to embrace the fury and march toward our destined deaths while winning glory for Sanguinius and the Emperor, do not dwell on it. The Ultramarines are ambitious. It is for the best that we do not link too closely with them. However, just as the Flesh Tearers began refortifying the position according to their own habits, the sudden roar of approaching engines shattered the silence. The sound was rugged and familiar, causing even Seth to feel a hint of confusion. He tilted his black helmet slightly, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the outpost. Soon, several Chimera-armored personnel carriers, emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila, wobbled into the courtyard, kicking up clouds of dust. The doors swung open with a heavy clang, and a crowd of mortal soldiers wielding lasguns leapt out. One man led the way, shouting loudly, "Hey, hey, hey! Anyone home? Is this Section C, Nuclear Plant Number 32? We're from the 137th Helldiver Infantry Regiment." The Flesh Tearers were momentarily perplexed. Mortal soldiers stationed in the same position as them. It was preposterous. They knew their own destiny and curse all too well. The Black Rage and the Red Thirst could erupt at any moment. When war descended, they wouldn't even need the Necrons to finish the job. They would roar, "Horus!" and tear these unarmed mortals limb from limb. It would be an uncontrollable, bloody massacre. Beneath Seth's faceplate, his brow furrowed. He emerged slowly from the shadows, his towering frame imposing like a mountain of blood, each step carrying a sense of heavy power. He pointed a hand at the leading mortal, his voice low and filled with unquestionable authority. "Give me your transfer orders." Seeing an Astartes suddenly appear, the mortal soldiers froze. The previous clamor vanished instantly. The leader of the Helldivers felt his heart leap, cowed by the sudden pressure. He hurriedly pulled a folded piece of paper from his uniform lining and handed it over. Seth took the orders, his thick gauntlets making a slight scraping sound against the paper. He examined it carefully and found it indeed bore the official imperial seals and the commander's signature. There was no mistake. He returned the orders to the mortal, his tone thick with a warning that was almost tangible. "I am giving you one last chance. Find another place to garrison. Leave this position. Get away from us. From the flesh tearers." According to Seth's expectations, once these mortals heard the name flesh tearers, their faces would turn pale, and they might even flee in a panic on the spot. After all, they were notorious throughout the galaxy, their infamy widespread. If the Black Rage broke out during battle, they would lose all control, turning into bloodthirsty beasts. They often snatched up nearby mortal troops to drain their blood and rend their flesh. They would even strike down fellow Astartes who drew too near, possessing no shred of reason. They were the Emperor's wrath incarnate and the living proof of Sanguinius's curse. This frequent eruption of the Black Rage, along with the accompanying self-destructive tendencies, had caused the chapter's numbers to dwindle steadily. In every campaign, brothers were lost, either falling completely to the rage, being cut down by enemies while berserk, or being mercifully executed by their comrades after the battle. To this day, the entire chapter consisted of only 4 companies. In a few hundred years, they would be lucky if 100 souls remained. They were a chapter marching toward extinction, a brotherhood of the cursed. Many flesh-tearers had long since accepted their doom across centuries of gore, embracing the fury of the Black Rage as a glorious death. However, deep within the heart beneath Gabriel Seth's blood-red armor, there was still a spark of defiance. He did not want the flesh-tearers to become mere slaves to the curse like other fallen chapters. He hoped that one day his battle brothers could proudly embrace the glory of Sanguinius's blood rather than just its shadow. Thus, Seth used the most friendly attitude he could muster to warn these mortals, hoping they would scram and avoid a pointless sacrifice. He did not want to see these humans become victims of their frenzy, nor did he want his brothers to carry more sin. But to his surprise, after hearing the name Flesh Tearers, the mortals didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, they became instantly excited. Their faces beamed with a kind of fervor, as if they were meeting their idols. The leader waved his arms excitedly, his expression nearly bursting from beneath his helmet. Oh, you guys are the Flesh Tearers. Sorry, I didn't recognize the paint job just now. We were thinking if you hadn't arrived yet, we should wait for you before discussing the personnel layout. It's great that you got here before us." He even took a few steps forward, seemingly wanting a closer look at these legendary berserkers. "My name is Walter White, commander of this regiment. Just call me White. Sir, is your chapter master around?" Seth was momentarily at a loss by this unprecedented reaction. His massive frame froze in place, his blood-red eye lenses flickering slightly as if his CPU were overloading. He was used to being met with indifference, fear, and loathing. He was used to mortals avoiding him and other Astartes keeping their distance. To suddenly have someone be so enthusiastic, showing such unreserved closeness and even admiration, left him not knowing how to react. In centuries of war, no one had ever treated the Flesh Tearers this way. The feeling was so alien that it left his battle-hardened mind in a daze. He even instinctively tightened his grip on his massive two-handed chainsword, as if this sudden friendliness were harder to handle than any enemy. Chapter 315. Thirsty? Please. Thus, using his most accustomed harsh attitude, Gabriel Seth attempted to make these mortals get lost. He hoped this would wake them up and make them realize what they were truly facing. "We aren't used to the hypocrisy of the Ultramarines. Who do you think we are? This is your last chance to get out alive." "Hi, I know. It's just the red thirst and the black rage, right?" Walter waved his hand dismissively, appearing exceptionally relaxed. He even carried a hint of excitement, his tone filled with the characteristic fearlessness of a player. Don't worry, it's not like someone forced us to come. When the military committee posted this mission, a bunch of people scrambled for it. We fought hard to grab this slot, so why would we leave? He only meant to say that they didn't care about the potential friendly fire casualties caused by the flesh-tearers' curses. They had come with a fanboy mindset. In fact, they wouldn't have come if those two legendary curses weren't part of the package. But his nonchalant attitude was like a blunt knife, savagely carving into Gabriel Seth's tormented heart. Just the red thirst and the black rage. This mortal dared to use such a casual tone to describe the chapter's curse. Seth spent every day and night contemplating how to escape these two terrible fates. His battle brothers were tortured until they no longer looked human, tearing apart their own comrades in fits of frenzy and suffering the agony of self-reproach when sane. And yet this mortal spoke as if it were a trivial matter. What do you know? Do you have any idea how we feel? An uncontrollable rage surged into Seth's chest, and his eyes practically spat fire from within his helmet. He felt his emotions being pulled by some invisible force. He took a sudden step forward, his massive power armor emitting a heavy roar, causing the caught-off-guard Walter to stumble back half a step. "Then stand still right now," Seth roared. "Wait until I take off my helmet, and I'll suck you dry until you're a mummified corpse." He thought such a blatant threat would terrify this arrogant mortal and make him understand that the horror of the flesh-tearers was no exaggeration. As it turned out, Walter thought this was a quest prompt. "Oh, you're a bit thirsty?" "You should have said so earlier," Walter said, not intimidated at all. Instead, a look of sudden realization dawned on his face as he broke into a smile. He took off his helmet, revealing a clean-cut face. With an attitude as if he were simply handing a bottle of water to a thirsty companion, he drew a combat knife from his waist. Without hesitation, he slit a gash across his own neck. As blood gushed out, he gestured, "Please?" Seth was stunned for a full minute. His towering frame froze in place, staring dead at the bleeding wound and the kind face of the mortal. His chest heaved violently, out of sheer fury. "Are you offering me charity?" Seth's voice squeezed out from deep in his throat, carrying a hysteria bordering on collapse. He felt it was a miracle he hadn't succumbed to the black rage right then and there. This insult made him angrier than any whisper of a chaos demon. He violently crumpled the deployment order into a ball and slammed it onto the ground. "I am an Astartes. I carry the blood of Sanguinius. I am 10,000 times stronger than you. And yet you treat me with the attitude of giving alms to a beggar." Shaken by Seth's sudden world-shaking roar, Walter shrank back, an innocent expression on his face. He looked at the blood-red giant before him, who had started losing his temper for no apparent reason and was shaking with rage. He asked cautiously, "So, are you still drinking?" Seth felt like he was about to explode. He bellowed, "Even if I, Gabriel Seth, die in battle, even if I die outside, blown to bits by a Necron antimatter bomb, I will not drink a single drop of your blood." After his roar, Seth's massive power armor emitted a dull thud as he turned and left. His pace was heavy and swift, and he soon disappeared into the shadows of the nuclear power plant's depths, leaving behind a group of mortal soldiers staring at each other. Walter scratched his head, his face full of confusion. He looked in the direction Seth had vanished and muttered softly, "Sigh, why the sudden change of heart? Besides, if you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Why yell at me?" He turned to the other players, his teammates, and said, "Damn it, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help me bandage my neck." "Luckily, I cut the vein and not the artery, otherwise I would have wasted one of my unintelligible lives," he complained while urging the people around him. Several players rushed forward, clumsily pulling out first aid kits to carefully treat his wound. After the bandaging was done, Walter rubbed his neck with a thoughtful expression. "To be fair, I feel like this flesh-tearers chapter is a bit temperamental. We might need to watch our wording when talking to them next time. We can't trigger their sensitive hearts." The other players began discussing noisily, equally baffled by Seth's reaction. "True, I feel like that guy was a bit conflicted. Captain, you exposed your neck for him to suck like he asked. But then he got even angrier. "Does he want you to let him suck or not?" one player asked in confusion. "If you don't do what he says, he's unhappy. If you do exactly what he says, he's still unhappy. Isn't this just our Perturabo? He's basically a high-level tsundere," another player joked. It's a bit tricky. How are we supposed to coordinate with them? How do we even farm favorability points? Someone began to worry about future mission cooperation. After all, it would be a huge problem if the flesh tearers started team killing for real. "I think this must be a hidden plotline. Look, first he tries to scare us away, then he threatens to drink blood, and when you offer it, he gets mad. This shows he's struggling internally. Maybe he's testing if we truly want to stay." A player proposed their plot analysis. All right, the battle hasn't even started, so let's not over-analyze our allies." Walter stopped the players from letting their imaginations run wild. He clapped his hands to signal for silence. After all, being tortured by the black rage and the red thirst makes it normal to have some personality flaws. It's all part of the setting, so let's be understanding. The more he acts like this, the more depth the character has. He's worth farming favorability for. I'll go meet their chapter master first to discuss the distribution of defensive forces. In the worst-case scenario, we'll just fight our own battles on our respective sides. Having a starts can't possibly be worse than not having them," Walter added optimistically. He believed that no matter how conflicted these flesh tearers were, they were still allies, and incredibly powerful ones at that. Chapter 316. Yes, we like you. Walter followed a flesh tearer through the winding corridors deep within the nuclear power plant. The air was thick with a mixture of machine oil, dust, and an indescribable metallic scent of blood. They eventually entered a spacious control room. The original equipment had been cleared away, replaced by a crude metal conference table. Several flesh tearers in blood-red power armor stood silently on either side. At a glance, Walter saw Seth, the man they had just described as stiff and cranky, standing majestically at the head of the table. His massive frame was like a monolith, radiating an unquestionable sense of oppression. "Huh? Sir, you're the chapter master?" Walter's heart skipped a beat. Realizing exactly what was going on, a flash of embarrassment and regret crossed his face. He instinctively slapped his forehead with a sharp smack, his voice filled with unconcealed remorse. "Oh man, why didn't you say so earlier?" Seth's eyes, hidden deep within his helmet, remained motionless. He didn't make a sound, simply staring silently at this audacious mortal. Beside him, the veteran Harahel issued a warning. "Watch your tone, mortal." Sorry about that." Walter realized he had been overexcited. He immediately wiped the expression from his face and forced a somewhat stiff, apologetic smile. He scratched his head, trying to ease the awkwardness, his tone turning slightly sycophantic. "Seeing real blood angels got me a little hyped. Everyone in our regiment is a fan of yours." However, rather than diffusing the tension, these words acted like acid on the flesh tearer's already sensitive nerves. To be compared to the perfect parent chapter, the blood angels, while they were a dying, devolving chapter on the brink of damnation. To them, it sounded like blatant mockery. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Inside their heavy power armor, the flesh tearers' breathing grew heavy and ragged, sounding like bellows. They glared at Walter, their gazes through their lenses, sharp enough to pierce bone, flickering with a bloodthirsty light. Their fists clenched instinctively, joints creaking. They looked ready to swarm forward and tear this reckless mortal to shreds. The scent of blood in the air seemed to thicken, becoming almost suffocating. At that critical moment, Seth's voice finally broke the dead silence, dispersing the impending explosion of rage. "You have the wrong men. We are not blood angels. We are flesh tearers." Seth's feelings toward the parent chapter were complex. A tangled mess of envy, jealousy, and a deep-seated resentment. The flesh tearers, a cursed chapter, could only give their everything to chase a victory the galaxy would remember before heading toward their inevitable doom. The Blood Angels, meanwhile, had been famous and revered across the galaxy since the beginning, enjoying supreme glory. This contrast was branded into the depths of his soul. Same thing, Walter said, completely oblivious to the weight in Seth's words. He waved it off casually, as if chatting about the weather. "Don't you all carry the blood of Sanguinius? And actually, compared to the Blood Angels, I like you flesh-tearers a bit more. Even though you face a curse of madness at every moment and are hated by everyone, you still strive to maintain that last shred of sanity, shouting the names of the Emperor and Sanguinius while fighting to the death. It's just so grimdark and cool, isn't it? The flesh-tearers present stared at Walter in disbelief. Their violent aura was shattered by his words. Even Seth asked in a low voice, "Are you serious?" Walter nodded vigorously, his face showing unmasked sincerity. "1,000 times serious, sir. Everyone in our regiment feels this way. Otherwise, why would we come to fight side by side with you? If you want to drink our blood, just say the word. Everyone came here specifically for this kind of scene. In the heat of battle, you don't even have to ask. Just grab one of us and bite." He even pointed to his freshly bandaged neck, looking remarkably nonchalant. The flesh-tearers were stunned, frozen in place. This kind of talk, this attitude, even the blood thralls carefully selected on Baal, who grew up on legends of the Blood Angels, might not be this willing to be fed upon, right? This pure sense of devotion left them feeling an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. "Does your planet have an extensive cult of the angel?" Seth couldn't help but ask. It was the only explanation he could think of to rationalize what he was seeing. "Not exactly a faith, it's more of a fandom at most," Walter shrugged. "Among the Blood Angel's successor chapters, the ones we like the most are probably the Lamenters, but unfortunately they didn't show up for this war." "Like us, enough to give your lives for it," Seth said softly. "You like us? If you don't give your best for the things you like, are you supposed to give your best for the things you hate?" Walter laughed. Seth was still suspicious. After all, this liking seemed far too irrational. His massive frame leaned forward slightly, pinning Walter with his stare. "Are you truly volunteers? Is it possible your superiors forced you to do this, and you're just acting out of obedience?" Gabriel Seth had lived for centuries and was intimately familiar with the bureaucratic rot within the Imperium. He knew it was entirely possible for some high-ranking parasite to give such insane orders on a whim. He had seen too much hypocrisy and deception. "No, like I said, we're really volunteers." Walter's expression turned dead serious. He stood straight, his voice firm and unwavering. "All military missions are issued by the Soldiers' Committee, and they give the units specific details, like the scale of the enemy. For example, for this mission to hold the trenches with you, the committee explicitly told everyone that it would be very easy to be killed by our own allies." He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. "Sure, plenty of the Helldivers care about that sort of thing, but if they cared, they wouldn't have come. I guarantee you, everyone here is a volunteer. We Helldivers are very democratic." "Democratic?" Seth repeated the word, his voice full of confusion. He understood the definition, but the word felt so alien to their current reality, as if it had come from another universe entirely, that it made his brain stall. In the back of his mind, he felt this was something only the Helldivers could pull off. He pulled his focus back to the mortal himself. According to this mortal, even among them, those who liked the flesh-tearers enough to not mind being bled were a minority. If these Helldivers had shown even a hint of the fear and loathing other mortals felt toward them, the flesh-tearers would have felt that killing them was of no consequence. But Seth sensed zero negative emotion. These mortals seemed to genuinely like them, without a trace of falsehood. For the flesh-tearers, who had never known what it felt like to be liked, this made them feel like they couldn't lay a hand on these mortals, even though the mortals didn't care, or were even asking for it. This sudden, almost absurd goodwill left them completely at a loss. Seth looked at the other flesh-tearers around him. Their fierce gazes had become complicated and unreadable, filled with confusion, incomprehension, and even a touch of dazed vulnerability from being moved. Clearly they were all wearing the same conflicted expressions. "By the Emperor, what kind of mess is this?" Seth's voice carried an unmistakable note of frustration. He could even feel a sense of powerlessness welling up. At this moment, he would have preferred these mortals to immediately show their hatred for the flesh-tearers. Then, at least, he would know what to do. He would drive them away or strike them down without hesitation. But now, this sudden affection had placed him in an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 317, Secrets to Speed Leveling Favorability. Seth pushed all his complex emotions back into the depths of his heart. Now was not the time to agonize over such things. With war looming, he decided to return to the field he knew best. War and slaughter. The eyes hidden deep within Seth's helmet grew sharp and cold once more. He swept a gaze over White and the players behind him, resuming his usual tone. "Fine, I permit you to station here. But in this war, you must follow our instructions to the letter. Do not deviate in the slightest, or even I cannot guarantee what might happen." "Understood." Sir, hearing Seth finally soften, White's face immediately erupted into a brilliant smile. He agreed excitedly, nodding vigorously as if he had just completed a critical quest. Led by White, the Helldivers marched gallantly into the deeper reaches of the nuclear power plant. The air was thick with a mixture of industrial exhaust and metallic scents, punctuated by the low, distant rumble of operating machinery. The corridors were narrow and complex, a labyrinth of crisscrossing pipes and wires where dim lights cast mottled shadows against the walls. A flesh-tearer was busy in an area piled high with ammunition crates and maintenance tools. Dust clung to his blood-red power armor as his massive palms carefully inspected the feeding mechanism of a heavy bolter. Just then, a dozen Helldivers clad in carapace armor suddenly burst from around a corner, their footsteps sounding jarringly loud in the silent corridor. They spotted the busy flesh-tearer instantly, their eyes flashing with that peculiar excitement unique to players discovering an NPC. "Hey, sir!" the squad leader shouted first. His followers immediately swarmed forward, surrounding the flesh-tearer. "Does the sir need any help with anything? We hope the sir will command us as he pleases. We're strong, moving stuff is absolutely no problem." "Sir, you must be exhausted working all by yourself for so long. Do you want us to give you a shoulder rub?" One player even reached out, making a move to thump the flesh-tearer's hardened power armor pauldrons. The flesh-tearer was completely stunned by this sudden cacophony and mortal enthusiasm. His movements checking the bolter froze instantly. His once focused gaze trembled violently inside his helmet. Faced with a dozen passionate mortal faces and a barrage of questions, he felt as though his nerves were being pricked by countless tiny needles. A surge of rage and a sense of violated personal space rushed to his head. He slammed the bolter onto the ground with a resounding clang, his massive power armor taking a heavy step forward that made the very floor shudder. "Begone!" he roared, his voice carrying a metallic rasp that echoed through the narrow passage, making the Helldivers' eardrums ache. The shout caused the Helldivers to pause in unison, their words choked back. They looked at one another. "I think we were a bit too pushy. Big Bro told us to scram," one player whispered, his face a picture of innocence. "What do we do now?" "We haven't even picked up a single quest yet," another player muttered, scratching his head in frustration. "I think it's a favorability issue," one Helldiver analyzed, pushing up non-existent glasses with an air of feigned profundity. "We just met, so we obviously have no favorability. Generally speaking, grinding favor with Astartes is simple. It'll slowly go up during combat." "Ugh, does that mean we won't get any quests before then?" "Is there a way to speed level it?" a player asked anxiously, clearly unwilling to waste precious gaming time. "For speed leveling?" The analytical player pondered for a moment. "How about we try giving some gifts?" Do we even have anything we can give an Astartes?" a player asked in confusion. Aside from weapons, ammo, and basic supplies, they couldn't think of a single thing worth offering that could possibly impress a space marine. "You lot are idiots," a Helldiver scolded, exasperated. He stepped forward, standing before the others, staring intently at the still fuming flesh-tearer. Without hesitation, he drew a tactical knife from his belt. In the dim light, the blade gleamed coldly. He made a move as if to slit his own wrist, his tone sincere. "Sir, are you thirsty? Why don't you have some of my blood?" The other players were struck by a sudden epiphany. Of course, aren't the Astartes of the Blood Angels' lineage supposed to drink blood? This was the most direct gift possible. Their faces lit up with eureka expressions as they scrambled to speak first. "Drink mine, sir. I have very few debuffs. I'm super healthy, and I definitely taste great." "Drink mine. Drink mine. I just respawned. My blood is the freshest." I'm a classic type O. Sir, you don't have to worry about hemolysis or coagulation if you drink too much. Drink as much as you want. Get lost. Where would a space marine get hemolysis or coagulation? Sir, drink mine. I'm Rh negative. I bet you've never tasted that before. Watching these mortals suddenly compete to let him drink their blood, even earnestly marketing the selling points of their own veins, the flesh-tearer was left utterly slack-jawed. His muscles, previously taut with rage, went slack. His massive frame froze in place, his mouth hanging slightly open inside his helmet, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. He felt as though his brain had been jammed by a piece of rusted machinery, a buzzing sound filling his ears. Rage, confusion, and even a hint of absurd offense churned in his chest. He realized that if he didn't do something, he would never be able to get rid of these nagging mortals. His hand instinctively moved toward the chainsword at his waist. A crude and direct thought flashed through his mind: cleave one of them apart. The resulting terror would surely send the rest of these mortals scattering. That was his usual way of solving problems. However, as his gaze swept over these mortals again, who were literally vying to donate blood with "please bite me" expressions, his killing intent got stuck in his throat. Cleave them. Would they even be terrified, or would they instead cheer in delight and thank him for providing a super cool death? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He was forced to abandon the idea of a violent solution. He returned the heavy chainsword to its magnetic lock with a click. He struggled to remember that when these mortals first appeared, they seemed to be asking for orders. Right, they mentioned tasks. Though extremely reluctant, he decided to try something just to make these mortals vanish from his sight. The flesh-tearer's heavy helmet turned slightly to the side, pointing toward a mountain of ammunition crates nearby. His voice was stiff and laced with impatience. "You lot, go move those ammo crates over here." Ding! Almost the instant the order was given, a notification appeared on the Helldivers system panels. Quest: transport ammunition crates, 0/50. Roger that, sir. White and his team members were instantly electrified. They accepted the command with glee, without a hint of hesitation. Guys, let's get to work. At White's command, the dozen or so Helldivers rushed toward the ammo pile as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. In no time at all, the heavy ammunition had been neatly transported to the location the flesh-tearer had designated. Sir, mission accomplished. The squad leader trotted up to the flesh-tearer with a smile that begged for praise, his voice full of anticipation. The other players also looked at the flesh-tearer with those same sparkling eyes, seemingly waiting for a follow-up quest. Looking at the moved crates and the crowd of mortals staring at him expectantly, the flesh-tearer cursed inwardly. He had assumed these mortals would dawdle like any others, buying him at least some time. He hadn't expected them to move so fast. Did these mortals not know how to slack off? He felt speechless, but couldn't let it show. His massive frame shifted slightly as he took a deep breath inside his helmet, trying to calm his irritation. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking again, his tone carrying a trace of unmistakable awkwardness. "You move those crates back to where they were." The Helldivers. Move them back," the squad leader confirmed cautiously, wondering if something was wrong with his ears. "Sir, are you saying we should take the crates we just moved here and put them back exactly where they started?" Another player couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with confusion. Wasn't this just running in circles? What kind of weird quest chain was this? Could it be a hidden quest? Chapter 318. Sir, you really are a good man. The flesh-tearer sneered, his voice dripping with deliberate mockery and impatience. "Yes, this is your task. Furthermore, I want you to carry these ammunition crates back and forth between these 2 points repeatedly. Do not stop until I tell you to. If you're unwilling to do it, then get out of my sight." He fully expected these words to humiliate and irritate the mortals enough to make them scurry away. He was even prepared to watch them retreat in dejected silence. However, he never could have imagined that his words wouldn't drive them back. Instead, a new quest notification instantly flashed across the player's system interfaces. Quest: carry ammunition crates, repeatable. Quest description: a space marine of the flesh-tearer's chapter, has ordered you to move a pile of ammunition crates back and forth between 2 points for reasons unknown. Perhaps he thinks shaking them makes the rounds more powerful. Regardless, as soldiers, your duty is to obey. Quest reward, 5 merit points per completed trip. As the dozen or so members of the Helldiver Legion finished reading the quest, specifically the words repeatable and 5 merit points, the confusion on their faces was instantly replaced by monumental shock and sheer ecstasy. Huh? It's one of those legendary no-cap reward quests where you can just farm merit? One Helldiver couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling with disbelief and excitement. His hands were even shaking slightly from the rush. Holy crap, I can't believe we stumbled into such a gold mine. Another player slapped his thigh hard, looking as if he'd just hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha, I told you guys, if you hang around the Space Marines, you get the good stuff. The squad leader laughed triumphantly. In this game, finding a quest that allowed for repeatable farming of currency or merit might be simple in other MMOs, but in this world, one so realistic it bordered on cruel, it was nearly impossible. There was no such thing as a daily quest mechanic here. Every mission had to be sought out or triggered through one's own initiative. For most players in the Helldiver Legion, the most common tasks were military, fighting Xenos or heretics. But therein lay the problem. Enemies in this game didn't respawn. Heads weren't like leeks. You couldn't cut one off and expect 2 more to grow back. Take the player's homeworld, Peditia, for example. At the start, enemies were everywhere. Genestealers in every alley and orcs beneath every rock. But now, aside from the orcs that players purposefully conserved in the wastes outside the hive cities, where were the heretics? Most sectors had been scrubbed clean by players. If you wanted a fight, you had to travel a long way. Thus, the squad leader spoke with genuine, unprecedented fervor as he offered the highest praise to the flesh-tearer. "Sir, you really are a great person." His voice boomed through the narrow corridor, filled with infinite longing for this farming quest. Beneath his heavy helmet, the flesh-tearer thought he had misheard. He had lived a long time. He had been called a demon, hailed as heroic, lauded as valiant, and cursed 1,000 times by heretics. But he had never, in his entire life, been sincerely and passionately called a good man. In his memory, that term was utterly incompatible with any deed associated with the flesh-tearer's chapter. He tried to recall his past actions, the blood-soaked campaigns, the frenzied slaughters triggered by the Black Rage, the reckless, bloodthirsty charges. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was crazier in the grip of the Black Rage or if these mortals praising him were the insane ones. This was more incomprehensible than the techno-babble that spilled from the mouths of the red-robed cogboys. "What kind of grok shit are you talking about?" the flesh-tearer asked from the bottom of his heart. However, what confused him even more was that these mortals, who had been so enthusiastic just moments ago, suddenly ignored him in unison. They no longer competed to offer their blood or peppered him with questions. Instead, like pre-programmed machines, they began to move the ammunition crates back and forth with intense focus and speed. Seriousness was written on every face, their steps hurried and forceful, as if this meaningless transit was a mission of vital importance. Brother Reed watched them. The behavior of these mortals was more inscrutable than that of an orc. He figured that once they grew tired of this pointless labor, they would eventually ask, "Sir, do we still have to carry them?" At that point, he would simply let them go, finally rid of these freaks. For now, he decided they would simply not disturb each other. They would do their thing, and he would do his. Brother Reed returned to his bolter and resumed checking the weapon, attempting to put these strange mortals out of his mind. 10 Terran hours later, the dim corridors of the nuclear power plant were still filled with the rhythmic thudding of mortals moving crates. After a long period of focused work, Brother Reed's mental state tightened again. He had almost forgotten the mortals were even there. Just then, a steady, familiar voice spoke near his ear. "Brother Reed." Startled out of his focus, Reed's massive power armor emitted a faint metallic groan as he turned instinctively to face the newcomer. It was a space marine clad in black power armor with a skull-faced helmet. The chaplain of the flesh-tearers, Apollos. "Chaplain Apollos, good day," Reed said. His voice was low but carried a clear note of respect and caution. The marine known as Apollos offered a slight nod. his gaze scanning the surroundings from behind his lenses. As a chaplain of the flesh-tearers, his burden was far heavier than that of chaplains in other chapters. Beyond maintaining the chapter's faith, his most critical duty was to constantly monitor the mental state of his battle brothers, especially when they were alone or under prolonged stress, to prevent the onset of the Black Rage and to ensure they didn't slaughter allies in the heat of battle. He had come here specifically to ensure Reed hadn't lost his mind during his solitude. In the flesh-tearers, every Marine was a potential time bomb, and the chaplains were the ones guarding those bombs. Apollos' gaze swept over the busy mortal soldiers. Since they were all still intact and there were no severed limbs scattered about, it was proof enough that Reed's mental state was relatively normal. At least he wasn't teetering on the edge of the rage. Thus, Apollos didn't feel the need to say much to test or soothe him. He took another look at the mortals hurrying back and forth with the crates. They seemed perfectly fine, limbs attached, and were even whispering to one another between trips with a strange sort of excitement. Satisfied that Reed hadn't harmed them, Apollos prepared to take his leave. But just as he was about to speak, he realized something was wrong. These mortals, why were they moving the crates back and forth between 2 points? They moved the ammo from one spot to another, then moved it right back to where it started, repeating the cycle with tireless enthusiasm. Did this serve any purpose at all? Chapter 319, The Legendary Daily Quest. Priest Apollos couldn't help but ask Brother Reed, why are these mortals hauling ammo crates back and forth between 2 points? Is there any point to this? Brother Reed finally snapped out of it. Before Apollos appeared, he had been so deeply immersed in his own thoughts and the inspection of his bolt gun that the rhythmic thumping of the mortals moving crates had faded into background noise. He had actually grown used to it. At the priest's questioning, it suddenly dawned on him that this group of mortals was still carrying out the punitive task he had come up with on a whim. This was actually my request, Reed said, his voice sounding unnatural as a hint of embarrassment crept in. What? Priest Apollos's tone grew even more surprised. His eyes, hidden deep within his helmet, began to scan Reed with scrutiny. Is there some deeper meaning to this? He instinctively assumed that a space marine, especially on the eve of battle, would not issue such an eccentric order without reason. Perhaps Reed had some specific consideration in mind. Reed's embarrassment deepened. He could have easily fabricated a reason, claiming it was physical conditioning or a test of loyalty. But facing a chaplain of the chapter, he ultimately chose the truth. He described exactly how these mortals had appeared out of nowhere, how they had vied to offer their blood, how they had pestered him for tasks, and how he had offhandedly told them to move ammo crates just to get rid of them. After hearing the explanation, Priest Apollos paused for a moment. Then, in a rare departure from his usually steady voice, he spoke with a trace of speechlessness. Brother Reed, with a great battle looming, it is best not to be so capricious. The enemy we face this time is extremely fearsome. We must be fully focused. This kind of meaningless behavior not only wastes the mortal's stamina, but also risks causing unnecessary confusion among them. Reed also felt that his previous actions had indeed been somewhat impulsive. He had only wanted to escape those annoying mortals and hadn't expected it to escalate like this. To be honest, he didn't even know why he had been so childish. Under the priest's admonishment, he felt a pang of shame. My apologies, Priest Apollos. I will not engage in such immature behavior again. As long as you understand, Brother Reed, Apollos's voice returned to its usual calm. He knew that as a flesh-tearer, Reed's mental state was inherently fragile. Such self-reflection was already no small feat. I shall take my leave. I still need to check on the condition of many of our brothers. With that, he turned and departed silently, leaving Brother Reed alone to face the still busy mortals. Reed waited until Priest Apollos had completely left and was certain he was out of earshot before turning back to the players, who were still oblivious to everything, their hearts set only on moving crates. They were still immersed in the frenzy of grinding merit points, completely unaware of the conversation between the two space marines. All right, stop. Stop moving the damn things, Reed said, his voice tinged with impatience. Immediately, a system notification chimed in the ears of the Helldivers. Ding! Due to requirements no longer being met, the quest hauling ammo crates has expired. The sudden notification made all the players freeze. The ammo crates in their hands paused mid-air for a second before being dropped right where they stood. "What's wrong, sir?" the squad leader asked with a look of regret. He had just been soaking in the joy of his merit points skyrocketing. Why stop the hauling all of a sudden? Reed looked at their bewildered expressions. Do these mortals actually enjoy doing something so utterly pointless? Because this is completely meaningless, okay? Then, the squad leader ignored Reed's outburst and instead asked tentatively, "Sir, since you won't let us continue that, do you have any similar tasks for us? Like that repetitive hauling just now?" You people actually got addicted to moving crates. Reed felt completely defeated by these mortals. He felt a surge of annoyance, and his tone grew stern. "You're supposed to be Astra Militarum. Can't you manage yourselves and do something productive? Stop pestering me." Just as Reed was about to tell them to go find somewhere else to rot, he suddenly felt a wave of dryness in his throat. An inexplicable urge surged in his heart, as if something was waking up inside him, giving him a powerful craving for a certain liquid. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. His gaze swept over the mortals, particularly the blood that was pumping more actively due to their heavy exertion. His tone suddenly turned strange, carrying a hint of temptation and anticipation that even he didn't fully realize. "Actually, I just remembered, I do have a task to give you." The squad leader's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't notice the oddity in Reed's tone at all. Instead, he asked with delight, "What task, sir?" The other players also pricked up their ears, anticipating the next opportunity to grind merit. Brother Reed's eyes were locked onto the squad leader, the hunger inside him almost unbearable. He instinctively wanted to seize the mortal and start drinking without hesitation, consuming the long-craved essence of flesh and blood. However, at the very moment he was about to act, the mortal's previous words, "Sir, you're a really good man," suddenly echoed clearly in his mind like an invisible shackle, forcefully curbing his impulse. "Didn't you say before you'd let me drink your blood? Give me a cup of your blood now." Brother Reed eventually suppressed the primal hunger, speaking in a commanding tone. He tried his best to make it sound like a standard order rather than a plea. Quest: blood donation. Description: Brother Reed of the Flesh Tearers. Chapter requires a cup of fresh blood to satisfy his unspeakable craving. Reward: 100 merit points per donation. Hearing the notification, the squad leader was overjoyed. He perceived nothing of the struggle or abnormality in Reed's tone. He only saw those tempting 100 merit points. His face flushed with excitement, as if he had hit the jackpot. "No problem, sir. Mission will be accomplished." He fumbled through his backpack and quickly produced a somewhat exaggerated glass goblet, evidently a souvenir looted from some noble's manor. Then, without hesitation, he drew a sharp dagger from his waist and made a light cut on his left wrist. Bright red blood immediately welled up and, under the pull of gravity, quickly filled the goblet, emitting a faint metallic sweetness. Brother Reed's eyes remained fixed on the cup of blood, his throat involuntarily tightening. He almost impatiently snatched the goblet from the leader's hand and, through the gap in his helmet, drained the liquid, warm with the essence of mortal life, in one gulp. The warm blood slid down his esophagus into his stomach, and a sensation of unprecedented satisfaction instantly surged through his entire body. He exhaled a long breath of bloody air with relief. The hunger within him was greatly soothed, and his spirits rose accordingly. The squad leader asked eagerly, "Sir, do you want more? I still have blood. Another cup." Reed had originally intended to say, "That would be fine, another," but the words that came out were, "No need. From now on, give me a cup of your blood every 3 days." He didn't know why, but that feeling of being bound by the good man label made it impossible for him to take without restraint like a true flesh-tearer. 3 days? The squad leader looked at the 100 merit points that had just arrived. If he could only get them once every 3 days, the efficiency was a bit slow. He was slightly dissatisfied, but didn't dare refuse directly, so he asked tentatively, "How about you drink more, sir? Once a day is fine, I'm in great health." Hearing this, Brother Reed couldn't help but frown. Does this mortal want to die? He felt a bit annoyed and blurted out, "Can you handle a cup of blood every single day? Do you want to die that badly?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Reed felt a hint of regret. It sounded as if he actually cared about whether this mortal lived or died, not something a flesh-tearer would say. He felt a wave of irritation. These mortals always provoked unexpected reactions from him. Fortunately, the Helldivers didn't think of it that way. They simply treated Reed's words as a practical problem to be solved. The squad leader consulted with the surrounding teammates and quickly came up with a solution. "Sir, my blood alone isn't enough, but there are over a dozen of us here. A little from everyone adds up to a cup. You don't have to worry about us dying at all. We'll take turns to ensure you have a full cup of fresh blood every day." "Who cares if you live or die?" Reed muttered, trying to mask his previous caring comment. He felt speechless. The logic of these mortals was truly bizarre. However, a cup of blood every day, that was a very tempting offer. He looked at the mortals. Their eyes were filled with expectation, as if they were begging him to accept their sacrifice. "You are truly willing to let me drink your blood?" "Willing, very willing. Sir, please let us donate blood to you." The players chimed in, terrified that Reed might change his mind. They even started jostling to be the first to donate. "A whole 100 merit for one donation?" "We mean it's only 100 milliliters. It doesn't matter at all. Drink as much as you like." "Fine," Brother Reed finally agreed. He found he simply couldn't refuse the temptation, nor could he refuse the strange enthusiasm of these mortals. "From now on, you will give me 1 cup of fresh blood every day." Ding. Quest. Daily blood donation has been triggered. Description: Brother Reed of the Flesh Tearers. Chapter requires 1 cup of fresh blood daily to be provided collectively by members of the Legion of the Helldivers. Reward: 100 merit points per donation. This time, the players had secured a genuine daily quest, and a high reward one at that. A cheer instantly erupted in the corridor. They could already see the bright future of merit points rolling in. Chapter 320. Life always needs a sense of ritual. Deep within the nuclear power plant, in a relatively secluded maintenance tunnel, players had set up several candles scavenged from abandoned dormitories. The flickering candlelight barely dispelled the shadows, instead coating the scene in an eerie, sallow glow. The air was thick with the smell of metal, dust, and a faint, lingering scent of blood. A dozen mortals dressed in Helldiver uniforms stood in a line, their expressions solemn and focused. They were no longer the noisy crowd clamoring for merit points. Instead, they carried an air of gravity, as if participating in an ancient and sacred religious rite. Before them, the massive form of Brother Reed of the Flesh Tearers stood like a silent monument. The low hum of his power armor, the only sound in the gloom. The squad leader, being the first in line, stepped forward. He pulled a glass goblet from his backpack once more and carefully placed it on a clean metal plate in front of Brother Reed. Then, with practiced ease, he drew a dagger and made a small incision on his left wrist. Crimson blood welled up immediately. He tilted his wrist, letting the blood flow precisely into the goblet like a small stream. The droplets gathered at the bottom, glinting with a sinister luster under the candlelight. As the leader stepped back, the second player immediately moved forward to repeat the action. They did not hesitate. There was no trace of fear or doubt in their eyes, only a thirst for merit. The blood in the goblet rose bit by bit. Through the lenses of his helmet, Brother Reed's gaze was fixed intently on the filling cup. He could smell the metallic sweetness and feel the heat unique to mortal life. The hunger within him surged like a tide, every cell screaming, urging him to drain the luscious liquid instantly. Beneath the massive armor, his palms tightened slightly, the metal joints emitting faint clicks, as if he might reach out at any moment to seize the glass. However, the words, "Sir, you really are a great man," echoed in his mind like an invisible mantra. He could not behave like a bloodthirsty beast. He was a good man, at least in the eyes of these mortals. He had to maintain dignity, to maintain a certain sense of ritual. Reed struggled to suppress his primal urges, the veins in his temples throbbing slightly beneath his helm. Finally, once all the players had made their offerings and the blood reached the required amount, the squad leader respectfully held the cup out to him. Reed extended a massive hand, clad in heavy power armor, and gingerly took the goblet. The cold glass contrasted sharply with the burning desire inside him. He didn't drink immediately. Instead, he raised the glass to eye level, inspecting the fluid that condensed the essence of mortal life. In the dim candlelight, the blood looked heavy and solemn. The surrounding Helldivers held their breath, eyes locked on Brother Reed. The latter slowly, exceedingly slowly, brought the goblet to the drinking intake of his helmet. He made no eager noises and showed no sign of greed. He simply tilted the glass, letting the warm blood flow into his mouth with a near-holy rhythm. With the first sip, he felt the warmth and sweetness, a refreshing relief like rain after a long drought. With the second sip, he felt the infusion of mortal vitality. His exhausted spirit eased, and it felt as though every cell in his body was cheering. By the third sip, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the ultimate satisfaction. He finished the blood bit by bit, methodically. The entire process was silent, save for the rustling of the flickering candles and the faint mechanical whirring of his armor. Only when the goblet was completely empty did he slowly lower it. Brother Reed exhaled a long breath, the scent of blood diffusing through the dark tunnel. He felt an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. The hunger within had been soothed. Before him, the Helldivers also exhaled in relief, their faces beaming with the joy of earned merit. Just then, a click echoed as the tunnel lights were switched on. The dim, ritualistic atmosphere was instantly shattered by the piercing white glare of the fluorescent lights, washing away the eerie solemnity. Chaplain Apollyon appeared at the entrance, having evidently just walked in. He immediately saw the blood-stained goblet still in Reed's hand, and the mortals standing around with fresh cuts on their wrists. His gaze swept back and forth between the flesh-tearer and the mortals, his tone tinged with confusion. "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" The sudden appearance of his fellow brother startled Reed. He hadn't expected the chaplain to show up. In the moment the lights flooded the room, Reed felt a strange sense of panic, as if he had been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. He hurried to set the goblet down, speaking with an unnatural stiffness. "Brother Chaplain, I was drinking the blood they offered me." He instinctively wanted to explain further, but didn't know how to put it. "I know, I can see that," Chaplain Apollyon said, giving them a strange look. He could obviously tell what had happened from the scent in the air and the wounds on the mortals. He just didn't understand why the mortals were offering blood in such a ritualistic fashion, or why Reed had accepted it that way. "What I mean is, why were you offering and drinking blood like this?" Reed was stumped. He remained silent for a long moment as countless explanations flashed through his mind, only to find them all sounding weak and hollow. Finally, he could only repeat the line the mortals had used to convince him, even though he found it somewhat absurd himself. Life always needs a sense of ritual. What he didn't say was that this strange ceremony, proposed by the Helldivers, and the peace he found within it, made him feel, briefly, that he wasn't just a beast with nothing left but slaughter. It felt like a lingering shred of the human experience. Hearing Reed's answer, Apollyon found it almost humorous. A flesh-tearer, a berserker haunted by a genetic curse, perpetually on the verge of falling to the black rage, was actually talking about a sense of ritual. However, he didn't let it show on his face, merely nodding in understanding. Then Apollyon's tone turned serious as he began to inquire about Reed's internal state, fulfilling his duty as the chapter chaplain. "Brother Reed, how have you been feeling lately? Do you feel it is becoming easier for rage and bloodlust to dominate you?" Reed answered honestly, "Brother Chaplain, the rage is still there, but lately, it seems easier to control." He found it a bit strange himself. Apollyon observed Reed's reaction closely. From his tone and the faint psychic fluctuations beneath the power armor, the chaplain keenly perceived that Reed's psychological state was indeed more stable. He wasn't as hysterical as before, and that sense of being on the brink of a total collapse had diminished. Apollyon murmured thoughtfully. He knew Reed's condition and how difficult it was to soothe the temper of a flesh-tearer. He hadn't visited Reed in the past few days, nor had he provided any spiritual guidance. Therefore, this wasn't his doing. Apollyon turned his gaze toward the nearby Helldivers, looking contemplative. However, he said nothing more, simply telling the Space Marine, "Very well, Brother Reed. It seems you have found some peace. I will be visiting more often to keep a close eye on your condition. Chapter 321. Sacrament. Over the following days, Chaplain Apollos visited Brother Reed daily, just as he had promised. His timing was always impeccable. He was present for nearly every bloodletting ritual performed by the Helldivers. He would stand silently to the side, observing the process of Brother Reed consuming the blood and the sacrificial posture of the Helldivers. He offered no commentary, only occasionally asking Brother Reed questions regarding his internal state, answers that were increasingly trending towards stability. After several days of observation, Chaplain Apollos developed a profound interest in this peculiar rite. He understood the complexity of the curse. Any method capable of alleviating its symptoms was worth investigating. Thus, following the conclusion of one ritual, he suddenly spoke. "Brother Reed, I see that this ceremony seems to assist your condition. I wish to try it as well. Perhaps I can find some common ground within it." He turned his gaze toward the Helldivers. "I too wish to drink a cup of the blood you offer." Brother Reed naturally agreed. He saw no issue with it. After all, his fellow chaplain was also a flesh-tearer and required blood to stabilize himself. He nodded, signaling the Helldivers to comply. However, the Helldivers did not respond immediately. They looked at one another, their eyes betrayed by a hint of hesitation and doubt. A brief silence hung in the air. Brother Reed frowned with dissatisfaction. He looked at the mortals, his voice carrying a trace of confusion. "My brother chaplain is a warrior far more powerful than I, and he is a flesh-tearer as well. Why do you hesitate? Did you not say before that it didn't matter how we drank? Drink as you please, consume as you wish. Was that not the case?" Internally, the Helldivers were grumbling. Previously, they hadn't realized that donating blood granted merit points. They had only thought of farming favorability, which was why they had spoken so generously. Now that they knew there were points on the line, they certainly didn't want to give it away for free. The squad leader had a sudden flash of inspiration. He knew they couldn't refuse outright, but they couldn't let these merit points slip away either. He immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, it's not that we are unwilling, but this isn't how the blood should be offered. You must first, in your capacity as an officer, explicitly demand that we offer our blood to you. That is the most vital first step." He paused, cleared his throat, and continued to fabricate a process that sounded impressively solemn. "Then, at the 9th Terran hour of every standard Terran day, under the dim light of candles, we shall slit our wrists one by one, mixing our blood into a chalice. Only then do we present the cup to you for consumption. That is how a blood offering should be done." The squad leader spoke with total deadpan sincerity, as if this were an ancient rite passed down through the ages. Despite the lengthy process, the most important part for the Helldivers was the opening move, demanding an offering in the capacity of an officer. Including such a step almost guaranteed a quest trigger and merit points. After listening to the squad leader's explanation, Chaplain Apollos offered no critique, nor did he ask if there was any logic behind it. He simply nodded calmly and looked at the leader. "Fine, we shall do as you say. The timing is wrong today. I demand that you offer a cup of blood to me tomorrow at the 9th Terran hour." Beep, beep, beep. Quest, bloodletting ritual triggered. Quest brief, Chaplain Apollos of the Flesh-Tearers demands you offer him a cup of blood according to the ritual tomorrow at the 9th Terran hour. Reward, 100 merit points per donation. The Helldivers, having successfully triggered the quest, naturally agreed with delight. Smug smiles spread across their faces. They could already see the beautiful sight of 200 merit points flowing into their accounts every day. The next day, 9 o'clock hours. The maintenance tunnel had been cleared once again. The emergency lights were dimmed, and several candles were lit, their flickering flames casting mottled shadows against the metal walls, creating a heavy, somber atmosphere. Chaplain Apollos stood quietly beside Brother Reed. His physique was equally massive, but unlike the heavy, oppressive aura surrounding Reed, Apollos radiated a restrained and steadfast power. His gaze swept calmly over the Helldivers. Their faces held a hint of excitement. They were clearly ready for today's quest. The squad leader acted as the guide for the ritual once more. He pulled the glass chalice from his pack and placed it carefully before Chaplain Apollos. Then, with practiced ease, he cut his wrist, letting the blood drip into the cup. The remaining Helldivers followed suit, one by one, repeating the motion. Apollos witnessed the entire process. He could feel the thirst rising from deep within his genetic code as the blood gathered. Yet he showed no urgency, waiting in silence. Once all the Helldivers had finished, the squad leader respectfully held out the blood-filled chalice to the chaplain. Apollos reached out with a heavy armored hand and took the weighted cup. He raised it to eye level, inspecting it closely. This blood, the distilled essence of mortal life, shimmered with an inviting luster in the gloom. He could smell the metallic, rust-like sweetness, a scent both familiar and desired. He did not hesitate, nor was he frantic. Just as he had observed Brother Reed, Chaplain Apollos slowly, exceedingly slowly, brought the chalice to the feeding port of his helmet. He tilted the cup gently, allowing the warm blood to flow into his mouth with an elegance that almost bordered on aristocratic dining. He savored the unique experience. This was worlds apart from the battlefield where, on the edge of the Black Rage, he would tear at an enemy's throat like a beast and gorge on blood. That bloodletting was a chaotic, out-of-control act meant to suppress fury and ensure survival. But this cup was ritualistic, offered freely. It was orderly and controlled. Methodically, he drained the cup bit by bit. The entire process was silent, save for the flickering hiss of the candles. Only when the chalice was completely empty did he slowly lower it. Chaplain Apollos exhaled a long breath. The thirst within him was soothed, but more importantly, he did not feel the usual danger of being swallowed by rage that often followed the consumption of blood. On the contrary, his mind felt unprecedentedly clear, as if this cup of blood had helped him find his bearings rather than losing himself in a tide of gore. Perhaps this wasn't the intended purpose of the ritual the Helldivers had concocted, but it was the result, an unexpected yet vital one. Apollos turned his gaze toward Brother Reed, who was watching him with an inquiring look. The chaplain nodded slightly, signaling that he was in peak condition. This was a significant discovery. If this method could effectively help the flesh-tearers combat the curse, it would be a monumental contribution to the chapter. Chaplain Apollos decided he would report this matter to the chapter master. If it truly proved beneficial, it ought to be promoted throughout the entire chapter. This might be the silver lining the flesh-tearers had been searching for beneath the shadow of their curse. Chapter 3, 122. You know me. The command room of the flesh-tearers chapter in the nuclear power plant was dim, the light reflecting off Gabriel Seth's weathered face, which always bore a look of suppressed rage. The chapter master, feared by countless enemies and even allies, was quietly listening to the report from Chaplain Apollos. Apollos did not omit any details. He described the changes in Red over the last few days, and his own experience with the so-called blood-offering ritual. Chapter Master, the key lies in the process, Apollos said, choosing his words carefully. The mortal must offer their blood entirely of their own free will, and the Astartes must maintain absolute stability and restraint while drinking. We cannot loot it like starving beasts. We must feed with elegance and dignity, like a noble accepting tribute from their subjects. This psychological suggestion helps us anchor ourselves, allowing us to remain clearly aware of who we are and what we are doing, even amidst the craving for blood. Seth frowned, a hint of incredulous shock in his imposing eyes. He looked at Apollos as if he were hearing a tall tale. Apollos, are you telling me that the gene curse that has plagued the sons of Sanguinius for 10,000 years, that has tortured the flesh-tearers to the brink of extinction, can be alleviated by such a simple, even laughable ritual? Seth's voice was low and hoarse, laced with deep suspicion. Just a cup of blood, a little bit of so-called ritual? Facing the chapter master's skepticism, Apollos was silent for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face, filled with helplessness and poignancy. Chapter Master, Apollos sighed softly. In the past, we couldn't even meet the simple conditions for such a ritual. Seth's words of rebuttal were caught in his throat, and he froze. This simple sentence hit the hard-bitten man like a heavy hammer. He realized the deeper meaning of Apollos's words. Yes, simple conditions. The most critical condition was a mortal willingly offering their blood. Throughout the history of the flesh tearers, what was the reaction of mortals wherever they went? Screaming, fear, desperate flight. Those mortals would rather retreat to another galaxy than be near these bloodthirsty butchers in power armor. Even the Imperial Guard, who fought side by side with them on the battlefield, avoided them whenever possible. Never, not once, had a group of mortals lined up with almost fanatic anticipation to voluntarily slit their wrists and offer their blood to them. Seth fell silent. The air in the command room seemed to freeze. After a long while, he exhaled, pushing that surge of emotion back into his heart. As chapter master, he had to remain calm, even when hearing such potentially chapter-changing news. This is too sudden, too strange. Seth regained his usual cold rigidity, his fingers tapping the table. While the effect seems significant, we cannot define whether this is purely good or some unknown trap. We can attempt to promote it, but we absolutely cannot roll it out to the entire chapter at once. If something goes wrong, the flesh tearers are well and truly finished. Seth looked up, his gaze sharp as he stared at Apollos. Besides you and Reed, have you told anyone else about this? No, chapter master. I came to report to you immediately. Good. Seth nodded and began to issue orders. You will personally select 8 brothers who are in an unstable mental state, on the edge of the Black Rage, but not yet completely lost. Form a 9-man squad with Brother Reed. Seth paused, seemingly calculating something, and continued. Then select 99 of those so-called Helldivers, mortals, and integrate them into the squad as support staff. 9 Astartes on the edge of danger, matched with 99 mortals voluntarily offering blood. It was a bold experiment and a dangerous gamble. Apollos nodded, taking note without objection. Are there any other matters to attend to, chapter master? Seth pondered for a moment, gazing deep into the star map, as if contemplating more profound questions. Don't rush to execute this just yet, Seth said slowly. Go and determine the list first. Select both the Astartes and the mortals. I still need to confirm some things. Wait until I am certain before officially starting this plan. Although Seth did not specify what he needed to confirm, Apollos knew the chapter master's caution was necessary. Whether this ritual truly had no side effects required the test of time. Understood, chapter master. Apollos gave the Aquila sign, then turned and left the command room, leaving Gabriel Seth alone to face the darkness of the room. After Chaplain Apollos left the command room, he wasted no time returning to the maintenance tunnel where Brother Reed was located. He first approached Reed and seriously informed him of the chapter master's decision, or rather, the preliminary trial plan. Apollos emphasized that this was a direct order from the chapter master, currently top secret, and must never be revealed to any other brother besides those present. Brother Reed, though surprised that the plan was being trialed so quickly, had absolute loyalty to the chapter master and the chaplain. He nodded solemnly and vowed in a low voice, Please rest assured, Brother Chaplain, my lips will be as tight as the dead. Unless I have your or the chapter master's permission, I will never utter a single word to any other brother. After getting Reed's assurance, Apollos turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group of Helldivers who were squatting on the ground, bored. You, Apollos's voice was low and intimidating, regarding this blood offering, have you told other mortals? This was critical. If this ritual of unknown origin spread, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion and chaos of other Astartes, and might even be mistaken as a precursor to some chaos corruption. The squad leader's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew that hogging the rewards was the best. If the whole server knew there was a hidden quest here, how were they going to grind? But facing an NPC's interrogation, he had to act. He glanced back at his squad members, giving them a signal. Leader, you know me, one player said, spreading his hands innocently. I've been within your line of sight the whole time. Even if I were posting on the forums, you'd definitely notice. How could I have had the chance to leak information? Leader, you know me, another player said, yawning. I'm just a corporate slave. I go to work the second I log off. I'm tired like a dog. I have no time to post or troll the forums. Leader, you know me, the third player said. If I had leaked it, thousands of people would have already squeezed this maintenance tunnel to bursting. How could it be this quiet? Watching his subordinates, who, while speaking nonsensically, had a clear core message, the squad leader turned around and said to Apollos with a firm face, "Officer, rest assured, absolutely no one has told anyone. Such an honorable opportunity, how could we bear to give it to others?" Although Apollos didn't understand the jargon they used like forums or log-off, he nodded after seeing their expressions, attitudes, and the fact that no other mortals had come to bother them these past few days. Very well. Apollos withdrew his gaze, his tone softening slightly. Next, 8 more unstable Astartes will be transferred here. You don't need to overthink it, nor be afraid. Just treat them as you treat Brother Reed and me. Offer blood on time. As soon as these words were spoken, the Helldivers present were stunned for a moment. Then it was as if they heard the sound of system notifications bombarding them. 8. Plus red, that made 9. If everyone needed blood every day, that was 9 times the happiness, 9 times the merit points. The players' eyes lit up instantly. They were gleaming, like starving wolves seeing meat, even more eager for blood than the bloodthirsty flesh-tearers. Well, of course, eager to offer blood. The squad leader was so excited he almost jumped up. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked impatiently, "Officer, are we the ones offering blood for all of them? Are we covering the blood for these 9 lords?" Seeing their greedy, expectant expressions, Apollos couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Other mortals would have peed their pants at the thought of offering blood to 9 flesh-tearers on the edge of a breakdown, but this group was worried someone else would steal their business. He glared at the squad leader, scoffing. "Dream on! Can you even produce that much? Even with your special constitution, the consumption of 9 Astartes could drain you into dried corpses." Apollos paused, shattering their fantasy. The chapter master has already ordered that a total of 99 mortals will be selected to enter here to provide blood. You are only a part of it. Just do your part. Chapter 323. Secret, inside the strategic command hub of the Orpheus system, Marneus Calgar sat behind his expansive desk. This location had once been a planetary governor's estate, but it was now repurposed into the supreme high command for the war effort. The flickering blue light of the holographic projectors played across his stone-hard features, revealing a profound exhaustion. The chapter master of the Ultramarines and Lord of Macragge had been working for more Terran days than he could count. According to his current schedule, he managed only 3 hours of deep sleep every 3 days. At all other times, his mind raced at high speeds, processing a cataclysmic influx of intelligence and decisions. The situation in Orpheus was far more complex than the previous conflict in Plantidium. There, the forces were largely successor chapters of the Ultramarines, brothers of the same bloodline who shared tactical philosophies and cultural customs, making them easy to command. Orpheus, however, hosted a massive coalition gathered to face the Necron threat that claimed it would scour the eastern fringe. Hundreds of Adeptus Astartes chapters from different gene sires had converged here. They brought diverse cultures, varied traditions, and in some cases, ancient feuds spanning millennia. Ordering the Space Wolves to coordinate with the Dark Angels, or tasking close-quarters zealots to provide cover for long-range specialists, was a constant challenge. Friction, conflict, and subtle power struggles over command occurred daily. Calgar was not just a commander, he was a tightrope walking mediator. He had to carefully balance these volatile powers to ensure this great sword of the Imperium did not shatter itself before striking the enemy. It was a burden heavy enough to crush a mortal man, but Calgar knew the potential rewards. If he successfully led this coalition to victory, he would become the de facto wartime leader recognized by these chapters, and the prestige of the Ultramarines would reach a new zenith. Just as Calgar finished signing a logistics allocation document and rubbed his aching temples, an adjutant entered and reported respectfully, "My lord, Gabriel Seth, chapter master of the Flesh-Tearers, requests an audience." Calgar's fingers paused on the desk. Seth. Memories of the previous strategic briefing flashed through his mind. He recalled the man in the red and black power armor standing alone in a corner like a beast temporarily held by chains. Seth had remained silent throughout the meeting, radiating an intense air of isolation as if he cared for nothing but slaughter. Why would such a man seek him out? Calgar's first instinct was that something disastrous had happened. A chapter master of such a reclusive and violent temperament did not come by for social calls. "Send him in immediately," Calgar said, his voice deep. He quickly straightened his appearance, resuming his posture of unshakable authority. A moment later, heavy footsteps echoed as Gabriel Seth strode into the office. As the airlock doors hissed shut, only the two chapter masters remained. It was their first time facing one another in such close private quarters. Calgar looked up, scrutinizing the man before him. Seth was unhelmeted, his face was a map of scars, and his eyes burned with a ferocity and restlessness that was hard to mask. To Calgar, the figure before him did not look like an imperial commander, but rather a dangerous, bloodthirsty predator ready to strike. Even in his stillness, a faint scent of blood seemed to permeate the air. In Seth's eyes, the image of Calgar sitting behind that massive desk was entirely different. The ultramarine wore armor of perfect craftsmanship and maintained impeccable etiquette and a calm sense of total control. To Seth, this was too clean. It reminded him of the hypocritical bureaucrats of the administratum who sat in high towers deciding the fates of billions with a quill. That mask of correctness and benevolence made the flesh-tearer who lived in mountains of corpses feel instinctively uneasy. Their gazes met. While no sparks flew, it was clear that neither had made a favorable first impression on the other. "Chapter Master Seth," Calgar began, breaking the silence. He stood up, observing the formal protocols between Astartes, his voice steady and resonant. "It is an honor. Is there urgent military intelligence we must discuss?" Seth did not acknowledge the pleasantries, nor did he offer a salute. He simply stared at Calgar, as if trying to peer into the very soul of the Lord of Macragge. He went straight to the point, his voice as low and harsh as two grindstones rubbing together. "Cousin Calgar, I have a question for you." "Speak," Calgar replied patiently. Seth took a step forward, lowering his voice further. He enunciated every word. "Those Helldivers, are they loyal?" Calgar blinked, momentarily stunned. He had expected Seth to complain about supply shortages, demand a more dangerous vanguard assignment, or report a clash with another chapter. He never expected a question so bizarre. The Helldivers, that mortal unit known for the most suicidal combat, the heaviest casualties, and the most fanatical devotion to the Emperor. Calgar's brow furrowed. The question felt nonsensical, even absurd. It lowered his opinion of the flesh-tearer leader further. Was the man not only bloodthirsty, but also paranoid? "Brother Seth," Calgar said, sitting back down with a mix of confusion and gravity, "why would you doubt the loyalty of the Helldivers? Their performance on the battlefield is undeniable. I would go so far as to say they are the most fearless mortal soldiers I have ever witnessed." Hearing what sounded like a diplomatic script, Seth's expression darkened. His large, power-gloved hand slammed onto the desk. He leaned forward like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "I want the truth, Calgar," Seth said, his voice heavy with pressure. In Seth's mind, the logic was simple. While the Helldivers were nominally Astra Militarum, the entire Imperium knew of their close ties to the Ultramarines. Therefore, the blood ritual they performed, the one capable of soothing the Astartes' rage, must have been sanctioned or known by the Ultramarines. Calgar's frown deepened. Seth's aggressive stance was an insult. As the coalition commander, Calgar had every right to discipline him for such disrespect. However, his discipline and focus on the greater war effort allowed him to suppress his anger. "Then I shall tell you truthfully," Calgar said, staring directly into Seth's bloodshot eyes. "I have no idea what you are talking about, Cousin Seth." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Seth stared at Calgar for several seconds, searching for even the slightest crack in his expression. He found only genuine confusion and sincerity. "Fine. It seems we have nothing more to say." Seth abruptly pulled his hand back. Without another glance at Calgar, he turned and strode toward the exit. The moment Calgar spoke, Seth made his judgment. There was no point in continuing. The logic was simple. If Calgar was telling the truth and truly knew nothing of the flesh-tearer's predicament or the ritual, then continuing the conversation would force Seth to explain why he was asking. That would mean confessing the shameful defect in the flesh-tearer's gene seed and admitting they were now forced to rely on mortal blood to maintain their sanity. It would mean handing the chapter's greatest weakness and potential evidence of heresy to an outsider. Seth would not take that risk. And if Calgar was lying, playing the role of the actor, then there was even less reason to speak with a deceitful politician. The heavy airlock door cycled open and shut. Seth vanished into the hallway without a single word of parting etiquette. Calgar watched him leave, his brow tightly knit. He felt perplexed and more than a little insulted by the rudeness. However, the Lord of Macraga was no fool. Once his initial irritation faded, cold logic took over. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the desk, lost in thought. Seth had come specifically to ask about the loyalty of the Helldivers and left immediately upon receiving a denial. The behavior was highly irregular. "The flesh-tearers have a secret," Calgar murmured, a sharp glint in his eyes. But why would that secret involve the Helldivers? Clearly the flesh-tearers had discovered something, or something had happened, regarding those mortals, and whatever it was highly sensitive. But Calgar buried the thought almost as quickly as it arose. He looked at the mountain of documents on his desk and the dense clusters of red icons on the holographic star map. He was too busy. There were countless strategic deployments to adjust and tensions between 100 chapters to soothe. He had no time to obsess over the dark little secrets of the flesh-tearers. To put it bluntly, the flesh-tearers numbered a mere 400 Astartes. In a theater of war involving tens of thousands of space marines and the fate of an entire sector, their weight was not that significant. "Let them be, so long as they kill Xenos," Calgar muttered. He shook his head, picked up his data slate and returned to his arduous work. Chapter 324. They're here. They've arrived. Deep within the rest area of the nuclear power plant, the air was thick with the faint scent of ozone and machine oil. Several members of the Helldivers were sitting around a pile of crates, idly passing the time. The squad leader was tinkering with a sophisticated-looking black box, a modified military radio. He twisted the knobs, trying to catch a shred of meaningful sound from the endless expanse of static. However, the radio emitted only a rhythmic hiss of white noise, as if the entire universe had fallen into a dead silence. Watching their leaders' focused yet futile efforts, the other squad members couldn't help but strike up a casual conversation. "Sarge, didn't you say this radio cost you a ton of merit points? You hyped it up like it was some divine tech, saying it could pick up signals from an entire sector, even private chats from the Navy fleet." "Yeah, you've been tuning it for ages. Aside from noise, there's nothing. I'd even settle for a broadcast of morning calisthenics at this point." Irritated by his subordinates' teasing, the squad leader slapped the radio's casing and cursed, "How the hell should I know? That tech priest who sold it to me swore up and down that it used some all-band receiver array and would have a signal anywhere, anytime. I'm starting to seriously suspect that bastard ripped me off." Just as the leader prepared to give it a few more forceful smacks, using that ancient percussive maintenance technique, zzz, the radio suddenly erupted into an incredibly piercing shriek, a sound so sharp it felt like it would puncture their eardrums. Following that, the monotonous static was instantly replaced by the overlapping screams of countless voices. "Help! Save us! By the throne, they're here, they're everywhere! For the Emperor! Ah!" It was the desperate wail of countless people in their final moments, the collective scream of millions of lives vanishing in an instant. The sound didn't just travel through the air, it seemed to burrow directly into the brains of everyone present, making their skin crawl and their souls shiver. Even though the Helldivers were players, the hyper-realistic sound effects gave them a massive fright. Several of them instinctively leapt off their crates. Before the squad leader could actually turn the device off or throw it away, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him. Thump! A heavy, dark red power-armored boot stomped down hard. The high-end radio, which had cost the leader a fortune in merit points, didn't even have time to make a crunching sound before it was pulverized into a pile of metal fragments and wire coils. The noise stopped abruptly. The world returned to silence. The squad leader stared at the wreckage for a second, stunned, before letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "Ah, my radio! My merit points. He snapped his head up to see a flesh-tearer in dark red power armor standing before him. The Space Marine's breathing was heavy, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light beneath his helmet, his entire body radiating an irrepressible aura of violence. The previous screams had clearly agitated this Astartes, who was already on the brink of collapse, nearly sending his black rage spiraling out of control. He stared intently at the mortal on the ground, his fingers twitching on the hilt of his chainsword, barely restraining the urge to tear the noisy human into pieces. He constantly reminded himself, "Calm down, brother, calm down. These are the high-quality blood bags Chaplain Apollos specifically mentioned. These are the catalysts to soothe the curse. Do not kill them. If you kill them, there will be nothing left to drink." The flesh-tearer forced a low growl through his teeth. Too loud. Looking at that terrifying face, so close he could practically feel his throat being bitten out, the squad leader wasn't afraid. Instead, he stood up with a look of immense pain and said indignantly, "Sir, I just bought that. You broke it. You have to compensate me." The flesh-tearer froze. First came surprise, followed by a grim and distorted smile. He was laughing out of sheer exasperation. He had seen countless mortals on the battlefield. Some revered him as a god, others feared him as a demon, but never had a mortal dared to demand compensation from a furious flesh-tearer. This death-defying courage, or perhaps stupidity, piqued a bit of morbid curiosity in him. He leaned down slightly, his massive frame creating a suffocating pressure, and asked in a grim tone, "Oh? Interesting. Tell me, mortal, how should I compensate you? Shall I trim your nails with my chainsword?" The squad leader completely ignored the threat. His eyes lit up as he held up 3 fingers, saying expectantly, "How about you let me donate 3 cups of blood every day? As long as you let me donate more blood, we'll call it even." Flesh-tearer. The air froze again. This battle-hardened space marine actually felt his brain stall for a moment. He looked at the mortal, trying to find signs of fear or madness, but all he saw was a bizarre sort of longing. What was in this guy's head? Filth, to demand more bloodletting just for compensation. Seeing the sincere and hopeful look in the leader's eyes, the flesh-tearer felt a sense of absurd powerlessness. Even his murderous rage was dampened by this ridiculous request. "If you want to die, if you want to become a dried husk, then I will grant it." "Fine," the flesh-tearer squeezed the word from the depths of his throat. Hearing the Astartes agree to the absurd demand, the squad leader immediately cheered up. His dust-covered face bloomed into a grin as he shouted toward the tall, retreating back of the Astartes, "Sir, you're a good man. May you have a long and peaceful life." The flesh-tearer's footsteps visibly faltered, and he began walking faster, as if a terrible plague were chasing him. He didn't want to spend another second with these humans and their twisted logic. Once the terrifying red figure had completely disappeared at the end of the corridor, the other players in the squad immediately crowded around, looking at the leader with envy. "Man, you really lucked out. 3 cups a day? That's 300 merit points, right? I think you just bamboozled that NPC. I want to donate too. I'm almost at full health and respawned. I feel like I have so much energy and nowhere to spend it." As everyone chatted about the leader's dumb luck, a player in charge of heavy weapons kicked the scrap metal on the floor, changing the subject. But seriously, why did that radio suddenly start working? It was mute before, then suddenly it's wailing like a banshee. Yeah, if it hadn't made that noise, Sarge's treasure wouldn't have been crushed. A player who had been tinkering with a tactical tablet seemed to remember something. He scratched his head and said, I think I remember Dr. Soft mentioning this in a forum announcement. It said the Necrons use their dark tech to block all communication signals in a star system, creating a silence zone." He paused, continuing to recall. Then, right before an attack, they lift the entire communication blockade at once, releasing all the accumulated distress signals and screams of despair from fallen planets to destroy the defenders' morale with psychological warfare. Realization dawned on the squad leader. He stared wide-eyed at the fragments on the ground. "Huh? So my radio wasn't broken? That tech priest didn't rip me off?" "It probably wasn't. You were just the one messing with the settings." The player rolled his eyes. "Don't you check the forums? Dr. Soft's posts are high value. They're basically the official lore and strategy guides for the game. Damn it, I'm not a lore junkie. Who has the patience to read those multi-thousand-word essays? The leader said defensively, picking up a piece of the radio wreckage to mourn it. My knowledge of Warhammer is limited to For the Blood of Sanguinius, because it sounds cool, and that handsome Primarch with the big wings. How should I know the rest? The surrounding players were speechless. He was a typical casual fan. Anyway, the player who had read the guide shrugged, his eyes turning toward the deep entrance of the power plant's corridor, his tone tinged with excitement and tension. Since the shriek has been released, it means the communication blockade is lifted. He gripped his laser gun, clicking the power pack into place. That means the Necron skeletons we've been waiting for should be here soon. Chapter 325. Captain, our cannons can't reach them. The tranquility of the Amara Prime system was shattered by a grand and terrifying anomaly. It did not come from the dark depths of the void, but from the heart of the system itself, the star that had burned for billions of years. Without warning, the sun's stable radiance turned violent and chaotic. The corona seethed like boiling water before erupting in a series of highly abnormal flares. This surge of violent energy swept through the system at the speed of light, instantly drowning out the communication frequencies of the massive Imperial fleet. Vox communication down, experiencing extreme interference. Auger arrays overloaded, we're blind. On the bridges of various warships, harsh static replaced orderly reports, and tactical hololiths dissolved into snow. Had this been an ordinary Imperial Navy fleet facing such an unprecedented, perhaps unheard of, stellar-class jamming attack, they likely would have descended into panic and chaos. However, those stationed here were no amateurs, and they already knew the nature of their enemy. Maintain calm. This is the signal for an enemy attack. In the exact same second communications were severed, the captains of the ships positioned in the solar near-orbit defense perimeter made their decision. They didn't try to repair communications or frantically query the flagship for orders. Instead, following extreme pre-war contingencies to the letter, they immediately sounded battle stations. Countless turrets swiveled in the silence, their massive macro-cannon arrays pointing toward the source of the violent flares. That was no natural solar storm, it was the gateway for an invasion. Sure enough, amidst the blinding light and interference waves, eerie green Necron energy ignited like ghost fire. The Necron fleet had brazenly used the star's energy eruption as cover, translating directly out of the solar corona. This technology, using a star as a springboard, was entirely beyond the scope of human physics. They had expected this raid to be like a farmer harvesting wheat, easily paralyzing a group of primitive species stuck in a communication blackout. But as those black, crescent-shaped Necron vessels charged out of the solar flares, they weren't met by panicked prey, but by countless muzzles already charged and ready. In that moment, even for a soulless Necron overlord, a flicker of data resembling astonishment likely pulsed through its logic core. These humans had actually predicted their path. Fire. Despite the Vox failure, the Imperial fleet, guided by their pre-arranged plans, executed an effective strike. The void around the star was instantly ignited by the fury of the Imperium. Tens of thousands of macro-cannon shells and lance beams wove into a dense web of fire, slamming into the emerging Necron fleet. The battle turned white-hot in an instant. Realizing the ambush had failed, the Necron fleet immediately displayed their despair-inducing technological gap. The massive tomb ships accelerated from a standstill to sublight speeds without warning, carving sharp-angled trajectories in the void that defied the laws of inertia to evade the incoming destruction. They moved like ghosts, weaving through the gaps of the dense barrage, lunging forward at extreme speeds one moment and coming to a dead stop the next. But the Imperium's preparations were too thorough, and the volume of fire was simply too immense. In this sector of space filled with steel and gunpowder, not even a fly could survive, let alone massive warships. Blasts of fire bloomed against the backdrop of the solar flares. This interstellar war, destined for the history books, entered the most brutal meat-grinder mode the second the two sides met. Despite the Imperium holding the initiative and fire control radars being locked onto those cursed coordinates, The flow of battle left the Imperial captains feeling a deep sense of humiliation and frustration. The macro-cannon barrages were enough to blanket the sector, and the lance volleys could vaporize asteroids, but hitting the Necron ships felt like trying to hit a teleporting fly with a sledgehammer. The Necron vessels always managed to dodge with unnatural maneuvers at the last millisecond, or use their cursed shields to deflect energy capable of leveling cities. Conversely, the Imperium, despite a several-fold numerical advantage, could only rely on thick armor and void shields to tank the terrifyingly precise Gauss arcs of the enemy. Damn it! Damn it all! A cruiser captain slammed his fist onto the tactical console. Watching a friendly ship's hull sliced open like butter by a green beam, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. We knew they were coming, we fired first. So why is it still going like this? It felt like a fully armored knight facing a future soldier with a laser rifle. No matter how thick the plate or how fine the swordsmanship, it all seemed clumsy and ridiculous in the face of an absolute technological gap. However, if the humans felt frustrated, the overlord commanding this Necron fleet felt nothing but pure rage. Deep within the magnificent tomb ship, the overlord's logic core was whirring frantically, nearly burning out from overloaded fury. Who were they? They were the Necrontyr, the ones who ended the Citan and once dominated the entire galaxy. And now, at their own front door, facing a group of primitive monkeys with only tens of thousands of years of history, monkeys still playing with gunpowder and crude plasma, they had failed to achieve a crushing victory. It was an utter disgrace. It was as if a 21st century Special Forces soldier with an assault rifle had traveled back to the Stone Age, only to be forced into a frantic struggle with a caveman wielding a wooden club. Logically, this was impossible. Unpardonable, the tenacity of these vermin is a desecration of the dynasty's dignity. The Overlord's cold, electronic voice echoed through the command frequency. It decided to stop testing and stop hoarding energy. It would teach these arrogant primitives a painful lesson. Activate phase-shifting protocols. Crush them. A second later, disaster struck the high orbit of Amara Prime. Without warning, Orbital Defense Station 4, suspended in near orbit, exploded from the inside with a piercing green light. It wasn't hit by external fire. Some weapon had acted directly upon its core. The massive metal structure disintegrated silently before turning into a colossal fireball, trailing black smoke like a falling star as it plummeted hopelessly into the atmosphere. In the gap left by the falling station, space rippled once more. An entirely new Necron fleet, utilizing the FTL engine technology that drove the Imperium to despair, bypassed the gridlocked outer defenses and appeared out of thin air directly above Amara Prime. Warning: large-scale high-energy reactions detected in near orbit. They've breached the line. The remaining missile silos and orbital stations, acting on their standing pre-war orders, immediately retaliated. Thousands of anti-orbital missiles roared skyward, their laser beams weaving into a final celestial shield. This frantic retaliation did work, successfully repelling the first wave of Necron bombardment and preventing the surface from being instantly turned to ash. However, a technological gap of millions of years is a trench that cannot be filled by intelligence and courage alone. Though the fleet did not bombard directly, countless black pyramidal landing craft and obelisks had already forced their way into the atmosphere, braving the Imperial AA fire. In an instant, the skies above the major population centers of Amara Prime changed. The blue sky was obscured by a black storm that was clearly no natural phenomenon. Inky thunder rolled through the clouds as ominous Necron energy gathered. No matter how much the players and Imperial defenders had prepared, and no matter how hard they fought in space, that cold green deathlight finally pierced the clouds and shone upon the Earth. Chapter 326. The Despair of Technological Superiority. That unnatural black storm tore across the firmament of Amara Prime like a festering wound. Amidst the rolling inky thunder, several crescent-shaped Necron aircraft glided forth in silence. They bore no roar of jet engines, only the bone-chilling hum of ionizing air. Facing the towering mountain of the hive city below, the lead Necron fighter did not hesitate. Several missiles streaked directly toward the primary spire. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor rising mushroom clouds. The moment a projectile touched the hive spire, matter was forcibly annihilated. A localized sphere of eerie darkness expanded instantly, erasing everything it touched, steel, concrete, and hundreds of millions of lives, in a heartbeat. When the black sphere dissipated, the once magnificent hive was half gone, the cut as smooth as glass, as if a god's giant spoon had scooped a piece out of a cake. Only then did the shrill wail of anti-air sirens belatedly pierce the heavens. Almost simultaneously, the Imperial detection arrays finally caught those ghost-like energy fluctuations. Having waited in orbital and ground bunkers for far too long, wings of Imperial interceptors roared toward the dead zone like a swarm of angry hornets. These fighters were not fresh from the forge. Every single one bore the blackened soot of past combat. Inside a cockpit, a pilot bound for death gripped the control stick, feeling the vibration of the airframe, and couldn't help but remark over the vox, "Hey, the bird feels light today. Feels like the wind is pushing my backside." His wingman's retort came instantly. No kidding. To squeeze out every bit of mobility, the tech priests and deck crews bored holes in the main frame. Of course it's light. If you fly too hard and it falls apart, just consider it an early delivery on your duty to the Emperor. This gallows humor on the brink of death did not last long. "Silence!" the wing commander's voice rang out, cold as iron. "Is there still nothing on the augers?" The light atmosphere vanished instantly. Everyone entered combat status, the chatter ceasing. "Nothing. No signal. Total blank, Captain." The replies were brief and orderly, yet thick with suppressed tension. "Maintain formation. Continue toward the target zone," the commander ordered. The fighters punched through the heavy black clouds, drawing extremely close to the halved hive city. At that moment, the previously dead auger screens suddenly began to flicker frantically. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing alarm nearly ruptured the pilot's eardrums. The radar screens, blank just a second ago, were now densely packed with red hostile signatures. Thousands of blips scrambled across the displays. The fire control systems let out an overloaded whine, unable to lock onto a single physical target. "Holy, Captain, what do we do? Everything's a target." "Fire control won't lock," a pilot shouted. The commander looked at the screen full of dancing red static and sighed deeply. This situation wasn't entirely unexpected. Against this level of technological dominance, electronic equipment was nothing more than a decoration. "Everyone except Zobayan, shut them down." The commander's voice was terrifyingly calm. "Use your eyes to fight. Use your instincts to fly." "Understood." The moment the pilots cut power to their augers, the engagement began, or rather, the one-sided slaughter commenced. Without warning, a Thunderbolt heavy fighter on the far right of the formation was struck by an arc of ghostly green electricity. It wasn't a missile or a laser, but an energy lash that moved like sorcery. The fighter shattered like wet paper, disintegrating in mid-air into a green fireball. Only then did they realize with horror that the Necron fighter that had just crushed their comrade like a bug had been flying right alongside them the whole time. They just couldn't see it. "Break, break. Follow the contingency. Groups 3 and 4, distract them." "I'm going for the rear." The commander yanked his stick, and his hole-riddled fighter groaned as if on the verge of falling apart. He was the ace of the entire wing, confident he could bite the enemy's tail in the chaos. But reality was cruel. This wasn't a dogfight. The human fighters rolled, maneuvered, and popped flares frantically in the air, trying to catch a glimpse of that spectral silhouette. But no matter what they did, they couldn't even see the enemy's exhaust before teammates began vanishing from the Vox channel one by one. "I can't see it. Where is it?" "Above you. Watch. Kzzzt. For the Emperor, I'll take you with—" Boom! Every fighter's fall was swift and clinical. There were no intense duels, only cold executions. The commander's eyes were bloodshot as he stared into the void outside his cockpit, searching for that crescent-shaped reaper. He felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and rage. His brothers were dying, and they were dying for nothing. What made the survivor's skin crawl even more was the rhythm of the deaths. In these split seconds of life and death, the pilots couldn't calculate time precisely. but their keen intuition told them the interval between each shoot-down was hauntingly consistent. This was a deliberate choice. The Necrons were toying with them. "Bastards, show yourselves!" The static in the Vox grew quieter until only 2 heavy breaths remained. Aside from the commander, only Zobayan was left, the 2 of them flying through the atmosphere in tandem. Suddenly, Zobayan let out a distorted cry. "I'm being painted black." The commander froze, his palms slick with cold sweat. Something was wrong. None of the dozen pilots before them had reported a radar lock before they died. The technology possessed by that Necron pilot allowed it to pick them off one by one from stealth. There was no need for the redundant act of active radar painting. The only explanation sent a chill down the commander's spine. It was mockery. The Xenos found this slaughter too boring. It was intentionally holding back, giving its prey a sliver of meaningless hope just to increase the thrill of the hunt. Sure enough, inside Zobayan's cockpit, the frantic static on the auger screen vanished. The display became crystal clear, showing a single piercing crimson dot. What made Zobayan's hair stand on end was that the dot was directly behind him, so close it felt like it was breathing on his neck. "It's behind me, it's—" Zobayan's voice cut off abruptly. A blinding green light consumed his fighter, the last trace of his existence in this world. Now, the commander had no time for grief. Using the fleeting moment Zobayan had bought with his life, he slammed past the throttle gate, pushing the battered fighter to its absolute limit. "Machine spirit, hold together!" He roared, yanking the stick back. The fighter performed a localized Pugachev's Cobra at extreme speed, followed immediately by a snap roll that defied human physiological limits. Massive G-forces slammed into him as if an elephant were sitting on his chest. In that instant, the acceleration hit a terrifying 12 Gs. The commander's retinas flooded with blood, and his vision went pitch black. For 2 whole seconds, his consciousness slipped into the dark, leaving only muscle memory to clamp onto the controls. When his vision flickered back to life like an old television set, he saw he had succeeded. This dance on the edge of a blade had miraculously allowed him to cut into the inner circle, landing right on the enemy's 6 o'clock. Through the cracked canopy, he finally saw the killer of his squadron for the first time. It was a bizarre, moon-shaped craft, shimmering with a heart-stopping green glow. It had no rivets, no seams. It was as smooth as if carved from a single piece of obsidian. In this moment, the fires of human vengeance converged at his gun muzzles. "Die!" The commander gritted his teeth and slammed down the trigger. The heavy bolters beneath the wings let out a thunderous roar, pouring out armor-piercing rounds like a storm, carrying the kinetic energy to tear through anything as they lunged at the Crescent fighter. A guaranteed hit. At this distance and this angle, even a god couldn't dodge. However, what happened next shattered every understanding the commander had of physics. The Necron fighter didn't bank. It didn't deflect an aileron. It didn't even change its heading. It was as if an icon on a screen had been dragged by a mouse. Without any acceleration process, it instantly shifted sideways several hundred meters. The bolter fire struck nothing but empty air, tearing useless trails through the clouds. Then the Crescent fighter came to an abrupt, jarring halt in mid-air before reversing and flipping in a way that completely ignored the laws of inertia. By the time the commander reacted, the green crescent was no longer in his sights. It was above him, hovering inverted, the cockpit facing his canopy as if silently mocking humanity. "You are but vermin." Then it slid gently behind the commander, like a reaper placing a hand on his shoulder. It was over. Watching the green energy begin to pool and glow, the ace pilot felt not fear, but a sense of the absurd. "Motherfucker," a split second before being decomposed into atoms by the Gauss beam, the commander uttered his final desperate words, "This isn't aerodynamically possible." Chapter 3, 127. Human-used bludgeon. It was very effective. The sky was ablaze. Every second, burning wreckage trailed black smoke as it plummeted toward the earth. A tragic defense line forged from the flesh and blood of human pilots. Though the fall of every fighter was accompanied by a precise countdown to death, it was this nearly frenzied, suicidal dogfight that stubbornly ground the Necron Air Force to a halt. Air superiority teetered on the brink, but that sword of Damocles hanging overhead had not yet completely fallen. This meant that before the last pilot turned to ash, the ants on the ground still had one final chance to struggle. The massive defense works, constructed at an astronomical cost and dug deep into the planetary crust, finally proved their worth. Although the antimatter bomb that erased half the Hive city possessed terrifying power, most of the shockwaves were absorbed by thick rock strata and layers of composite armor. The deep-buried military depots remained unscathed, and within them lurked humanity's last fangs. As Space Marines and the Helldivers surged from the subterranean depths like a tide, they were accompanied by a forest of steel that commanded the most attention. They were cannons, countless endless rows of thick, long barrels, their muzzles held high, pointing straight at the firmament. As far as the eye could see, nearly every inch of land was occupied by the Imperial Guard's iconic basilisk, self-propelled artillery. They weren't arranged in neat ranks. Instead, they were crammed into every available crevice, some even perched directly atop piles of rubble. This wasn't a tactical formation, it was pure, frantic saturation. Across the capital world of Amara, there were 13,000 self-propelled guns of various patterns, a number sufficient to give any logistics officer an immediate brain hemorrhage. At this moment, they were the pivot upon which human resistance against the Necrons turned. Giving the Space Marines and Helldivers no time for sentiment, piercing firing orders were relayed instantly to every vehicle's fire control terminal via data link. The target, the nearest Black Pyramid, currently undergoing phase deployment. Fire! In the next instant, the earth of Amara felt as though it had been struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. 13,000 Earthshaker cannons roared in unison, a sound like the heavens and earth splitting asunder. Countless high-explosive shells converged into a literal wall of steel, screaming through the air as they slammed into the Necron positions kilometers away. This was no longer a bombardment, it was an orbital strike launched from the ground. That Black Pyramid, which had only just teleported onto the surface, didn't even have time to fully deploy its defensive shields before it was utterly submerged by the deluge of fire. The explosions linked together into a single sheet of flame, swallowing the alien architecture whole. Necron warriors stepping out of the portals had no time to raise their Gauss flares before hundreds of large-caliber shells slapped them in the face simultaneously, instantly shredding them into a cloud of flying metal components. Even the Necrons' proud living metal self-repair capabilities appeared pale and futile in the face of this continuous firepower. Firepower enough to level mountains. No sooner had a leg been repaired than half a torso was blown away. Humanity, a race the Necrons viewed as primitive monkeys in terms of technology, had at this moment relied on the simplest, most brutal kinetic gunpowder weaponry to seize a raw fire superiority, pinning the once insufferable Necrons to the ground. Inside the pyramid, seated upon a throne suspended in mid-air, the Necron overlord in charge of the ground purification mission watched this scene. Within its glowing green ocular sensors, a flicker of unbelievable data fluctuated. It watched the humans pouring from the earth like a tide. It watched the overwhelming artillery fire. The script for the massacre it had prepared was completely derailed. The moment its troops showed their heads, they were physically pulverized by tons of explosives. Meanwhile, its air force was still playing cat and mouse in the clouds, unable to provide support. A dignified high-tier race being bottled up at their own front door and blasted by a bunch of monkeys with only a few tens of thousands of years of history. This primitive race is somewhat interesting. The Overlord gripped its staff, feeling a long-lost code of emotion labeled indignant rage running through its core. Since the frontal fire was too fierce, it would strike from the place they least expected. Issue the command, the Overlord's cold voice echoed through the quantum network. Deploy all Canoptech scarabs, wraiths, and spiders. Pointing toward that madly roaring steel battery, it passed a death sentence. Attack from underground. Crush the foundations of these aliens' firepower. I want to see these primitive machines turned into scrap metal. However, the Overlord's dimension-reducing strike, which it believed to be flawless, failed to achieve anything. What echoed from the depths of the earth was not the wailing of a collapsing human defense line, but rather the muffled, frantic sounds of explosions and slaughter. The intricate networks of maintenance tunnels and air raid shelters were already packed with human warriors. When the wraiths used phase shifting to pass through walls, hoping to harvest fragile flesh and blood, they were met by the roaring chainswords of space marines and helldivers, who had been waiting for them. The Canoptech scarab swarms, which should have been invincible in narrow terrain, encountered reckless human ammunition cleansing of the area. The massive tunnel-boring spiders had barely poked their heads out before being swarmed by mortal helldivers covered in high explosives. These mortals cared nothing for their own lives. They used their bodies to jam the spider's mechanical legs, followed by a dull thud as flesh and metal vanished together. Error reports of destroyed constructs flooded the data link. One by one, expensive Canoptech spiders were turned into scrap metal by this suicidal human exchange ratio. The tactical intent to rapidly paralyze the human artillery from below was a total failure. Standing at the entrance of the pyramid, the Necron overlord looked at the human armored clusters advancing like a tide of steel. It watched the 13,000 cannons continuously spitting fury amidst the smoke, and for the first time, its proud high-level logic circuits suffered a severe lag. This was illogical. This was completely illogical. According to warfare algorithms spanning eons, a lower race should fall into panic and chaos when faced with such a massive technological gap. But these creatures before it were like lunatics who had lost the ability to perceive fear. Looking at the mortal army as dense as ants charging at the front, and the space marines behind them, brandishing chainswords and power weapons, an utterly absurd, even shameful thought popped into the Overlord's processor. Could it be that having just awakened and descended upon this planet for less than half an hour, it was about to be punched back home by a bunch of primitive monkeys who only knew how to use gunpowder? Would a dignified overlord of a dynasty have to read the loading bar for resurrection in a stasis crypt because he was bludgeoned to death by a mob of primitives? If such a thing truly happened, he would never be able to hold his head high in the aristocratic circles of the Necron dynasties again. It would be an eternal stain etched into his living metal skeleton. No, that will never happen. The Necron overlord let out a roar thick with metallic resonance, forcibly deleting the terrifying logical deduction. Since long-range fire was suppressed and the subterranean raid had failed, then the battle would be settled in the oldest, most honorable fashion. Come then. The overlord reached into the void and pulled out a long-handled great axe, shimmering with eerie green light. A phase axe, capable of easily slicing through the molecular bonds of any physical matter. Even the ceramite power armor of a space marine would be as soft as butter before it. Your ridiculous parabolic cannons cannot strike inside the pyramid. The overlord's voice boomed across the battlefield through amplifiers. You want my head? Then come in and take it. I am right here, to utterly destroy the will of you vermin to resist. Chapter 328. Art is an explosion. The world around Pyro was rapidly shrinking, collapsing into a single straight line pointing forward. At the end of that line stood the towering, death-shrouded silhouette of the Black Pyramid. Heave. Huff. Heave. His lungs felt as though they were being filled with molten iron. Every breath was like swallowing a mouthful of shattered glass, yet it did nothing to slow the frantic rhythm of his legs. Boom! A 155mm high-explosive shell from his own lines veered off course and detonated less than 15 meters to his left. A massive shockwave, choked with dirt and shrapnel, slammed into his side like an invisible giant's hand trying to bowl him over. Pyro stumbled, his body tilting at a sharp 45-degree angle to the ground, but he didn't fall. Instead, he used the moment of imbalance to kick off the earth and accelerate again. Zap! A ghost blue Tesla arc danced like a frenzied viper grazing his helmet. The intense heat instantly melted the upper layer of his headgear. His scalp felt scalded, and the air reeked of the pungent stench of scorched ozone. Still, he ran. Moments later, several emerald-green Gauss beams silently sliced through a boulder beside him. The multi-ton slab of granite was decomposed into fundamental atomic dust in the blink of an eye, scattering in the wind. Death was dancing beside him. No, it was vibrating on his very eyelashes. But the deafening roar of artillery, the eerie hum of Necron weaponry, and the dying roars of his comrades all felt infinitely distant, as if muffled by a thick membrane of water. Only one sound remained as clear as thunder, the frantic pounding of his own heart against his ribs. Thump, 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 thump. This violent heartbeat drowned out everything else. Every pulse sent a single command to his brain: run, get inside. On his retina, a pale blue system panel shook violently with his vision. On it was a mission prompt so simple it was almost insulting. Enter the Necron Pyramid interior. Penalty, none. In any other game, Pyro might have breathed a sigh of relief at those words, perhaps even felt lucky that there was no risk of losing levels or gear. But as the executive committee member had shouted during the company mobilization meeting, the system will not punish us because for us, Helldivers, failing the mission is the ultimate punishment. How much effort had the Helldivers poured into this? To prepare for this day, the players had dug deep into the earth day and night. To face the Necrons, they had spent countless hours and energy. All the sweat, all the patience, and all the preparation were for this final moment of reckoning. If they couldn't even manage the first step of the mission, if they were swept out like trash just hours after the enemy arrived, what would that mean? It would mean all their previous efforts were a joke. That was an outcome the entire Helldiver Legion, from the top brass down to the newest recruit, could never accept. Pyro's body slammed heavily onto the cold blackstone floor. Momentum sent him sliding over 10 meters across the smooth surface until he collided with a pillar. He gasped for air, the searing pain in his lungs, a vivid reminder of the insane gauntlet of fire he had just traversed. Damn! I'm in. Pyro struggled to push himself up. He moved to check his surroundings, but as his gaze swept the room, he froze. All around him, shadowy figures stood dressed in grey greatcoats and gas masks. The iconic metal breathing valves and emotionless goggles looked particularly eerie under the dim green light. They were all soldiers of the death cause of Krieg. Holy crap! Where are my teammates? Pyro looked around blankly. Wasn't there a whole company behind me just now? Right then, a ripple of blue data surged through the air. Over 100 pillars of white light erupted around him, the signature respawn teleport effect of the Helldiver Legion. As the light faded, the familiar voice of Assimilation Complete rang out, laced with the surprise of a survivor. Awesome! Pyro, you're alive. I saw the brothers in front falling like wheat under a scythe. I thought our whole division's charge was going to be a total wipe. Other newly respawned Helldivers crowded around, chiming in. Absolute legend, Pyro. You're the only survivor from our company. It was brutal, seriously. Necron firepower is just broken. Actually, I feel like our own artillery killed a lot of us too, one player whispered. I distinctly saw a 155mm shell land right on my face. Couldn't be helped, another veteran sighed, brushing the dust off his coat. Without that indiscriminate saturation fire, we'd be stuck in a war of attrition outside. Those guys can self-repair and we can respawn. If it turned into a stalemate, there'd be too many variables. Before they could finish their greetings, a bright red mission update flashed in everyone's vision. Main quest updated, destroy the Necron Pyramid. Objective, completely blow up the enemy's engineering facilities from within. Reward, to be calculated upon completion. The bounty depends on the scale of destruction caused by the bomb carriers. Almost simultaneously, countless pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness deep within the pyramid. Large groups of Necron warriors, clutching Gauss flares, marched out of the shadows with rhythmic, heavy steps. On the walls in every direction, swarms of Canoptech scarabs flooded toward them like a metallic, shimmering carpet. Bzzzt! Green Gauss beams instantly cut through the air. Over 100 Krieg soldiers who hadn't reacted in time were vaporized into atoms on the spot. Seeing the metallic insects about to lunge at them, Pyro scrambled up and screamed at the top of his lungs. Crap, stop chatting. Squads 1 and 2, cover your company commander. Second platoon, go plant the explosives. The rest of you, charge. Dismantle these skeletons. The other Helldiver played along with the roleplay and shouted, protect the commander. Fall back, sir. Brothers, charge. Show them human courage. In the relatively cramped corridors of the pyramid, the Necron's overwhelming long-range advantage was significantly dampened. The roars of the Helldivers and the shrill whistles of the Kriegers sounded in unison as the two sides collided in a bloody melee. Once the distance was closed, the Necron warriors' melee reactions were surprisingly sluggish. A Krieg soldier jammed his bayonet into a warrior's gun barrel, while a nearby Helldiver player swung a tactical knife, hacking viciously at the Necron's neck joint. Though the human side still suffered heavy casualties, this suicidal close-quarters brawl managed to keep the situation at a deadlock. This bought precious time for the demolition teams in the rear. Quick, quick, stuff the explosives in. The Helldivers tasked with planting bombs worked like industrious honeybees, frantically shoving melter charges and high explosives into every crack in the interior walls and every indentation that looked like a power node. The Krieg engineers nearby didn't speak, but they silently sped up their movements, stuffing their own satchel charges into the same gaps. The players watched this with aching hearts. That was pure mission contribution points being stolen. "Hey, hey, masked brother, I saw that crack first," one player shouted while desperately elbowing his way in. "Don't steal my spot. You lot go over there." To prevent the NPCs from taking too much of the credit, the Helldivers exploded with incredible hand speed, their planting motions becoming a blur of frantic activity. Chapter 329. I still have 2 pounds of melter bombs left to give. Fortunately, this cutthroat competition soon saw a turning point. Assimilation Complete, who was providing cover from the rear, happened to intercept a snippet of conversation from the nearby Krieg fighting positions. A Krieg engineer ran up to a commissar wearing a peaked cap and reported in a muffled voice, "Commissar, we are out of explosives. Even if we count every soldier's grenades and crack missiles, the yield won't be enough to bring down the structural supports of this Xenos building." The commissar gripped his bolt pistol tight, seemingly preparing to issue a final desperate order. Assimilation Complete's eyes lit up. He jabbed Pyro hard with his elbow. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Pyro was busy swapping power packs for his laser gun, looking puzzled. "They're out of explosives. We can't just give them ours. Wouldn't that split the glory? I'm planting my own bombs." "You idiot." Assimilation Complete slapped Pyro's helmet in frustration. "Read the mission description carefully. It says the merit goes to the bomb carrier." Pyro blinked, still not quite following. Assimilation Complete explained rapidly, "If we give the bombs to them, who was it that painstakingly carried them all the way from the base to here? Us. That makes us the carriers. Besides, these Kriegers aren't afraid to die. Let them hit the most dangerous core zones while we provide the ammo. It's resource optimization. As long as the bombs come from us, the system will definitely give us a cut." Holy crap! The realization hit Pyro instantly. This was a genius way to exploit a mission bug. It solved their manpower shortage while allowing them to leech the rewards for the highest difficulty demolition. Without another word, he charged toward the Krieg commissar who was about to give his orders, shouting, "Commissar, don't throw your lives away. We have explosives. We have as many as you need." As he yelled, Pyro began frantically pulling bundles of high explosives out of his system shop like a deranged doorman. "Brothers, empty your inventories. Load up our Krieg comrades. Let them blow things up to their heart's content. Everyone fall back. Stop bashing your heads against those metal skeletons. Come back and deliver the warmth." Pyro roared over the comms channel, his voice cracking as he tossed out blocks of C4. The Helldiver players on the front line were initially bewildered, their melee swings stuttering. They wondered if their captain had been concussed by an artillery shell. You were the one screaming for a charge a second ago, and now you're calling a retreat. Fortunately, Assimilation Complete was a natural commissar-type player. He immediately summarized the core logic on the public channel. Give the explosives to the NPCs. The system counts us as carriers, so we still get the merit. Plus, Kriegers aren't afraid of death. They can get the bombs deeper inside. This is zero loss point farming. Get back here and dump your stash. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured into boiling oil. The entire Helldiver channel exploded. Holy shit, you can do that. Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost threw my melter bomb as a frag grenade. Retreat, retreat. Let the professionals handle it. The Helldivers, who had been locked in a heated bayonet struggle with Necron warriors, suddenly withdrew like a receding tide. The sudden shift left the nearby Krieg soldiers stunned. In the Kriegers' minds, these allies from the Helldiver Legion were usually even more fanatical than they were. During the charge, these people had acted like they were on combat stims, screaming as they slammed into the Necron fire lanes, using their bodies to soak up half the incoming gas beams. Why were they suddenly chickening out? The confusion didn't last long. The Krieg Commissar watched as the Helldivers, as if by magic, pulled all sorts of explosives from strange places. Melter bombs, cluster grenades, and even crude satchel charges taped together. Not only that, they pulled them out with terrifying speed, forming a daunting mountain of ordnance on the ground in the blink of an eye. The Commissar's eyes gleamed beneath his cap. He immediately realized his allies' intent. They were pooling their final ammunition to hand it over to the engineers, better suited for the demolition task. "All squads, cover the Helldivers' withdrawal," the Commissar ordered, raising his bolt gun high. "Engineer squads, forward, move those explosives. Do not fail the trust of our allies." The scene became bizarrely frenetic. On one side, the green deathlight of the Necron army pressed closer. On the other, the Helldivers were frantically restocking like wholesalers, while Krieg engineers acted like industrious ants, hoisting satchel charges and sprinting toward the support pillars deep within the pyramid. Just as Pyro was enjoying the sight of his estimated merit points skyrocketing, a sudden change occurred. "Ugh!" Pyro let out a pained groan, clutching his chest. His body convulsed violently as he suddenly opened his mouth. Splurt! A fountain of multicolored, glowing blood mixed with bits of broken organs erupted from him. When the blood hit the ground, it actually hissed and sizzled, releasing a plume of weirdly colored smoke. This gruesome sight startled even the Krieg Commissar, who instinctively took a half-step back. How severe must his internal injuries be, or how terrifying a toxin has he swallowed, to vomit such a paint palette effect? "It's over." Assimilation Complete wailed in mock grief. The captain's meds have worn off. The backlash of the demonic body disintegration art is here. Though his voice sounded tragic, his hands didn't slow down. If anything, the urgency made him pull explosives out even faster. Hearing this, the other Helldivers turned solemn. They said nothing, simply speeding up their work to clear their inventories before their captain passed away. Deeply moved, the Krieg Commissar rushed forward to support the wobbling Pyro, shouting to a medic, "Medic, give him a sedative, quickly!" A potent sedative was slammed into Pyro's neck, but it clearly couldn't stop the system's character death countdown. Pyro's face was deathly pale, though hidden by his helmet, and his body shook like a leaf. Yet he stubbornly and tremblingly reached his right hand behind his hip. Under the Commissar's respectful gaze, Pyro laboriously pulled a heavy melter bomb from his tactical pouch and, with his final ounce of strength, pressed it into the Commissar's hands. Explode! Pyro's voice was as faint as a silken thread, like a final dying wish. The Krieg Commissar gripped the bomb, still warm from Pyro's grip, his eyes misting over. What noble spirit! Even at death's door, he does not forget the mission, contributing his final strength to destroy the Xenos. "Go in peace, brother," the Commissar promised solemnly. "We will use this bomb to send those loathsome Xenos to hell. Your sacrifice will not be in vain." Pyro's eyes were wide, staring fixedly at the bomb, his lips trembling. I'm losing so much damn profit." "Say no more," the Commissar interrupted with a firm tone. "I know your suicidal courage in service to the Emperor. We shall remember your name forever." I am unwilling." A rattling sound came from Pyro's throat as he struggled to let go of his final breath. "I still have 2 pounds of melter bombs left to give." With those words, Pyro's head slumped, his breath ceased. His eyes remained wide open. He had died with his grievances unaddressed. The shoulders of the surrounding Helldivers shook violently. They kept their heads low, terrified that their allies would see they were desperately holding back laughter. But beneath the stifled laughs, their hand speed hit the limit. Their captain had demonstrated with his own life what losing out looked like. They could not let such a tragic lesson be repeated. Every single item had to be converted into merit. Even if they had to sell their own trousers, they were going to bring those grenades to the Kriegers. The great demolition operation, for the sake of merit, for the Emperor, reached its climax at that very moment. Chapter 330, Sharp Review. If other Astartes chapters are a slowly advancing, indestructible wall of iron, then the Flesh Tearers are a blood-stained dagger, willing to snap its own blade just to pierce the enemy. While the Ultramarines were still coordinating squad fire patterns and the Imperial fists were cautiously scanning their flanks for threats, the Flesh Tearers had completely abandoned tactical synergy. With the thunderous roar of hundreds of jump pack engines igniting simultaneously, these Astartes in crimson power armor streaked across the sky like rubied meteors cutting through the dark. They bypassed the death cores of Krieg, struggling on the ground, and even left the newly respawned, screaming Helldiver players far in their wake. They rode alone, no cover provided, no cover needed, slamming with brutal force into the interior of the Silent Court's pyramid. But the price of such recklessness was agonizing. As the first wave of intruders, the Flesh Tearers bore the full brunt of the pyramid's most violent defensive salvos. Baleful green Gauss beams poured over them like rain. Ceramite armor proved as fragile as paper under the molecular disruption rays. Many Flesh Tearer warriors were stripped into clouds of atomic dust before they even hit the ground. Yet this could not halt the most violent sons of Sanguinius. For Sanguinius, for the Emperor, kill! Gabriel Seth, chapter master of the Flesh Tearers, slammed onto the blackstone floor with a thunderous impact. His landing shattered the surrounding ground, the shockwave tumbling several scarabs that attempted to swarm him. He didn't pause for a second. The colossal two-handed chainsword in his grip let out a hungry roar. Hovering before him was a terrifying Necron destroyer. Its lower body had been replaced by an anti-gravity hovering chassis, its right arm traded for a massive heavy Gauss cannon. Its lifeless metal skull face was covered by a specialized monocular targeting array flickering with green light. Zit! The destroyer's reflexes were lightning fast. The Gauss cannon charged instantly, firing a thick green beam straight at Seth's face. Seth didn't dodge. He wrenched his body sideways, catching the glancing blow with his thick shoulder pauldron. The blood drop insignia on the pauldron vaporized instantly, scorching the flesh beneath, but the agony acted like fuel, igniting the rage surging through his veins. Die! Seth bellowed. Using the final thrust of his jump pack, he transformed into a red whirlwind, crashing into the destroyer's embrace. His giant chainsword, carrying enough kinetic energy to tear through a tank, hacked savagely into the living metal body. Against ordinary strikes, these Xenos possessed self-repair protocols and would quickly reassemble. Seth knew this well, so he did not stop. Once, twice, 10 times. This wasn't a duel, it was a sadistic disassembly. Like a madman, Seth swung the massive chainsword, hacking the destroyer from shoulder to waist, then mincing the remains into fragments. Sparks flew, metal shrieked. Only when the destroyer had been reduced to dozens of varying scraps of junk. Its core processor ground to dust by the chainsword's teeth, rendering repair impossible in the short term. Did Seth halt? He panted heavily and whipped his head around. Behind him, his surviving brothers were engaged in similar slaughter. They had abandoned ranged firefights, using power axes, chainswords, and power fists to smash every Necron unit in sight into splinters, stripping them of their mobility. Heavy footsteps echoed as the ground vibrated slightly. Veteran Apollos, clad in massive Terminator armor, strode forward. He shook the severed head of a Necron warrior from his lightning claws, the blue power field crackling at the tips. "Our casualties are heavy, Brother Seth." Apollos's voice came through his thick helm, muffled and grave. "The enemy's Gauss weaponry is too potent. Even Terminator plate cannot fully withstand a direct hit from those disruption rays. My squad just lost 2 brothers." Seth didn't look back at him. His gaze was locked onto the darkness deeper within the pyramid, where more green lights were flickering to life. He flicked metal fragments from his chainsword and said coldly, "Then we must be faster. We cannot fight a war of attrition with them. Only by charging fast enough to take their lord's head before they wipe us out can we survive." Seth restarted his Chainsword's motor, the roar filling the hall once more. Follow me, Apollos. Let those chapters still crawling behind us see what real war looks like. Seth kicked open the final blackstone gate, which was etched with complex patterns. The heavy metal doors slid aside amidst the groan of hydraulic systems. What lay before the flesh-tearers was a space so vast it was suffocating. The ceiling soared so high it seemed to lead into an abyss of another dimension. Countless black obelisks floated in mid-air, rotating slowly according to geometric laws incomprehensible to mortals. The floor was polished like a mirror, reflecting the eerie star maps above, creating a disorienting illusion of walking through the void. This sense of immense, icy silence was enough to shatter any mortal's sanity. The moment the flesh-tearers stepped into this core region, the dark space suddenly ignited. A blinding green luminescence filled their vision. Then, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of metal footsteps, hundreds of heavily armored, towering figures emerged from behind the pillars, surrounding the Astartes' vanguard. These were the elite of the Necrons, the Lich Guard. The hyperphase swords in their hands emitted a low hum as their energy fields activated, while the dispersion shields in their other hands overlapped, forming an airtight barrier of energy. Each Lich Guard radiated a pressure far exceeding that of a common Necron warrior, their emotionless electronic eyes locked onto the Space Marines in the center. The air froze, both sides were at each other's throats. Suppressed growls came from the flesh-tearer ranks. Several Death Company brothers, their helmets painted black, trembled violently, their chainswords idling in anticipation of blood and slaughter. Had the accompanying chaplains not been chanting the prayers of Sanguinius while gripping their pauldrons, these madmen on the brink of the Black Rage would have launched a suicide charge long ago. At this critical moment, a heavy and majestic footstep echoed from the shadows at the far end of the hall. A towering Necron overlord stepped slowly into the green light. Its living metal shell was adorned with ornate decorations signifying its noble status. It held a phase axe flowing with destructive energy in one hand and a staff of light, the symbol of its rule, in the other. It stopped behind the shield wall of the Lich Guard. Its glowing green eyes looked down upon Seth and his men, and it spoke in a cold, metallic voice processed through a translation matrix. You are the first humans to reach this place. I must admit, for a short-lived species so technologically backward, it has yet to escape its own bug-like ignorance. The instinctual violence and primitive, fanatical faith you display are commendable. The Overlord paused, its tone carrying the arrogance of a scientist observing an interesting insect. Even during the ancient war in heaven, I rarely encountered creatures so eager for death. Hearing this, Seth showed no fear. Instead, he slammed his giant chainsword into the ground, kicking up a trail of sparks. He tilted his head and mocked through his vox grill. Did you crawl out of the shadows just to make your words more convincing, Xenos? The Overlord's featureless faceplate seemed to stiffen for a moment. To have its noble sense of ritual and calculated entrance pierced so bluntly by a primitive barbarian caused the green light in the Overlord's eyes to flare violently. It was clearly provoked. Insolent wretch. The Overlord raised its staff, its lofty elegance vanishing, replaced by pure murderous intent. There is indeed nothing to say to savages who only know how to wave iron clubs. Strip the skins from their bones. They shall be the newest exhibits in my gallery. Attack! At the Overlord's command, the hyperphase swords of the hundreds of Lich Guard flared with brilliant light. The wall of dispersion shields surged forward like a hydraulic press, grinding toward the flesh-tearers. Chapter 331. Omake, Courting Death. The atmosphere of the tomb world was heavy, enough to make a man's gallbladder burst with fear. In the center of the battlefield, young Master Imhotep stood with his hands behind his back. His necrodermis skin flickered with a green light that looked like expensive jade. He looked at the four figures in yellow and black capes and let out a cold snort that shook the void. A few mere mortals from the Perdicia sect actually dare to block my path. You are truly courting death. Young Master Imhotep's voice was like a grinding stone. In the galaxy, who does not give my Sautek dynasty 3 points of face? My father is a high overlord with a cultivation level that can suppress a star system. You four Helldivers are just ants. If you kowtow 10,000 times and leave your stratagem codes behind, I might leave your corpses intact. The leader of the Helldivers, Robert, took a step forward. His cape flapped despite the lack of wind. Bold, you alien evildoer, you do not know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. In the face of managed democracy, even a god-king must lower his head. Presumptuous, a Necron Lichguard shouted from the side. How dare you speak to the young master like that? You have eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. Young Master Imhotep waved his hand, and 10,000 Necron warriors rose from the green mud. Kill them. Do not leave even a single atom. Robert let out a long whistle. Good. Since you want to play, we will play to the end. Eagle 1, lend me your strength. With a loud boom, a 500-kilogram bomb descended from the 9 heavens. The explosion was like the birth of a new sun. The shockwave turned 3,000 Necron warriors into flying ash. Young Master Imhotep's pupils shrank. What? This is the great destructive light art? You have actually reached the democracy stage of the Foundation establishment realm? I have more, Robert shouted. Brothers, form the orbital laser array. 4 beams of white light descended, tracing the ground like the finger of a vengeful ghost. The Necron Lichguards, who had lived for 60 million years, didn't even have time to scream before they were evaporated. Young Master Imhotep was trembling with rage. His face was distorted. You forced my hand. I was going to save this for the Great Devourer, but today you must die. He pulled out a glowing green orb. This is the resurrection orb of the ancestors. As long as I have this, my army is immortal. However, another Helldiver, known as Viper 3, let out a cold laugh. Immortal? Can you be faster than my stun grenade? With a pop, the young master felt his joints lock up. His internal logic circuits were screaming. He could only watch as Robert pulled out a red glowing ball. This aura. Young Master Imhotep's voice was full of terror. Is it the legendary 380mm orbital walking barrage? Correct, Robert said, his voice cold as ice. Today I will teach you that in this galaxy, some people cannot be provoked. Taste the flavor of freedom. Stop! My father will not let you. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was overturned. The tomb was shattered. Young Master Imhotep's screams were swallowed by the sound of high explosives. As the dust settled, Robert stood among the craters, his cape slightly scorched. He looked at the extraction shuttle descending from the clouds and sighed. In the end, he was just a frog in a well. Happy April Fools. Chapter 332, I Will Definitely Be Back. Facing the imminent bloody conflict, the Necron Overlord had no intention of entering the fray personally. The green fire in its eyes flickered several times, seemingly evaluating the entertainment value of the battle. Then, with a contemptuous wave of its tachyon arrow-tipped scepter, it did not charge forward, but instead drifted backward, ascending a floating platform nearby. Since you are so impatient to display your ridiculous savagery, the Overlord's voice echoed through the hall with a superior sense of mockery. I shall use it to pass some of the rare boredom of these long eons. Come, perform a rare drama to amuse me, primitive creatures. As the Overlord retreated to the absolute safety of the observation area, the battlefield below instantly ignited. The Lichguards marched with synchronized steps, meeting the red tide like an immovable dam. The Lichguard's fighting style was full of cold calculation and absolute efficiency. When a flesh-tearer's chainsword swung down with a roar, a Lichguard would always raise its dispersion shield at the last possible millisecond. The green energy field flared upon contact, easily neutralizing kinetic energy capable of slicing through tanks. Next came the lethal counterattack, taking advantage of the moment when a Space Marine's momentum was spent and his next move not yet begun. The Lichguard's hyperphase sword thrust out like a viper's tongue. This weapon could sever molecular bonds. Even Astarte's ceramite power armor was no sturdier than paper before it. Squelch! The head of a flesh-tearer veteran flew off, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Another brother was sliced in half at the waist, his upper body crashing heavily to the ground. But this did not deter the flesh-tearers. Instead, it enraged them further. These madmen in red armor displayed a ferocity that startled even the Necrons. The Astartes, who had been cut in half, did not die immediately. He clawed at the ground with his hands, dragging his mangled torso and spilling entrails, crawling to the feet of the Lich Guard that struck him and detonating a string of grenades. In the thunderous explosion, even the Lich Guard stumbled back, its shield overloaded. "For Sanguinius! For even unto death!" A massive dreadnought crashed into the Lich Guard ranks with heavy, thundering steps. Blood-soaked Kausuron swung a giant power claw, his right-hand stormbolter pouring out fire. Kausuron's ancient, slightly distorted roar boomed through the Vox grill. "I have spent 1,000 years. Finally, I have reached this damned planet. What was this planet called again?" The murderous roar stuttered for a moment, as the ancient battle brother had clearly lost some trivial memories during his long slumber. But the awkward pause lasted less than a second. Kausuron's flickering ocular sensors swept over the tall metal skeletons. The sight of the Xenos triggered the hatred etched deep into his genes, and his brain took over. "I don't know where I am, but I know I'm going to kill everything. Horus, that traitorous bastard, where is he?" With a deafening roar, the massive dreadnought charged like a runaway train into the tight Lich Guard formation. His giant power claw grabbed a Lich Guard's head, ignoring the deep gouges the hyperphase sword left on his armor, and squeezed. Crunch. The living metal skull was crushed into scrap metal. "Die! Traitor!" Kausuron hurled the headless wreck like trash at another enemy, forcibly smashing a gap in the perfect defensive line. On the other side of this gap, Chapter Master Seth seized the opportunity. The massive two-handed chainsword in Seth's hands shrieked, feeling weightless in his grip. He did not look for flaws in the enemy's defense, he used pure strength to create them. Theoretically, Lich Guards possess supreme tactical calculation capabilities. Within their processors, hundreds of millions of simulations run every millisecond, calculating the angle and force of an enemy's attack to formulate the perfect parry and counter-strike. But before Seth, these calculations failed. Seth's attacks lacked logic. There was only extreme speed and savage power. By the time a Lich Guard calculated it should parry left, Seth's blade had already shattered its shield arm. When another guard tried to counter, Seth had already ground its head to pieces with his chainsword. Watching the fortress-like dreadnought and Gabriel Seth plow through his Lich Guard like a bulldozer, drawing closer and closer, the Overlord's playful mood atop the platform turned grim. Actually, if he truly wanted to win, as a Necron Overlord with high technology at his disposal, he had 10,000 ways to toy these two barbarians to death. For instance, he could activate phase-shift devices and use the pyramid's complex spatial structure to lead them on a marathon. By stalling for time, the constantly self-repairing Lich Guards could wear the humans down with sheer numbers. But that would look terrible. That style of fighting was for lowly deathmarks. As a noble of the Mefrit dynasty, did he not have dignity? Winning wasn't supposed to happen that way. It would be an indelible stain on his eternal life. "Fine, humans. I must admit you have some skill, enough to warrant my personal intervention." The Necron Overlord composed himself, tilted his chin haughtily, and slowly pointed his scepter at Seth. He prepared to announce, according to ancient interstellar etiquette, that he would engage the human in an honorable one-on-one duel. However, the response was not a knightly bow, but two high-speed charging trucks. Blood-soaked Kausuron and Seth had no intention of slowing down, charging with enough kinetic energy to collapse a city wall. Before the Overlord could finish his simulated noble opening remarks, the suffocating killing intent forced him into a clumsy sideways roll, nearly dropping his scepter of authority. "Have you no manners? At least let me finish speaking." The Overlord scrambled up from the ground, shouting in exasperation. His ornate cloak was stained with dirt, a supreme humiliation for a noble. Seth didn't even offer a grunt in response. He simply adjusted his center of gravity and charged again alongside Kausuron. He wasn't stupid. He could see the Necron Overlord wanted some honorable duel. But to Seth, that was nonsense. His battle brothers were fighting hard nearby. Children of the Blood Angels were bleeding and dying every second, and every wasted moment was a sin. Why would he have the time or mood to play house with a metal head? Chopping the leader into bits was the only priority. More importantly, Seth could not let him finish saying, "I challenge you to a duel." Once a formal challenge was issued, as an Astartes, especially one carrying the blood of Sanguinius, refusing it could, in a way, damage the chapter's honor. Therefore, the best way was to shut him up forever. During the second charge, the Necron Overlord could not escape. He was forced to raise his phase scythe and scepter to parry. But what was he facing? One was the strongest chapter master of the Flesh Tearers, and the other was an ancient dreadnought on the brink of the Black Rage, whose entire mind was occupied with killing Horus. There was no suspense in this handicap match. The Necron Overlord barely blocked a strike from Kauseron's tank-crushing power claw before the terrifying force stalled his movements. In that split second of rigidity, Seth's chainsword swept through with a mournful shriek. Crunch! With the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal, the Overlord's proud living metal body was sliced clean in half by Seth's blade. The upper body crashed to the floor while the lower half remained standing, twitching. "Wretched humans, damned savage creatures," the half-bodied Overlord shouted in frustration. "Just you wait, I will definitely be back." "You think you've won?" "To eliminate you, the Mefrit dynasty has dispatched 13 Overlords, including myself. I am merely one of them and the most merciful. The other 12 each have their own extraordinary strengths." Crunch. The metal skull, still rambling, was crushed into a flat piece of scrap metal by Seth's heavy ceramite boot. Blood-soaked Kauseron's massive mechanical frame came to a halt, seemingly regaining a sliver of sanity as his primary target vanished. He looked down at the wreckage and asked in a low, booming voice, "Should we not have let him continue? Perhaps it was important intelligence." Seth stepped over the corpse and said coldly, "Just some mindless babble. No need to listen." Chapter 3, 133, An Invisible Giant Hand. With the fall of the Necron Overlord, the remaining Lich Guards were still formidable and capable of fighting with independent thought. Yet without their master, they were ultimately nothing more than a pile of hard scrap metal before the two sharpest of blades. Seth and Khosrun turned around, hacking into the enemy formation from the rear. It was a slaughter, and an act of venting. The roar of chainswords and the tearing screech of power claws intertwined until the green light in the eyes of the last Lich Guard flickered out, and it collapsed into a pile of lifeless fragments. Only then did a deathly silence return to the hall. Out of habit, Seth flicked the blade of his sword and surveyed his surroundings. Even in victory, the tragic sight made his heart sink. Amidst the absolute mess on the ground, besides the dismantled metallic skeletons, lay mostly the shattered red and black power armor of his brothers. Of the grand army that had originally charged into the core area, more than half of those standing now were gone. Seth sighed heavily in his heart, grief biting at his heart like a venomous snake. But he could not show it. He was the chapter master, the avatar of the Flesh Tearer's wrath. He had to have a heart of stone. His blood-stained face maintained its fierce and resolute expression, and his voice was hoarse and cold. "Prepare to—" He was just about to order the placement of melter bombs to completely destroy the area when a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, Battle Brother Seth." Seth stopped his movements and looked at the speaker with some confusion. It was Chaplain Apollos. He was half kneeling beside the body of a fallen brother, holding a reductor in his hand. His expression looked exceptionally grave, and there was even a faint, imperceptible tremble in his demeanor. "What is it, Chaplain Apollos?" Seth asked with a frown. Apollos stood up. Instead of answering directly, he said cryptically, "Count the brothers once more." Seth's frown deepened, but he trusted Apollos. He turned his head and swept his gaze across all the survivors present. Excluding blood-soaked Khosrun, who was still talking to himself and in a state of semi-madness, Seth began to carefully count the number of remaining Flesh Tearers. 1, 2, 3. When the final number landed in his mind, Seth's pupils contracted violently. Including himself, there were exactly 99 people. 99. The moment this number registered, it was as if a clap of thunder exploded deep in Seth's mind. 9. Why was it that damned number again? At this moment, this survivor's tally, precise to a terrifying degree, sent a chill through Seth. He was no fool. As a chapter master, he was not entirely ignorant of the treacherous nature of the warp. He could vaguely sense that an invisible giant hand seemed to be covertly guiding the flesh-tearers, manipulating them like chess pieces. Was all their sacrifice and all their rage merely to please some unfathomable entity within the warp? Were the flesh-tearers destined to become their playthings? Just as Seth was about to be driven by this conspiracy theory to draw his sword and lash out blindly, Apollos quickly walked to his side. Lowering his voice to a tone only the two of them could hear, the chaplain spoke. "Brother Seth, you were focused on the battle just now and may not have noticed. The 99 brothers who survived did not fall into the black rage or the red thirst during that brutal onslaught." These words were like a bucket of ice water, violently pulling Seth back from the edge of the abyss. He was stunned, looking at Apollos in disbelief before looking at the surrounding brothers. Though exhausted and wounded, their eyes were still clear and their reason intact. How was this possible? Under such high-intensity slaughter, stimulated by the green death beams and the blood of their comrades, the flesh-tearers had actually maintained their sanity in their entirety. Those brothers who had been sliding toward the brink of madness had all died in the battle just now. Only those who restrained the curse survived. Seth, who had originally thought they were being targeted by a chaos god preparing to push them into an abyss of eternal damnation, now experienced a violent shift in his train of thought. Apollos' words gave the matter a completely different spin. If this wasn't malicious manipulation, then what was it? Was it the Emperor or the Father? The hand Seth used to grip his chainsword trembled slightly as his thoughts began to spin uncontrollably. Was this a culling, or was it a divine revelation? "Is this a warning?" he muttered to himself in his heart. "Is it telling us that only by defeating the beast within can we survive? Is it warning us not to fall into the black rage and red thirst again, warning us that another step forward is eternal damnation?" Looking at these 99 conscious warriors, Seth felt an unprecedented sense of awe. This caused his soul to shudder far more than facing a countless alien army ever could. Before Seth could sort through his thoughts regarding the chilling numerical riddle, a violent vibration interrupted his contemplation. The heavy metal airtight doors on the other side of the hall collapsed inward with a deafening roar. Amidst the thick, filling dust, mortal figures were the first to step into this battlefield strewn with wreckage. It was the Krieg and the dead men. They did not hesitate at all, even when facing a ground littered with Necron remains and Astartes corpses. They maintained their advancing formation. Closely following them was the heavy thud of power armor footsteps. Space Marine chapters, sporting 3 distinctly different color schemes, strode into the dead silent hall like 3 converging torrents. Their armor was bright and their weapons were fully charged. They had clearly arrived as fresh reinforcements. Leading them was the chapter master of the Angels of Reverie. His eyes scanned the battlefield before finally fixing onto Seth, who was covered in blood like a fiend from hell. He raised his hand, signaling his troops behind him to disperse for reconnaissance and to establish a defensive line. Then he stepped forward alone to try to negotiate with this notoriously ferocious colleague. "Brother Seth," the chapter master of the Angels of Reverie said, his voice coming through his vox emitter, "you were in too much of a hurry. If you could have waited just a moment longer to advance in coordination with the follow-up forces, this floor full of sacrifices could have been avoided." He glanced at the mangled red armor around them, his tone carrying a bit of sincere admonishment. "Times are changing, Seth. Today's galaxy is no longer suited for lone wolf charges. By cooperating with other brother chapters and mortal forces, casualties will be much smaller. The Emperor's currency should not be squandered like this." Seth looked up, his bloodshot eyes staring at the other man. If this had been any other time, and if anyone dared to criticize the flesh-tearer's tactics to his face or preach like this, Seth's chainsword would likely already be at the person's throat. He would have roared at them that the flesh-tearers needed neither pity nor guidance. But at this moment, Seth's mind was in utter turmoil. This left him without the slightest desire to argue, let alone any inclination to continue killing. Looking at this rational brother in front of him, he only felt that such arguments over tactics were utterly meaningless. Seeing Seth remain silent, The chapter master of the Angels of Reverie assumed he was suppressing his anger and spoke again. You have suffered heavy casualties. Since the primary objective has been eliminated, why not withdraw first? Leave the remaining cleanup work to us. To everyone's surprise, Seth neither flew into a rage nor retorted with sarcasm. He simply lowered the chain greatsword in his hand and uttered a single word in a low, husky voice. Fine. Immediately after, he didn't give the chapter master another glance. He turned around and waved his hand at the 99 surviving brothers, issuing the order to retreat, and specifically added, "Bring all our brothers' gene seed and their bodies. We are leaving this place." The flesh-tearers silently began to move. Even Khosrin, who was still somewhat confused, began to walk back. The chapter master of the Angels of Reverie stood where he was, watching this scene. The face beneath his helmet showed an unrestrained look of astonishment. Rumors about Gabriel Seth were widely circulated within the Adeptus Astartes. A madman, a butcher, a berserker who might hack down friendly forces at any moment. He had already prepared himself to handle Seth violently lashing out or hurling vicious words, and had even covertly adjusted the output of his power axe. But this raging lion had actually listened to advice today. Of course, he would certainly not show this thought. As a chapter master, he possessed excellent discipline and composure. He nodded slightly, watching the battered yet eerily vibed Red Squad leave. Then he turned around and waved to his own brothers and allies. Move forward. Purge this area completely. Chapter 334. We die in glory. With Seth's departure, the purging of the Great Hall became orderly and efficient. The chapter master of the Revenant Angels did not slacken in the slightest due to the flesh-tearer's exit. Commanding with cold precision, he directed his Space Marines and brothers from the other two chapters to establish a crossfire network, utterly crushing the remaining Necrons attempting to crawl from the shadows. Simultaneously, the engineers and Helldivers of the Death Cause of Krieg began their most critical task, planting the charges. This was no simple demolition, it was a devastating funeral rite. The Kriegers and Helldivers swung their entrenching tools, prying open living metal wall panels to pack in high-yield melter explosives and even miniature atomic charges. Only after confirming that every crevice and structural node was filled with cataclysmic energy, turning the central hall into a volcano primed to erupt, did the Revenant Angels chapter master activate his Voxcaster. "This is the Revenant Angels calling Calgar." His voice was steady and chilling. "The core area is purged. Destruction protocols are deployed and ready for detonation on command." From the other end of the Vox came the calm response of Marneus Calgar. "Acknowledged. All Astartes units evacuate to a safe distance immediately. For the Emperor. For the Emperor." Severing the link, the Revenant Angels chapter master looked around. The Space Marines had already begun to form up for extraction, yet near the piles of volatile explosives, the mortal troops remained motionless. The Krieg soldiers silently established makeshift cover throughout the hall, setting up heavy bolters and laser guns. The sound of their breathing beneath their gas masks was barely audible. The Helldivers were checking their ammunition, their eyes devoid of even a hint of fear. Looking at these mortals, the chapter master's expression shifted slightly beneath his helmet. According to the plan, someone had to stay behind to ensure the Necrons' eerie self-repair mechanisms didn't eject the explosives or that swarms of scarabs didn't dismantle them before detonation. This wasn't just a guard detail, it was a burial party. When such an order is given, perhaps only the Death Corps of Krieg and these Helldivers would execute it without a moment's hesitation or compromise. They would serve as part of the fuse, turning to ash alongside this sacrilegious Xenos construct. The chapter master sighed softly and walked over to the Helldiver commander, who was currently wiping down his laser gun. "Since the explosives are set, it is time for us to withdraw," he said, his tone carrying a trace of uncharacteristic respect. The Helldiver commander looked up and nodded. "Then hurry up. The longer you stall, the more likely this hellhole spawns some new nightmare. Don't let our sacrifice be for nothing." The chapter master remained silent for a moment, looking at this small yet towering mortal. In his long years as an Astartes, he had seen many deserters and cowards, and many heroes as well. But the calm with which these men viewed death as their true destination still struck him. "I only hope that in the future I have the chance to fight alongside mortals as courageous as you again," the chapter master said solemnly, offering the highest praise he could give to those destined to die. The Helldiver commander grinned. "Don't worry, sir. As long as you don't die, you'll have plenty of chances." Finished, he waved his hand as if shooing away a nuisance. "Go on, get moving. The scenery here is about to get very intense. It's no place for you." The heavy footsteps gradually faded until they vanished at the end of the corridor. The once boisterous hall fell back into a suffocating silence, broken only by the drip of coolant and the faint humming of the bomb timers. The Helldiver commander chambered around into his bolt pistol and looked somewhat bored at the Krieg colonel standing like a statue beside him. The colonel's pitch-black gas mask looked particularly ghoulish in the dim green light, his lifeless lenses reflecting the surrounding ruins. To break the crushing tension, the Helldiver commander ventured, "Why don't you guys leave too? I feel like having both the Helldivers and the Kriegers here at the same time is a bit crowded." The Krieg colonel didn't speak. Even the rhythm of his breathing didn't change. He simply turned his head slowly, those emotionless glass lenses staring straight at the commander as if looking at a corpse. Being stared down by the personification of death made even the battle-hardened commander's skin crawl. "Haha, just a joke," the commander laughed awkwardly, waving it off. "Don't be so serious. We're about to meet the Emperor. Lighten up." Just as he turned back to check the defensive line, the other man spoke unexpectedly, his voice muffled and strange through the mask. "Our deaths are a good thing. Otherwise, with so many Kriegers born every year, the galaxy wouldn't be able to hold us all." The Helldiver commander froze in place. He blinked, looking at the completely covered man in disbelief. Was this guy stating a fact, or was he telling a dark joke? Before he could figure out how to respond, a dense, skittering sound, like metal legs tapping on stone, echoed from all sides of the hall. Countless black shadows flickering with green light crawled out of wall cracks, ventilation ducts, and the floor. They were swarms of scarabs and bizarre canoptech constructs arriving to purge the foreign objects and repair the damaged structure. Though they weren't frontline soldiers, their razor-sharp metal claws and molecular disintegration beams were lethal to mortals. "Don't let them touch the bombs," the Helldiver commander roared. His bolt pistol fired first, blowing a scarab attempting to climb the explosives into scrap. The battle erupted instantly. No tactics, no cover, just primal melee and desperate stalling. Krieg engineers swung their shovels, smashing mechanical bugs flat, while the Helldivers used their bodies to plug the breaches, fighting the cold metal monsters with bayonets and grenades. Blood and machine oil mingled, flowing across the cold blackstone floor. Finally, the long-awaited voice crackled over the vox. "All Astartes units have cleared the danger zone. Repeat, we are clear." By now, the hall was nearly drowned in a tide of constructs. The Krieg colonel and the Helldiver commander locked eyes across the chaotic battlefield. Though their masks hid their faces, they understood each other perfectly. 10 seconds later, the pyramid erupted in a flash of light brighter than a star. Tons of high-yield explosives released their devastating fury simultaneously. The magnificent pyramid disintegrated from within, support pillars melted, and the vaulted ceiling collapsed. The arrogant Xeno's architecture buckled inward amidst soaring flames and smoke, finally turning into a massive ruin, burying all the sin, all the glory, and the two mortal regiments who died proud to be there, together in the eternal dark. Chapter 335. My superintelligence tells me it's time to use super strength. As the massive Blackstone pyramid on the surface crumbled into ruins following a world-shaking explosion, the Astartes fleet, which had been lurking in the planetary shadows and debris fields, immediately bared its fangs. Bretu had now become the sharp edge of the Imperial fleet's blade. Several battle barges, as massive as mobile fortresses, engaged their engines at full power, their blue plasma trails carving brilliant streaks across the pitch-black void. They no longer needed to maneuver with cautious precision. Instead, they cut through the depths of the minefields, previously considered a forbidden zone, at staggering speeds along the winding but safe death corridor marked on Bretu. The Necron fleet was currently pinned down by the minefields and the firepower of other Imperial warships. Facing the roaring Imperial behemoths, these ancient Xenos vessels had nowhere to retreat. Brace for impact, for the Emperor! Accompanied by a blood-curdling roar from the bridge, the heavy adamantium prows of the Imperial battle barges, adorned with sacred scriptures, slammed into the elegant crescent-shaped hulls of the Necron ships with unadorned brutality. Boom! In the silence of the vacuum, the collision was soundless, yet the erupting energy waves and the flashes of twisting, shattering metal were enough to strike terror into any observer. The living metal armor of the Necron ships wailed under the impact of millions of tons of kinetic energy, torn open to reveal massive gaping wounds. Immediately after, like a pack of sharks scenting blood, countless boarding torpedoes packed with angels of death were launched from the broadsides of the battle barges. Exploiting the chaos of the collision, they bored deep into the interior of the Necron vessels. The screeching sound of metal being sliced echoed through the Necron corridors as melter cutters instantly burned through the final barriers. At the end of the hallways, ranks of Necron warriors had already formed up, raising their Gauss flares. Green energy gathered at their muzzles, ready to deconstruct the intruders into atoms. Ordinarily, the next thing to emerge would be Astartes' brethren clad in power armor, wielding bolters. However, when the airlocks were blown off by explosives, it was not Space Marines who charged out. Ogryns, charge! With a deafening roar, a group of Ogryn players, even larger than an Astartes in Terminator plate, burst from the smoke like beasts released from a cage. These Ogryns were draped in crude but thick armor plates. One hand held a heavy tower shield that could cover their entire bodies, while the other swung massive clubs or rudimentary battering rams. The Gauss beams of the Necron warriors struck the heavy tower shields, triggering ripples of green energy and peeling away layer after layer of metal. But these thick-skinned Ogryns didn't care in the slightest. The more they were injured, the harder they charged, intent on earning as much exp as possible before their lives ended. They bellowed and howled, relying on sheer brute force and massive momentum to crash into the orderly Necron ranks like bowling balls. Thump, crack. One Ogryn swung his club, smashing a Necron warrior's head directly into its chest cavity. Another launched a shield charge, pinning 3 or 4 Necron warriors against a wall and crushing them into a pile of scrap metal. For the Emperor, this group of Ogryns, originating from the penal legions, completely disrupted the Necron firing lines. They didn't need marksmanship or complex tactics. Their entire purpose was to serve as a mobile wall of flesh, carving a path for the angels behind them. Just as the Necron defensive lines were being torn apart by the Ogryn charge, the sound of disciplined, rhythmic firing rang out. The Space Marines followed closely behind, stepping into the secured landing zone with steady strides. Their bolters spat fury, precisely harvesting the remaining Necron soldiers who tried to bypass the Ogryns to counterattack. Watching the Ogryns ahead dismantle the Necrons like toys, a Space Marine captain spoke coldly over the Vox channel. Landing zone established. Let the big ones keep pushing. We follow and clear this ship. The battle advanced steadily along the eerie green corridors. It felt less like a heart-pounding boarding action and more like a one-sided armed parade. The internal defense mechanisms of a Necron ship were indeed terrifying. Hidden Gauss sentry turrets within the walls and phase sword-wielding Necron Lichguard appearing out of nowhere would usually inflict heavy casualties on any Astartes squad. But today, all these meticulously designed killing traps slammed into a wall of meat named Ogryn. When a squad of Necron units armed with giant hyperphase swords tried to use dimensional translocation to ambush the Astartes flank, they were caught the moment they manifested by the howling Ogryns who had been waiting there. The lead Ogryn let out a shout, swinging his club with such force it created a pressure wave, caving in the rib cages of several Necrons instantly. Then, several heavy tower shields pressed forward like hydraulic presses. The Necron guards' vaunted dueling skills had no room to be deployed against such absolute crowding and brute force. They could only be pinned helplessly against the corners. The Space Marines in the rear only needed to poke their bolters through the gaps in the shields to easily harvest these immobilized high-value targets. A Space Marine captain swapped out a magazine. Looking at the bulldozer-like Ogryn players ahead, he couldn't help but remark over the Vox. "By the Emperor, I never imagined a boarding action could be this easy." The other Battle Brothers felt the same. Fighting in the enemy's home base, especially within a Xenos ship with such high technological levels, usually meant deadly traps around every corner. Molecular cutting nets that could activate at any time, floors that suddenly shifted gravity, or swarms of scarabs dropping from the ceiling often resulted in unavoidable first encounter kills. But now all these death traps were perfectly neutralized by those high IQ Ogryns. Of course, while these Ogryn players had normal human intelligence, that intelligence simply told them, no matter what is in front of you, just hold up your shield and charge through it. A hidden disintegration ray trap triggered, striking the lead Ogryn. However, thanks to his naturally tough hide and the half-ton composite tower shield blocking the way, he only lost a layer of skin and half of his shield. The Ogryn merely scratched his head, stomped the trap generator into pieces, and continued charging forward with a roar. They were like the most rugged, durable minesweepers, using their massive frames and exuberant vitality to forcibly stomp out all the sophisticated defenses of the Necron ship, paving a smooth path to the bridge for the angels behind them. Chapter 336 Superclass. Thanks to the nearly suicidal advancement style of these Pedicea Ogryns, a hard-fought battle originally expected to take hours or even longer was pushed to the core area in a mere 30 minutes. These big guys had absolutely no concept of minesweeping. Their only tactic was to face-check the tall grass and step on the mines with their feet. As long as their legs weren't blown off, they kept running. If a leg did snap, the brother behind would hoist him onto a shoulder and keep charging. Soon this mixed assault team reached the core of the Necron battleship, the final line of defense leading to the bridge command hub. Blocking their path was a giant living metal door, 20 meters high. Eerie green energy circuits flowed across the surface, and complex tomb runes flickered on the panels, radiating an aura of hopeless durability. "Halt!" The Space Marine captain raised his bolt gun to signal the team to stop, then looked to the tech marine beside him. "Prepare melter bombs, or use the multi-melter to burn right through it." "Understood, brother." A Space Marine carrying a multi-melter stepped forward. The barrel began to preheat, emitting a heart-palpitating hum. This heavy weapon, designed for armored targets, was the best means of dealing with Necron structures, though it might take some time to melt through this thick layer of living metal. Just then, an impossibly large hand suddenly reached out and pressed down on the scorching melter barrel. "Don't need that. That's too slow," said the one stopping the Space Marine, an Ogryn player. He shoved the bewildered Space Marine behind him like a mother hen shooing a chick. "Let me do it. I get this." Every Astartes present froze. "You get this?" Before the Space Marines could react, the Ogryn had already swaggered up to the door, radiating deadly green light. He extended a finger thicker than an ordinary man's arm and began to doodle casually across the complex energy rune panel. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, a cross in the middle, and then a connecting line. The movement looked exactly like a toddler scribbling on a foggy window. One Space Marine was even about to open his mouth to stop this meaningless behavior, but in the next second, what happened made him swallow his words. Vroom, click. Accompanied by a crisp beeping sound, the green runes on the once-shut Necron door suddenly turned from green to gold. Immediately after, the heavy metal panels receded to the sides like melting wax, revealing a wide corridor. A deathly silence fell over the Astartes squad. How is this possible? For the first time, the captain's voice contained unmistakable instability. What just happened? He couldn't comprehend it. This was beyond the Imperial truth. It was beyond his understanding of the universe. An Ogryn draws a turtle, or whatever hellish scribble that was, with his finger, and he cracks the core door of a Necron battleship. But the Ogryns clearly weren't going to give them time to daze out. It's open. Charge, for the Emperor. Steal the kills." For these Ogryns, who were players, this was nothing more than a characteristic mini-game. Since the door was open, the rest was just a carnival. The Ogryns let out bursts of excited, strange cries, like a pack of starving wolves seeing a buffet, and poured into the bridge in a heap. "Sir?" The warrior beside him looked at the captain, at a loss. The captain took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the 10,000 whys in his heart. He raised his power sword again and roared, "Forget it. This must be the Emperor's divine power. Full squad, assault. Follow those Ogrins." As the last Space Marine entered the vast command hall, the hub of this Necron battleship was completely exposed to the Empire's fury. An eerie green glow illuminated a massive stepped pyramid structure. Seated upon the Blackstone throne at the highest point was the master of this ship, a Necron overlord. Its towering frame was draped in living metal armor adorned with the heraldry of the Mefrit dynasty, and its hand gripped a staff of light radiating an aura of destruction. When it saw this group of humans, especially the group of Ogrins still shoving each other and shouting, "It's huge in here, and where's the boss?" the cold, dead air seemed to freeze for a moment. Even though the Necron's skull-like metal face had long since lost the ability to make expressions, every Space Marine present could read the alien overlord's current feeling of utter disbelief through those frantically flickering visual sensors. "What did you just do?" The overlord's voice came through the translator with a dry, mechanical grinding sound and deep confusion. That was a tritanium-grade phase encryption lock. Even a technician specializing in this field would take ages to crack it. "How did you open my door?" Its gaze was fixed, staring at the Ogrin player who was currently picking his nose with his finger, as if trying to discern some ultimate cosmic truth from that abhuman head. The captain's hand tightened on his power sword. How was it opened? I want to know how the hell it was opened too. But his pride as an Astartes would never allow him to show weakness before a Xenos, let alone admit he had no idea what his subordinates were doing. Thus, the captain gave a cold snort, pointed his power sword at the high platform, and responded arrogantly, "What is there to say to a dying Xenos like you? Is the Emperor's wisdom something you could possibly understand?" The Necron overlord fell silent for a moment. The green fire in its eyes flickered, seemingly re-evaluating the threat level of the enemy before it. "Very well, it seems I must admit you have some tricks, humans," the overlord said, slowly standing up. Its tone held less contempt and more gravity. "Perhaps you are not as primitive as we first believed. That seemingly random scribbling actually contained some kind of high-dimensional mathematical logic. No wonder that fool Bryce lost so quickly on the surface. It seemed to have fallen into a logical feedback loop of self-rationalization, using the crudest appearance to disguise the most profound tactics to make us lower our guard, truly a most cunning race." The captain's mouth twitched slightly under his helmet. He felt that if this alien kept analyzing, it might eventually conclude that Ogrins were some lost technological creations of the dark age of technology. There was no way to engage in this conversation. The more they spoke, the weirder it became. "Enough! Don't listen to its nonsense." The captain waved his hand sharply, interrupting the overlord's contemplation. He roared into the comms channel, "Go! Don't let it escape. Chapter Master Huron wants to personally execute it and take its head back as a trophy. For the Emperor, for the loot." The Ogrin players, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, let out ear-splitting roars. The Necron overlord did not step down personally. With a wave of its staff, rows of tall figures holding hyperphase swords and dispersion shields stepped out from the shadows on both sides of the throne. The Necron's most elite guard, the Lich Guard. For the glory of the dynasty, purge the vermin. Chapter 337. A match made in heaven. 3,000 Ogrin players surged forward like a bursting dam, slamming violently into a defensive line composed of several hundred Lich Guard. From a tactical standpoint, this was a one-sided slaughter, of the Ogrins, of course. The Lich Guard are the elite warriors of the Necron dynasties. They have discarded ranged weaponry to focus entirely on the art of close-quarters combat. The hyperphase swords in their hands can effortlessly sever atomic bonds, each swing carrying a mathematically precise intent to kill. One Lich Guard sidestepped a clumsy shield bash from an Ogrin, its phase sword tracing a perfect arc. Without resistance or sound, before the Ogrin could even react, he was cleaved in two along a clean cut. Blood sprayed out, staining the Necron warrior's polished metallic frame. This was a total outclassing. The Ogryn's crude armor and tough flesh were as fragile as butter before phase weaponry. However, something bizarre happened. After completing the kill, the Lich Guard did not immediately launch its next attack. As a noble guard adhering to an ancient code of combat, it habitually flourished its sword and adjusted its stance, preparing to meet its next opponent at the most perfect angle. This was the martial virtue and arrogance hard-coded into its core programming. But that brief pause of a second or two was a fatal opening for the Ogryn players. Shit, number 3 is down. Guys, get in there together. This mob hits hard and has thick skin. Body block him. Trap his movement. Before the Lich Guard could finish its pose, 3 other Ogryns had already lunged from the left, right, and rear. They certainly weren't interested in a one-on-one duel. They used their shields as bricks to bash with, slammed their bodies into the Necron, and even tried to tackle its legs. Meanwhile, the number 3, who had just been split in half, had already respawned at the entrance, thanks to the player's unreasonable revival mechanic. He was currently howling as he picked up his shield and charged back into the fray. This scene played out repeatedly across the entire battlefield. Every strike from a Lich Guard was a guaranteed kill, elegant, lethal, and full of aesthetic grace. But they were facing a horde of lunatics who couldn't be killed off and didn't fear death. Often a guard would strike someone down, but before they could even retract their blade, they would be pinned down by 2 other Ogryns using their shields. While the Ogryn's crude weapons struggled to penetrate living metal, only managing to dent it, the Necrons simply couldn't handle the sheer numbers. He's a tin can. Everyone push. Pry him open. Grab his sword. That thing is OP as fuck. One unlucky Lich Guard was a moment too slow in pulling its blade out of an Ogryn's body and was instantly tackled to the ground by 7 or 8 massive hands. The Ogryns were like a gang of street thugs jumping an old lady. Some held down the head, some pinned the legs, and others rained down blows on its skull with clubs. Crunch. Finally, under the combined strength of several Ogryns, the Lich Guard's neck was snapped, and its core processor was violently destroyed. But that wasn't the end. The fallen Lich Guard's body began to flicker with green light as phase teleportation and reanimation protocols kicked in. The shattered metallic bones began to automatically realign and repair themselves. "Holy crap, this mob is self-reviving," an Ogryn shouted. "Are you stupid? While his health bar isn't full, keep hitting him." And so the Lich Guard, which had just shown signs of repair, was subjected to another round of inhumane physical therapy. The entire battlefield fell into a stalemate. Though the Lich Guard possessed overwhelming individual combat power, they were bogged down by their own slow self-repair speeds and kill efficiency. Conversely, while the Ogryn players had pathetic individual strength and agonizingly low kill speeds, often taking several minutes to fully dismantle a single Necron, they had the advantage of near-instant respawns. Every Lich Guard was surrounded by 3 or 4 Ogryns. Kill one, and another took his place. Kill a pair, and 2 more stepped up. The once grand bridge hall was now littered with flying limbs and metallic parts that were constantly being deformed and restored. The Space Marines in the rear held their bolters, unable to find an opening to intervene. Watching this chaotic mess, which looked like several thousand groks had been tossed into a blender, the Space Marine captain's power sword froze mid-air. He had originally intended to command his brothers to provide precision fire support, but it now seemed like an impossible task. The Ogryns and Lich Guard were entangled face-to-face, flesh to metal. If a bolt shell was fired, it would likely pass through the buttocks of 2 Ogryns and explode in the rear of a third. Whether it would even chip the paint on a Necron was anyone's guess. "Captain, do we join in?" A battle brother carrying a heavy bolter asked hesitantly. His finger tightened and loosened on the trigger several times, unable to find a firing window. "Let them fight. These big fellows seem to be enjoying themselves." The captain's lip twitched as he watched an Ogryn try to bite a Necron's thigh. He made a wise decision. "Do not interfere in that chaotic quagmire. Our objective is the decapitation strike." He turned his blade, pointing toward the towering Blackstone throne. "Everyone, follow me. Surround the Necron Lord." Although the center of the hall was a heated mess, not many Necrons blocked the Space Marines' path because all the guards were being hugged to death by Ogryns. Thus, this small squad of Astartes elites successfully crossed the edge of the battlefield and approached the throne in a pincer formation. However, when they truly stood before the Necron Overlord, an invisible pressure made the air feel thick. The Overlord remained seated on the throne, staff planted on the ground, posture languid. Beside it stood two tall figures holding rods of covenant and clad in even heavier, more ornate armor. Triarch Praetorians, the enforcers of ancient law within the Necron race, whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary Lich Guard. The Space Marines fanned out quickly, their muzzles aimed squarely at the three targets. Melters preheated and plasma guns charged. The atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. But no one pulled the trigger. Through the helmet's Vox channel, the captain issued a secret order to all squad members. Maintain vigilance. Do not fire rashly before Chapter Master Huron arrives. These three are difficult to deal with. We need to stall for as much time as possible. They knew very well that, according to the intel from the Helldivers, their single company would suffer a Pyrrhic victory at best if they tried to force a kill on a high-ranking overlord protected by Triarch Praetorians. Since the Ogrins had tied down the main force, they only needed to keep an eye on the big boss. Once the main army arrived, a righteous gang beating would be the way to go. On the throne, the Necron Overlord's electronic eyes, burning with green fire, swept over the Space Marines below. It emitted a contemptuous electronic chitter. A pack of wolves waiting for the Alpha's command, it said, showing no hint of panic at being held at gunpoint. Instead, it examined the Astartes as if observing rare animals. I can calculate the hesitation in your tactical logic. You are waiting for someone, yes? The captain did not answer, merely tightening his grip on his weapon, his body coiled like a spring. No matter, the Overlord leaned back slowly, its metallic spine clinking against the throne. Though I am curious about your strange breach technology and admit you are slightly more resilient than I imagined, before absolute power, such cleverness is meaningless. The two Triarch Praetorians beside it slightly raised their rods of covenant, seemingly ready to launch a devastating strike at any moment. But because the Overlord had not given the command, they remained in a posture of deterrence. The Overlord possessed its own brand of arrogance. As an ancient being who had lived for 60 million years, it had witnessed the fall of stars and the wailing of gods. To it, these 100 human warriors were nothing more than slightly stronger insects. It was confident that it could crush them whenever it pleased, so it didn't mind spending a little extra time to see what other surprises these humans could bring. Since you wish to wait, I shall wait with you. The Overlord even pointed with some interest toward the chaotic battlefield below, its tone carrying a hint of mockery. Coincidentally, I also wish to see just how long these slabs of meat you brought can last against my guards. Chapter 3. 138. Why talk about honor with a Xeno? Just as the eerie standoff threatened to stretch the tension in the air to its breaking point, a series of footsteps, heavier and denser than any heard before, echoed from outside the main gates. It wasn't just the stride of a single squad. It was an unstoppable march, a rhythmic vibration like a tide of iron that made the very metal floorboards beneath them tremble. Move, everyone get the hell out of my way. Accompanied by a roar full of majesty and tyranny, a figure already renowned, or rather infamous within the galaxy, strode into the bridge. The chapter master of the Astral Claws, the tyrant of Badab, Luft Huron. Clad in master-crafted power armor, his cloak snapping behind him with every thunderous step, he wore a look of unbridled arrogance and high spirits. Behind him, Space Marines in silver and blue livery poured into the hall like a dam breaking. 1 squad, 2 squads, 10, 100. The once spacious bridge was now packed to the brim by this silver tide of steel. The squad led by the previous captain quickly retreated to the sides, bowing respectfully. If a high-ranking Imperial Inquisitor were here, they would likely suffer a stroke on the spot. Only recently, during the Pentatratum campaign, Chapter Master Huron had answered the call for a crusade, leaving the Maelstrom to support the Ultramarines. At the time, he had solemnly pleaded poverty to the High Lords of Terror, claiming his forces were exhausted from guarding the Maelstrom, and that the entire chapter could barely scrape together 1,000 warriors. a standard strength perfectly compliant with the Codex Astartes. But now, just looking around, the number of astral claws crowded into this bridge alone for the boarding action exceeded 2,000. This wasn't exhaustion. This was barely even pretending to follow the rules anymore. To Huron, the Codex and its organizational limits seemed worth less than scrap paper. Huron surveyed the battlefield. First, he glanced at the Ogryns still playing human pyramid and whack-a-mole with the Lich Guards, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Though these big lugs lacked any semblance of order, they were perfect meat shields, successfully pinning down the troublesome Necron elites. Then his gaze swept past the chaotic front line to the high platform. There stood the haughty Necron overlord and its two Triarch Praetorians, standing lonely before the throne. "Ha!" Huron grinned, revealing a grimace, the expression of a hunter seeing prey fall into a trap. He didn't even bother with a pre-battle speech. He simply raised his massive lightning claw and gave a casual wave toward the three targets on the platform. Clack! It was the sound of 1,000 bolters chambering rounds simultaneously. 2,000 astral claws moved in perfect unison. The black muzzles rose like 2,000 eyes of death, locking onto the three figures above. Beside the standard bolters, the muzzles of meltaguns began to glow red. Plasma coils began to whine, and the belts of heavy bolters rattled. Against such firepower, let alone a Necron overlord, one could have leveled the entire command center several times over. The overlord, who had previously maintained a languid posture, believing it controlled the situation, stared at the dense thicket of muzzles below. Its emerald oculars flickered wildly, its processors likely redlining to calculate the absurdity of this fire density. For the first time, the hand holding the overlord's staff stiffened with a very human-like rigidity. It looked at its two remaining guards, then at the silver sea below. No matter the calculation, the probability of victory had plummeted to zero. The elegance and composure belonging to the ancient race finally shattered. "You—" The overlord's voice trembled with a hint of exasperated rage. It pointed at Huron as if seeing the most unreasonable barbarian in the universe. "I thought since you could crack my tri-titanium phase lock, you were a race with some level of civilization, one that understood a duel between champions." Looking at the 2,000 muzzles about to spit fire, it let out a cry from the depths of its soul. "I did not expect you to be so utterly shameless." Hearing the Necron's grief-stricken accusation, Huron curled his lip in disdain, a pure expression of human supremacism's contempt for the alien. Why talk civilization with an alien like you? Without a moment's hesitation, the great hand symbolizing destruction swung down. Fire! In an instant, the bridge was lit up as if by a miniature star. Bolters, plasma guns, and meltaguns roared simultaneously, their collective thunder drowning out all other sound. Countless bolts drew dense lines of fire through the air, plasma bolts fell like blue suns, and melta rays warped the atmosphere. The high platform was instantly and completely engulfed in fire, dust, and energy storms. This saturated bombardment lasted for a full 10 seconds. When Huron waved his hand again to signal a ceasefire, the smoke slowly cleared. The spot where the Overlord and the two Praetorians had stood was now empty. Not only were there no remains, but the throne and half the platform beneath it had been completely vaporized in the heat and explosions, leaving only a smoldering, molten crater. Huron nodded in satisfaction, retracting his sizzling lightning claw. Perhaps in his younger days, before he was chapter master, he might have thought about charging up to duel the alien lord to claim its head for his trophy rack. But now he was the master of the astral claws, the warden, or rather, the ruler of the maelstrom. At his level, the empty fame of individual bravado was no longer important. He thought about how to achieve the greatest results with the minimum cost, how to preserve every precious Astartes, and how to grow his chapter's strength. They were deep within the enemy flagship. Delays meant danger. A duel. What if he made a mistake? What if the enemy had a hidden card? Huron would grieve for half a day over the loss of even a single battle brother. Erasing the threat with absolute overwhelming firepower was the most stable and efficient method. At that moment, Huron suddenly remembered the Overlord's final words. What was that alien saying about a lock? Huron turned to the captain, who had arrived first, his brow furrowing slightly. "It said we cracked its lock." The captain stepped forward, his expression strange as he recounted everything that had happened from start to finish. "You're saying—" Even Huron showed a rare look of astonishment after listening. "This Necron gate was opened by those—" He pointed at the Ogryns in the distance, who were still wrestling with the remaining Lich Guards. "It was opened by one of those Ogryns?" "Yes, Chapter Master," the captain said, his voice full of disbelief. "And it only took a dozen seconds. That Ogryn seems to be technically gifted." Huron was genuinely surprised. He had seen the bravery and self-sacrifice of the Legion of the Dead before. He had always assumed they were just a bunch of berserkers. He never expected them to be hiding a technical genius in their midst. And an Ogryn at that? This was more absurd than finding a pacifist in this war-torn universe. An Ogryn who could crack high-level Necron codes was a unique and scarce resource in the Imperial labor market. However, as an ambitious leader, Huron excelled at winning hearts and discovering talent. No matter how absurd it was, if it was useful to him, it was a good thing. He immediately keyed his external vox emitters, his voice booming through the hall like a great bell. "Which hero just cracked the gate's lock? You have performed a great deed." Huron's majestic voice rose above the din of battle. "Come find me immediately after the combat is over. As a reward for your wisdom and contribution, I shall grant you a special honor. I will give you my personal autograph." The bridge fell silent for a split second. Then the Ogryn Helldivers, who were busy smashing Necron heads with clubs, erupted into a massive commotion. "Holy crap, that actually worked. An autograph? Is it the kind of signature I think it is? Is that lock-picking quest worth that much? If I'd known, I would have tried poking at it too." "I object. I can pick that stupid lock too. I want an autograph too." Countless Ogryns beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. In their eyes, cracking a high-tech Necron lock was surely just a simple interaction prompt or a game of luck. Such a golden opportunity to get an autograph from a faction leader just by moving a finger a certain way had been snatched away so easily. Chapter 339. It's a matter of face. As the boarding action settled, the Necron flagship, resembling a giant tomb, began to disintegrate under a series of violent internal explosions. The warriors of the Astral Claws were methodically withdrawing to their strike cruiser. Standing on the scarred deck, Huron's gaze never left the group of Ogryns currently scavenging the aftermath. During the recent battle, the cost-effectiveness displayed by these brutes had stirred the chapter master's heart. They were thick-skinned and hardy, capable in a fight, possessed of functional intelligence, and most importantly, they did not fear death. If he could incorporate these fellows into the Astral Claws as an auxiliary force to tank Xeno's firepower, his precious Astartes could deal damage from a safe distance or move into tactical positions with ease. Training a single Astarte required decades and a mountain of resources, but these Ogryns, they could be used for the price of some rations. The math was simply too good. With this in mind, Huron did not go to rest upon returning to the Imperial fleet's flagship. Instead, he went straight to the current Supreme Commander of the fleet, Marneus Calgar, Chapter Master of the Ultramarines. Inside the strategic briefing room, Calgar was staring at a star map in deep thought. "Brother Calgar," Huron began directly, his tone carrying a hint of testing. "About those Ogryns from the Helldivers, I was thinking, since the upcoming campaign will only get more brutal, could their command be temporarily transferred to me? As you've seen, my Astral Claws excel at siege and assault. With them as cover, I can minimize casualties and crush those Xenos more efficiently." Huron felt his reasoning was sound. It was for the victory of the Imperium and the preservation of Astartes' lives. However, Calgar's reaction was entirely unexpected. The Ultramarines chapter master turned around, his rugged face unreadable, and calmly shook his head. "Chapter Master Huron, I cannot approve your request. Furthermore, if you truly want those Ogryns to continue following you, you will have to ask the commander of this Helldiver Legion, Robert." Huron frowned. "Him? That shouldn't matter. Command is in your hands. You only need to issue the order." "Wait, did you say continue?" "Yes," Calgar said flatly. because for the main Imperial Navy and the Astartes coalition, this war is already over." "What?" Huron's voice spiked, his hawk-like eyes wide with disbelief. "How can the war be over? It's only just begun. The Necron main fleet is still prowling the sector, countless worlds are still under threat, and we've only just repelled their first wave." Mid-sentence, Huron stopped abruptly. His sharp political instincts and deep understanding of the imperial bureaucracy allowed him to instantly grasp the meaning behind Calgar's words. Looking into Calgar's calm, almost cold eyes, a realization flashed through his mind. "I see." Huron let out a cold laugh, his previous fervor chilling instantly. "It's because of face." "It seems you understand." Calgar nodded, offering no denial. His voice was low, and his explanation mirrored Huron's thoughts. The cause of this war was not a struggle for territory, but rather the open provocation from that Xeno's overlord. It was a naked insult to the dignity of the Holy Emperor. And now, Calgar pointed to the icon on the star map representing the destroyed Necron flagship. "We have destroyed their landmark structures on the ground, defeated their flagship in space, and slain their overlord. The Imperial Guard won, the Navy won, and the Astartes won. We have struck back at these Xenos before the eyes of the entire galaxy and secured a victory. Our honor is satisfied. That is enough." Huron fell silent. Indeed, this was a game of honor. Now that face had been restored, it was time to look at the ledger. As for the Orpheus sector itself, Calgar's finger swept across the star zone. There are no strategic resources here worth protecting. No rare minerals, no vital forge worlds. The cost of the war during this period has already reached astronomical figures. The Imperium cannot afford to continue pouring billions of resources into defending a barren wasteland. This war of face has reached its limit of cost-effectiveness. Huron took a deep breath. As an ambitious man, he understood that this was the logic by which the Imperium operated. "So we are withdrawing?" Huron asked. "Yes. Aside from a small contingent of ultramarines staying behind to assist with defense, most of the warships and chapters will depart for their respective sectors." Calgar looked at a solitary marker on the edge of the star map and added, "Of course, the Imperium won't abandon it entirely. The Revenant Angels chapter will remain as the only organized Astartes force stationed in the Orpheus sector." "So, Huron," Calgar looked at him, "if you still want those Ogrins, go talk to Robert yourself. From this moment on, the war is over, and I no longer hold that level of command over them." Hearing this explanation, which reeked of bureaucratic decay, a flicker of irrepressible rage flashed in Huron's eyes. He turned and pointed at the blinking red dots on the tactical screen, his voice low. "You've seen how terrifying these Xenos are, Brother Calgar. That self-repairing metal, those weapons that can disintegrate anything instantly. If we don't eradicate them now, they will become a catastrophic threat in the future." Calgar replied with a calm tinged with helplessness. "That is a matter for the future. Huron, you know as well as I do that most people cannot see that far. To them, a beautiful battle report and the current budget are far more important than a crisis that might erupt a century from now." Upon hearing this, Huron's expression froze for a moment before melting into a deeply cynical sneer. "Of course, how can mortals with lifespans of only a century or two see 500 years ahead?" He made no effort to hide the contempt in his voice. "They live and die in a day like mayflies, yet they presume to chart the course of a great vessel. And yet, the great Imperium is controlled by exactly such a group of short-sighted fools." These words were crossing a line. Under the Imperium's strict hierarchy and dogmas of absolute loyalty to Terra, such a statement, if overheard by the Inquisition, would be enough to brand Huron with the label of dangerous thoughts. The air seemed to freeze for several seconds. Calgar did not evaluate Huron's words, nor did he rebuke his disrespect. The master of Macragge, famous for his adherence to rules, sat as silent as a marble statue, showing neither agreement nor dissent. In that moment, perhaps even he felt a wordless resonance with Huron regarding the state of the Imperium, but he would never give voice to it. Silence itself was the answer. Huron glanced at Calgar's expressionless face and knew further talk was useless. "In that case, I won't disturb you further." Huron masked his emotions and gave Calgar a slight nod of departure. Since the official war is over, I'll handle things my own way. I'm going to find Robert myself. Chapter 340, Empire's Timely Reign. After leaving Calgar's command room, Huron did not pause for a moment, heading straight for the Helldiver Legion's quarters on the ship. He found Robert in a temporarily requisitioned maintenance bay. The mortal commander was sitting on a pile of ammo crates, holding a tactical slate, seemingly tabulating data. Huron gathered his thoughts and strode forward. Though the man before him was a mere mortal, Huron granted him sufficient respect as the leader of such a powerful legion. "Commander Robert," Huron said, getting straight to the point with a low, forceful voice. "I have matters to discuss regarding the arrangements moving forward." Robert looked up, saw the chapter master of the Astral Claws, and set down his slate. "Lord Huron, please, speak. As you know, the official phase of the war has been declared over, and the Imperial fleet is preparing to withdraw," Huron said, fixing his gaze on Robert's eyes as he slowly revealed his true intent. "But I do not intend to stop here. The Maelstrom Zone is currently in turmoil. Heretics and Xenos stir frequently. My chapter is in dire need of powerful support." He paused. "I hope you can transfer that Ogrin unit to my command. Whether as a temporary attachment or a permanent transfer, I will provide them with the finest treatment and honor. With them, the Astral Claw's defensive lines in the Maelstrom will be impregnable." Having finished his piece, Huron didn't wait for an immediate answer. Instead, his mind raced, simulating the negotiations to follow. It didn't take a genius to realize that no commander would willingly hand over their ace troops. These Ogrins were not only terrifying in combat, but even knew how to crack Necron technology. They were priceless treasures. If it were Huron and someone dared to ask for his first company Terminators, he would have shoved a lightning claw down their throat. The man would surely refuse at first. Huron had already listed several arguments in his head. Should he play the emotional card, claiming the Ogrins showed great admiration for him and wanted to serve under him? Should he take the diplomatic route, emphasizing the unbreakable bond forged between the Astral Claws and the Helldivers in the recent battle? Or should he take the moral high ground, stressing the precarious state of the Maelstrom, that if it fell, the entire Empire's interests would suffer? Huron was even prepared to offer master-crafted equipment or even warships as compensation if the man proved stubborn. However, something happened that he never could have predicted. Upon hearing the request, Robert's face showed no anger, reluctance, or intent to bargain. He simply gave Huron a strange look, as if looking at someone asking for directions. "That's it." Robert scratched his head, his tone as relaxed as if they were discussing what to eat for dinner. "Then there's no need to come to me. If you want to take them, go ask them yourself. If they want to go with you, then they go with you." What? A flicker of confusion crossed Huron's face, a face usually defined by calculated control. He briefly wondered if his hearing had failed. No negotiations, no exchange of interests, no need to pressure this mortal. "Just like that?" Huron asked, incredulous. "These are your elite assault forces, and you're just letting them choose for themselves." In the Imperial military system, soldiers were consumables, extensions of their commander's will. The idea of soldiers deciding their own deployment was unheard of. Looking at the shocked Space Marine chapter master, Robert shrugged and said as if it were common sense, "They're all adults. They should make their own decisions. I'm not their parent. Their legs belong to them. Where they want to fight and who they want to follow is their freedom." To Robert, this was indeed common sense. While these players were nominally under his command, they were actually a bunch of dudes there to play a game. If they wanted to switch locations or follow a more famous NPC to grind merit points, was he supposed to ban their accounts? Huron stood frozen, looking at Robert's nonchalant expression, a strong sense of the absurd welling up inside him. He felt as though there was a massive cognitive divide between them. No, it was as if two different dimensions were attempting to converse. But Huron was Huron. As the tyrant of the Maelstrom, his pragmatism instantly overruled his confusion. Whatever the reason, as long as the result favored him, it was fine. Since Robert was generous enough to let these excellent soldiers go, Huron would gladly accept. He didn't dwell on the topic further, quickly schooling his expression back into a majestic posture. "In that case, I shall go and seek their opinion," Huron said deeply, a glint of determination in his eyes. Robert nodded and picked up his slate again. "As you should. Good luck, Lord Huron. With your reputation, I'm sure it'll be easy." Huron turned and left with supreme confidence, fully agreeing with Robert's assessment. Carrying his ambition to recruit the elites, Huron rushed to the Ogrins' temporary camp. These big fellows, fresh from a fierce battle, were gathered in small groups. Huron's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. The Astral Claw's leader didn't put on airs. He walked straight to the Ogrin who had opened the Necron gate earlier. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huron pulled a heavy book from his waist pouch, a copy of the Codex Astartes with gold-rimmed covers. On the flyleaf was Huron's own flamboyant signature. "This is an honor you have earned, warrior." Huron solemnly placed the book in the Ogrin's hands, his voice carrying the approval of a superior to a subordinate. "Your bravery and wisdom have left a deep impression on me." The Ogrin player held the book, his eyes nearly bulging out of his head. Even if this thing had no stat bonuses, posting this on the forums would be a massive flex. Huron glanced around out of the corner of his eye. Just as he expected, the other Ogrins were looking at the book with unconcealed envy. The fish had bitten. Huron's lips curled up slightly as he began to wait patiently. Sure enough, after a moment, a bold Ogrin player squeezed forward, rubbing his massive hands with anticipation. "Brother Huron, I want an autograph too. I'm really tough too." Huron turned to face the warriors, hungering for glory, and spoke loudly. "You want one too? Certainly. But my signature is granted only to the bravest of warriors." He paused, his burning gaze sweeping over the crowd. "If you follow me to the Maelstrom and join the Astral Claw's auxiliary legions, if you achieve great feats in the coming battles, a mere signature is something I will not withhold. I might even personally award you the Astral Claw's Medals of Honor." The Ogrin's eyes lit up instantly. Someone quickly asked, "Are there a lot of fights in the Maelstrom? If we go there and there are no mobs to grind, no battles to fight, wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Huron didn't even have to explain. A lore buff player who had done their homework stood up in the crowd and shouted, "Is that even a question? Bro, that's the Maelstrom, the most famous chaos zone in the Empire. Xenos and heretics are everywhere. There's a pirate every 5 steps and a cult every 10. You can run into 2 rebel groups just going out for groceries." "Exactly." Huron picked up the thread immediately, not only confirming the man's words, but upping the ante. "The situation in the Maelstrom is far more severe than you imagine. It is full of challenges, but also full of opportunity. If you go, I will use you as the primary force for purging enemies. I will never let you waste your time in the rear." Hearing the words primary force, the players erupted. It was as if they saw infinite merit points waving at them. They scrambled to sign up, and the scene briefly spiraled out of control. "I'm in. Chapter Master Huron, count me in. Me too, I have a shield, I can tank. Brother Huron is truly loyal. Not only does he give out books, he gives us fights." He knew I was short on merit points and came right over to deliver a war. He truly is the Empire's timely reign. Seeing the crowd of Ogrins competing to serve him, Huron felt a great sense of peace. Though he didn't understand why they called him Timely Reign, it didn't hinder his control over this fresh force. With these fearless lunatics, the pirates and heretics of the Maelstrom were about to see their good days come to an end. Chapter 3, 141. Weapon Upgrade. With heavy footsteps and excited chatter, the Ogrin players marched valiantly onto the strike cruiser of the Astral Claw's chapter. To the mortal crew of this warship, abhumans like Ogrins were no strangers. Usually, however, the appearance of such creatures was accompanied by a sickening body odor. Layers of unwashed filth and episodes of incontinence triggered by claustrophobia. Thus, when the sailors responsible for reception saw the dark mass of mountain-like Ogrins crowding into the deck corridors, they reacted almost instinctively. Moving in unison, they covered their noses with pained expressions and retreated repeatedly, attempting to put distance between themselves and these biochemical weapons. We're doomed. So many Ogrins, a sailor in charge of deck cleaning grumbled, his voice muffled behind his fingers. Just cleaning up the smell they leave behind and those other things. We're going to be suffering for a while. His companions nodded fervently, their eyes full of despair. In the enclosed environment of a starship, the stench of an Ogrin was nothing short of a catastrophe. However, several seconds passed and the expected stench did not arrive. Wait, someone said, puzzled. He loosened his grip on his nose and took a cautious breath. Why don't I smell anything? The air was filled with the familiar scents of machine oil, incense, and metal, but the signature sour, rotting stench was nowhere to be found. Huh? I don't smell it either, another sailor said, lowering his hand in amazement. He even dared to lean forward slightly. These are actually a batch of odorless Ogrins. This discovery hit the crowd like a bombshell. Everyone began whispering, their faces written with disbelief. Incredible! Where did the lords find Ogrins that don't stink? And they're even cleaner than our living quarters on the lower decks. My family has worked on this ship for 3 generations, and I've never heard of such a thing. Is this some kind of new genetically modified breed? Just as the mortal crew were pointing and staring at the players as if they were rare animals, an Ogrin player with sharp hearing caught their conversation. He stopped in his tracks and turned his head, his massive face clouding with annoyance. Oi, you lot over there, he bellowed, his voice making the deck plates hum. What do you mean, actually? Don't you lot know anything about hygiene? I shower every day, of course I don't smell. Don't go lumping us in with those dirty gits, all right? Looking at the players' mountain-like physique and an arm thicker than their own waists, the sailors were scared out of their wits. Their curiosity vanished instantly, replaced by deep terror. Our apologies, we didn't know. Please forgive our ignorance. The sailors shrank back, folding immediately. Some even began to tremble. After all, if an Ogrin lost its temper, crushing a mortal's skull was no harder than breaking a grok's egg. It was best not to provoke them. Just as the scene was becoming chaotic, a heavy, rhythmic, metallic clanking approached. An Astral Claws space marine, clad in silver-blue power armor, strode forward. At the sight of this demigod-like giant, the mortal sailors who had been begging for mercy fell silent instantly. They knelt on one knee in perfect unison, bowing their heads deeply, not daring to gaze upon the Astartes' glory. However, the Astral Claw didn't spare the mortals even a glance. He ignored the sailors kneeling all over the floor and walked straight to the group of Ogrin players who were looking around curiously. Big guys, follow me. Finally reaching the guiding NPC, the players followed him enthusiastically, looking like a pack of hungry wolves waiting for dinner. They moved through complex corridors, finally arriving at a heavy blast door. As the doors slowly slid open, the Astral Claw's armory was revealed. The room was filled with equipment that Huron had specifically authorized to win over this elite force. Aside from the standard Ogrin issue, thick metal clubs, heavy iron plate armor, and shields the size of door panels, the most eye-catching items were the rows of heavy firearms lined against the walls. They were heavy autocannons that looked as if they had just been ripped off the wings of a fighter jet. Holy crap, this thing looks bloody awesome. An Ogrin player couldn't wait. He rushed forward and lifted one of the heavy weapons, weighing over 100 kilograms, with a single hand as if it were a toy. The cold metallic touch and the exaggerated caliber made his eyes light up, and he nearly started drooling. Look at this barrel, look at the caliber. This is way better than a Ripper gun. This is what a real man should use. The Astral Claw Guide had originally intended to maintain order and help distribute the gear to prevent these simple-minded brutes from fighting over weapons, a common occurrence in Ogrin units. To his surprise, however, while the big fellows were noisy, their actions were exceptionally orderly. Those who wanted to play tank went for the shields, those who wanted DPS went for the autocannons, and some were even consulting each other on equipment builds. There was no fighting or brawling whatsoever. Seeing this, the Astartes silently dismissed the idea of intervening and simply stood aside to explain. These were prepared specifically for you. These heavy autocannons are usually mounted on vehicles or fixed positions, but considering your physique, you can carry them as individual weapons. He pointed to the mountain of ammo crates nearby. In combat, you'll carry specialized ammo backpacks with belt feed systems. Every one of you will be a mobile turret with incredible endurance. The players were overjoyed, already imagining themselves as human-shaped Gundams, slaughtering everything in their path across the Maelstrom war zone. However, the Astral Claw added, pointing to a red device above the receiver, to prevent you from holding down the trigger in excitement and dumping all your ammo in minutes, we've added a mechanical limiter inside the trigger guard to force burst fire. Removing this is very difficult. It requires click, snap. Before he could finish, the crisp sound of snapping metal and dismantling parts interrupted him. The Astral Claw froze. He turned to see many Ogryn players had already ripped off their limiters and tossed them onto the floor, looking disgusted. Are you kidding? What kind of real man uses burst fire? It's only fun if you're spraying on full auto. Exactly. Anti-human designs like fire rate locks should have been tossed in the bin ages ago. Looking at the floor littered with limiter parts, the Astral Claw finally remembered these Ogryns from the Perdita Helldivers were not your average Ogryns. Fine, the Astartes shook his head helplessly. Our Tech Marine brothers haven't fought alongside you yet. They truly underestimated you. It seems a puzzle that would stump a Grox is indeed no match for you. Chapter 342. Why are these Humies so big? On the bridge, Luft Huron stared at the armory report transmitted by the Astartes. An irrepressible curve hooked the corner of his mouth as his fingers tapped rhythmically against the arm of his throne. He was in a state of absolute euphoria. Throne be praised. 3,000 Ogryns with normal intelligence. In the common understanding of the Imperium, while Ogryns possessed Herculean strength, their brains were severely lacking, relegating them to roles as meat shields or simple shock troops. But these giants from the Perdita Forlorn were different. They possessed a cunning and tactical acumen that rivaled any baseline human. Even if their individual combat capability couldn't quite match a fully modified and trained Astartes, their terrifying physique and heavy firepower meant they could effectively count as 0.8 of a space marine. Huron quickly ran the numbers in his head. The Astral Claws currently numbered 3,500 space marines, all told. With the addition of these 3,000 fully armed Ogryns, the chapter's theoretical combat power had effectively increased by more than half overnight. Ha 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 ha! Huron laughed wildly in his mind, the flames of ambition burning bright in his lone eye. With this force, he would make those arrogant Xenos and despicable heretics in the Maelstrom kneel and sing of his conquest. As time passed, the Astral Claw's fleet shuddered violently as the veil of reality was torn asunder, and the warships slowly transitioned out of the warp. Outside the viewports, the magnificent and deadly nebulae of the Maelstrom came into view. Violent warp energies lashed out like tentacles between the star systems. This was a tumor on the Imperium, but a paradise for the ambitious. However, the fleet was still some distance from the Astral Claw's headquarters in the Badab sector. The energy currents at the center of the Maelstrom were extremely complex and unpredictable, a desert of logic where standard warp navigation was impossible. This was the fundamental reason why the Imperium found it so difficult to govern the Maelstrom region directly. Just as the fleet exited the warp lanes and began adjusting engine output, the alarms on the bridge suddenly blared. "Lord, unidentified vessels are approaching at high speed," the Auspex operator reported loudly. "No identification signals. Wait, visual confirmation. It's a pile of junk?" As the reconnaissance feed zoomed in, a dozen or so ramshackle, bizarre warships appeared on the screen, looking as though they had been forcibly welded together from countless pieces of scrap metal. They belched thick black smoke, their hulls covered in chaotic paint and massive tusk icons. Clearly, this was the handiwork of orcs. "Greenskin Buchaners," Huron snorted with disdain. "Report, we are receiving a visual communication request from the opposition," the comms officer said hesitantly. "Put it through," Huron said, adjusting his power armor and settling into his command seat. "Let's see what sort of thing dares to block the path of the Astral Claws." The screen flickered a few times before a massive green face suddenly filled the frame. It was an orc warboss with a mouth full of rotten teeth and a sheet metal jaw. It stared through the screen with bloodshot little eyes, sizing up Huron. Wah! Looky ear, it's a shiny tin Humie. The war boss let out a piercing laugh, spittle practically flying off the screen. Oi, you there, Humie can, use in our way. So we have to crump ya, no hard feelings. It waved a massive power claw, roaring arrogantly. But I'm feeling noise. If you Humies get out of the way real noise-like and leave us some crates of the good daka, I might just be good and let you tin cans go. The entire bridge went dead silent. The mortal crew members looked at Huron in terror. Huron was actually amused by such ignorant bravado. In the maelstrom, no one dared speak to the astral claws like that. He flashed a cruel smile, the red light in his eye flickering. Xenos, your ignorance makes me laugh. Your only end is destruction. The orc clearly hadn't expected a rebuttal. It froze for a second before flying into a rage, slamming its fists onto the console with a thunderous clack-clack. Right then, you unthinking Humie can. I'm gonna show you who's the boss. Boys, give him a proper wah welcome. Wah! The communication cut out amidst the ear-piercing roar. Brother Huron, the first company is ready for boarding actions, the bodyguard captain requested in a low voice. Huron raised a hand to stop him, watching the scrap metal orc ship accelerating toward them on the screen with a playful glint in his eyes. No, there is no need to deploy the Astartes, Huron ordered, his voice laced with anticipation. Release the Ogrins. This is a perfect field test. Let me see exactly how much power my fully armed Ogrins can truly exert. Facing the black smoke-belching greenskin vessel that was charging like a mad dog, the Astral Claws strike cruiser displayed a breathtaking arrogance. Under Huron's direction, the ship didn't even attempt a single evasive maneuver. Boom! Accompanied by the soul-wrenching sound of twisting metal and violent vibrations, the orc ship, a mountain of junk welded together, slammed squarely into the hull of the Astral Claws vessel. Though the Imperial warship was heavily armored, the savage physical impact still sent a shudder through the entire craft. Immediately following, like a parasite clinging to bone, the orc ship launched countless rusted boarding torpedoes painted with large red arrows. With piercing shrieks, they bored into the strike cruiser's outer armor, pinning themselves to the hull like nails. Boys, this ship belongs to us now. With the muffled thuds of hatches blowing open, the greenskins immediately began their favorite pastime, boarding combat. At one of the breached openings, as the steam cleared, a squad of greenskins poured out of the torpedo bay with wild screeches. Leading them was an orc boss in tattered heavy armor, waving a chain axe dripping with engine oil, his face flushed with excitement. Wah! He was the first to charge into the corridor, opening his maw to roar, "Lil Humies, we's here to take your eds." However, his roar stopped abruptly half a second later, as if an invisible hand had suddenly snatched him by the throat. The orc boss remained frozen in his axe-swinging pose, staring blankly at the scene before him. The scene he expected, panicked mortal sailors fleeing in all directions, or even a few space marines in power armor, did not appear. Instead, waiting for them was a group of gargantuan figures that crowded the wide corridor so tightly not even water could leak through. These creatures wore thick, master-crafted plate armor and held heavy autocannons that could easily double as warhammers. Every single one of them was a full head taller than even the orc boss, with shoulders as broad as stone walls. Now dozens of eyes were staring down at him. There was no fear in those gazes. Instead, there was a kind of excitement, like they had just spotted prey. The orc boss's Adam's apple bobbed. He instinctively gauged the height difference. His hulking physique, his greatest pride, actually seemed a bit petite in front of these behemoths. He stared with beady eyes, his menacing expression instantly collapsing into pure confusion. Mork's teeth. Why is these Humies so big? Chapter 343. Who's the Humie now? The greenskin boss, possessed of a brain no larger than a walnut, underwent a brief sensory overload before his simple, brutal logic rebooted. Who cared if they were oversized Humies? If it was alive, you chopper it. And if they were big, they were even more worth chopping. Their massive heads would make perfect ornaments for his warbike. Forget it. Fight first, talk later. The boss swung his massive axe, roaring as spit flew everywhere. Lads, give him a proper wah! Wah! Behind him, the greenskin boys had been startled by the group of giants, but spurred on by their boss's war cry, the bloodlust etched into their genetic code instantly overrode their fear. Waving choppers, wrenches, and crudely made firearms, they surged forward like a green tide, howling as they charged toward the Ogrin phalanx at the end of the corridor. Faced with this ferocious charge, an ordinary Ogrin might have lost its head and dropped its gun to rush into a melee. But standing before them was a group of high-level players with extensive combat experience. Tanks, frontline tanks, shields up. Don't just rush in, choke them at the corridor. DPS in the back, keep up the pressure, and watch out, don't you damn well shoot me in the arse. Amidst the noisy but coordinated commands, the front row of a dozen Ogrin players slammed their door-sized heavy slab shields onto the deck in unison. Crouching slightly and bracing their shoulders against the steel, they instantly constructed an iron wall across the hallway. Clang! 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 The greenskins' choppers and axes rained down on the shields, sending sparks flying, but they couldn't budge these Ogrins who had dumped every possible point into their strength attribute. "Is that all you got? Forget to eat your breakfast, little man." One of the front-line Ogrin players even found the time to taunt. He gave his shield a violent forward shove, staggering a greenskin, trying to climb over it, then swung his lead pipe with a whistling roar. Thud! With a dull crack, the greenskin's head burst like a watermelon hit by a baseball bat. But that was only the beginning. Open fire, give 'em hell. The Ogrin players in the rear were already itching for action. Utilizing the height difference and the gaps between their teammates' shields, they propped up their heavy autocannons, speed limiters already removed. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The narrow corridor instantly became a slaughterhouse. The large-caliber rounds, originally designed to punch through light vehicles, were unleashed in full auto, weaving a dense, suffocating web of death. The greenskins leading the charge didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded by the metal storm. The massive slugs easily punched through their so-called heavy armor, tearing their bodies apart and painting the corridor walls with green blood and viscera. Sweet, this is awesome. Look at that recoil. Reloading. Hold the line, front row. As the first belt of ammo ran dry, the shield-bearing Ogrins moved forward 2 steps in an orderly fashion, using shield bashes and heavy kicks to force back the surviving greenskins and buy space for the rear. Once the reload was complete, the front row tightened their defensive stance again to clear the line of fire. This disciplined, surgical infantry tank coordination completely broke the greenskin spirit. The greenskin boss, hiding around a corner, watched his boys fall like wheat before a scythe. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd fought countless battles. He'd seen crazies who did nothing but scream and charge, and cowards who hid behind cover to take potshots. But he had never seen monsters like these. Monsters who were as hard as stone, as fierce as turrets, and actually knew how to cover each other. This ain't right. The boss's mind fractured as he watched an Ogrin grab a flanking snotling and toss it back into the greeny mob like a grenade for a laugh. They were heavy tanks in human skin. The gunfire in the corridor began to thin. Amidst the drifting smoke, the once overwhelming green tide had collapsed. Mutilated green corpses littered the ground, and the air reeked of blood and cordite. An Ogrin player observed for a moment and saw the greenskins throwing down their gear to flee. He shouted excitedly, "Brothers, the green exp is running." "Then what are we waiting for? Kill steal time. Don't let 'em get away." The tight defensive formation dissolved instantly, not into a rout, but into a cage opening for tigers. The Ogrins, who had been playing it steady with their shields, now strapped them to their backs or carried them like toys as they broke into a countercharge with their massive legs. For the Emperor, for the Alliance, Ogrins, charge! This was the tactic players knew best, kicking them while they were down. 3,000 Ogrins acted like a bulldozer, grinding over the remains and roaring as they stormed back into the greenskin boarding pods and docking tubes. They looked more like lunatics than the orcs did. On the edge of the chaos, a single scrawny greenskin boy had survived simply by being the fastest runner. He scrambled back into the boarding torpedo and sprinted through the damaged tunnels, losing a boot along the way but never looking back. Stumbling and falling, he finally burst into the noisy, foul-smelling greenskin bridge. "Boss, oh boss!" The boy collapsed in front of the war boss, who was busy sharpening a power claw. He sobbed out his report through tears and snot. "It's over, all over. The Humies are too strong." He waved his arms, gesturing incoherently. "Every one of them is a head taller than us. Their arms are thicker than my legs. They're so strong they pop our heads like mushrooms. And they're big shooters. They're loud, real killy. Just two tat-tats, and everyone was shredded. We got stomped, boss." Sitting on his scrap metal throne, the war boss stared blankly, his bloodshot little eyes filled with confusion. He stuck a thick finger in his ear and gave it a scratch, wondering if he'd misheard. "Huh? Humies? You and me talking about the same thing?" In his memory, Humies were those pink, squishy, easily crushed little things that hid behind walls and cried for their mummies. Taller than an orc, stronger than an orc. Had this lad been huffing too much engine grease? "It's true, boss. I ain't lying. They're like, boom." A violent shudder, even more powerful than the initial impact, rocked the ship. The ramshackle vessel groaned in agony. Greenskin boys on the bridge were tossed about like dolls. A few unlucky ones tumbled right off the high platforms. Only the war boss, through sheer balance and brute force, managed to stay on his throne. He roared in fury, "What's happening? Someone tell me what happened. Is the ship falling apart?" The cowering deserter was now pale with terror. Sensing something horrific approaching, he clutched his head and shrieked, "It's the Humies! The big ones followed us! They're inside! They're inside!" "Shut up, you screaming grot!" Irritated by the piercing wail, the war boss let out a guttural growl. He lifted a massive foot, clad in a heavy iron boot, and stomped down without hesitation. Squish! Like stepping on a rotten tomato, the deserter's head became a red and green smear on the floor. The noise stopped instantly. The war boss casually wiped the mess off his soul against the corpse, his massive frame casting a long shadow. He snatched up his whirring power claw, a cruel and excited glint flashing in his eyes. "Good. Since these Humies want to die so bad, I'll go see for myself just how big these runts really are." Chapter 3. 144. Ogryns with tactics are unstoppable. The internal structure of an orc warship is like a maze built of scrap metal and junk by a madman, filled with exposed cables, hissing steam pipes, and illogical dead ends. Yet, within this cramped and chaotic environment, the Ogryn players demonstrated a level of advancement efficiency that was terrifyingly high. They didn't act like a race known for low intelligence. They were a precision-engineered steamroller. At the very front, 2 rows of Ogryn players carrying heavy slab shields formed a mobile bunker. They didn't charge blindly in a fit of hot-blooded rage like typical Ogryns. Instead, they moved with steady, measured steps, advancing 1 footprint at a time. Whenever an orc leapt from a ventilation duct or the shadows to attempt an ambush, the front-row shield guards would immediately raise their shields to parry and swing their clubs, neutralizing the threat instantly. Even more terrifying was their tolerance for error. When an Ogryn at the front collapsed after taking too much damage, the defensive line didn't crumble. Almost the exact second he fell, another fresh Ogryn from behind stepped into the gap, slamming his shield heavily into the deck. Under the tight protection of these steel walls, the heavy weapon specialists, encircled at the core of the formation, were executing a textbook display of suppressive fire. The heavy stubbers and autocannons in their hands never ceased. The players had spontaneously formed fire teams. When one group emptied their ammo belts and shouted "reloading," while ducking down, another group immediately rose to fire. The tongues of flame from the muzzles transitioned seamlessly, leaving no gaps in the barrage. This continuous metal storm tore through everything in the corridor ahead. Whether it was orc boys, grots, or crude cover, shredding them all. There was no chaos from pushing or shoving, no stragglers, and no friendly fire. The entire unit moved like a giant game of Snake, slowly devouring and digesting the invaded orc ship. Following behind the main force to supervise and observe, several Astartes of the Astral Claws watched the scene. The expressions beneath their helmets gradually turned solemn, eventually reaching a point of incredulous shock. "This truly makes my skin crawl, brother. One astral claw whispered over the Vox channel, watching the backs of the Ogrins advancing with mechanical precision. The veteran astral claw beside him nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the Ogrins' coordination, crude in form but high in efficiency. While their cooperation isn't perfect, there are gaps, their pacing isn't entirely synced, and there are countless minor flaws, like that fellow who was half a beat slow on the reload, or that shield stance being non-standard. The veteran paused, his tone complex as he continued, but there are almost no major mistakes. They know when to advance, when to defend, and they even understand fire rotation. For an Ogrin, this is more than enough. Even the most elite stormtroopers of the Astra Militarum might not do better in this kind of chaos. After all, their physical stats are simply too overwhelming. This unnatural discipline made the Space Marines feel an instinctive sense of threat. Ogrins were strong but dim-witted and easy to control. But if these monsters gained tactical literacy, and if we had to deal with them, how do you think we should proceed? The first astral claw asked, his grip on his bolter tightening subconsciously. The veteran went silent for a moment, seemingly running countless tactical simulations in his mind. It can be done, he finally replied with a firm answer. As I said, their minor issues are numerous. Their turning speed is slow, their flank protection is present but inflexible, and their formation is too dense. We have the capability to exploit these small problems, using precision strikes to widen them into advantages and eventually secure victory. At this point, the veteran's voice turned dry. But the casualties would be catastrophic. Against this level of firepower and durability, even for us, it might take the sacrifice of hundreds, perhaps even 1,000 brothers, to completely wipe out these 3,000 Ogrins. 1,000 Astartes. The number plunged the Vox channel into a deathly silence. That meant trading an entire Codex-compliant chapter's strength just to take the lives of these Ogrins. Watching the giants ahead, dismantling the Orc ship piece by piece, while shouting all sorts of bizarre slogans, the astral claw let out a long breath. Fortunately, they are loyal. Just then, a roar of pure fury drowned out the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield. A blast door at the end of the corridor was violently blown open. An Orc warboss, a full size larger than an average Ogrin, thundered out, followed by a group of heavily armed Ardboys. Seeing his once mighty treasure of a ship now dismantled and riddled with holes and smoke, the warboss was so enraged that visible black smoke puffed from his nostrils. "Humies, yous dare break my shiny ship!" The warboss waved a massive power claw, his cobbled-together heavy mega armor clanking with his roar. "I, Grog Ironbar, am gonna smash you to bits." Before his voice even faded, Grog charged like an out-of-control locomotive, slamming directly into the Ogrin front line. Wah! Accompanied by the screeching sound of tearing metal, the massive power claw flickered with a deadly energy field, slicing through the shield of a frontline Ogrin player without resistance before tearing away half of his torso. Blood sprayed everywhere, but the player didn't retreat an inch before dying. He swung his heavy club with his last breath, slamming it hard against Grog's wrist. Thwack! The blow was heavy, sending a jolt of pain up Grog's arm and even causing the servo motors of the power claw to let out a mournful whine. "You junk-collecting piece of crap!" A nearby Ogrin player roared in fury at seeing his teammate insta-killed. "You killed my bro." "What?" Hearing the name, Grog's red eyes bugged out, as if he had heard the most vile curse in the world. "Yuz calling me a junk collector. I hates it when folks call me junk. These are my trophies I worked hard to loot. Are you anything else?" The Ogrin player didn't back down. Seizing the moment the boss was staggered, he lunged forward and slammed his club into the Orc's skull. Though Grog raised an arm to block, the impact still left him dizzy. "You belong in a scrap heap. That's your home." "Wah! I's gonna kill ya!" Grog swung back in a frenzy, his power claw whistling through the air as it pierced the player's chest and lifted him high. Watching the player struggle on the claw, he let out a triumphant, mad laugh. "Ha ha ha! Now I's killed ya, and you's just a pile of rotten meat. Now tell me, is you's the junk collector now?" To his surprise, the player spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto his face before dying. "Ptwee, you're still a piece of junk." Before Grog could even toss the corpse aside, another Ogryn player stepped up to the gap in the line, shouting, "Swap tanks, picking up aggro." He then slammed his shield into Grog's face like he was swatting a fly. The battle turned into a brutal war of attrition. Grog was indeed peerless in valor. Every swing took the life of one or several Ogryns. But these Humies were like an endless swarm of cockroaches. One fell, and two immediately replaced him. Moreover, every Ogryn in their final moments would desperately land one last heavy blow, a club swing or even a bite. While the damage from these suicide attacks wasn't high individually, the cumulative effect was staggering. The two sides traded blows in the narrow corridor for a full hour. Puff, puff. Even with the hardy constitution of an orc warboss, Grog was beginning to wheeze. The energy of his once proud power claw was more than half depleted. The once brilliant disruption field flickered dim and bright, occasionally sputtering sparks. Worse was his physical condition. His entire body was embedded with countless bullet fragments. Those damned turret Ogryn players hadn't stopped shooting for the entire hour. Although the heavy rounds were caught in his thick muscle without hitting vital organs, the constant impact and pain were making his movements increasingly sluggish. His right arm fared the worst. Because the melee Ogryn players had specifically targeted it with their clubs, the massive limb was now twisted at a grotesque 90-degree angle, hanging limp at his side. The bone had clearly been pulverized into grit. It was completely useless for the rest of the fight. Zog it. Why ain't these Humies dead yet? As Grog laboriously crushed another Ogryn's head with his left hand and snapped out of his killing frenzy during a brief lull, he instinctively looked around. What he saw made the heart of the arrogant warboss skip a beat. The group of strongest, toughest Ard boys he had brought with him were mostly gone. The floor was covered in layers of Orc and Ogryn corpses. As far as the eye could see, the Humies in their mismatched armor and heavy weapons were still surging forward like a tide, their numbers seemingly undiminished. Not only that, but those cunning Humies had somehow flanked him. Countless greedy, murderous eyes were fixed on him, like a pack of wolves watching a wounded prey about to collapse. Grog Ironbar, the master of this warship, was actually being surrounded by a group of Humies on his own turf. I think I may be gawked. Chapter 345, Despicable Grueron. My Ogryn minions, I'll give you whatever you want. In the midst of a desperate situation where he was about to be beaten to death, a sudden fleeting glint of ferocious light flared in Grog's bloodshot eyes. He took a sudden step back, opened his raspy throat, and let out a deafening roar toward the depths of the ship. "Little Un, get out here. Time for meat." Rumble? Following that call, the floor of the entire corridor began to vibrate violently, as if a runaway armored train were approaching. Seconds later, the reinforced metal side walls were smashed through like paper, and a mountain-sized beast roared as it charged into the battlefield. It was a gargantuan squig, 10 meters tall. Its barbed, muscular body nearly filled the entire width of the main corridor. Its cavernous maw hung open, revealing fangs thicker than an Ogryn's thigh, with foul-smelling saliva cascading down like a waterfall. Looking at this monster that nearly scraped the ceiling, the frontline Ogryn players couldn't help but gasp. The voice chat exploded instantly. "Holy crap, you call this thing Little Un? This is freaking Godzilla. The devs are heartless. We finally grinded the boss down, and there's a phase 2. Grog laughed maniacally and leapt into the air. Despite having one useless arm, he nimbly jumped onto the beast's back, where a crude iron throne had been welded. He grabbed the reins with his remaining left hand and yanked hard. "Charge! Stomp these puny Humies!" Roar! The giant squig let out a soul-shaking howl, lowered its head, and charged like a bulldozer. "Hold the line. Don't let it break the formation. For the Emperor! Ah!" The Ogryn players displayed breathtaking bravery. Hundreds of heavy-armored Ogryns roared and pushed back, actually attempting to use their bodies to block the behemoth. Bang! The tooth-grinding sound of clashing flesh and bone echoed through the bridge. The giant squig's impact was terrifying. Over a dozen Ogryns were sent flying instantly, and some were flattened into meat paste by the massive paws. But the remaining Ogryns fought to the death and refused to retreat. They braced their shoulders against the squig's legs and grabbed its fangs with their hands, remarkably forcing the charging beast to slow down. It was a pure contest of strength, hundreds of Ogryns acting like ants dragging down a giant tree. Shoot, focus fire on its eyes and mouth. The heavy weapon specialists in the back poured out firepower frantically. However, the squig's thick hide was essentially natural armor. Bullets only kicked up small blossoms of blood without causing fatal damage. The maddened squig jerked its head, its sharp fangs skewering 3 players hanging onto it. Then it opened its massive mouth and swallowed an Ogryn player who was trying to attack its throat. Someone got eaten. Ha ha ha, good eating. The swallowed player didn't scream in the voice chat. Instead, he let out a resolute roar. Grandson, taste this. Melt a bomb, activated. The next second, the rampaging giant squig suddenly stiffened. Its belly bulged outward for a moment, followed by a muffled explosion from within. Boom, puffed. Scorching steam and organ fragments erupted violently from the squig's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The invincible beast didn't even have time to wail before its massive body collapsed, crashing onto the floor like a mountain of meat, twitching twice before going still. Whoa! Grog, perched on its back, was thrown off violently, slamming onto the blood-stained deck. His already heavily injured body was now in even worse shape. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he was down to his very last breath. He struggled to crawl up, his eyes blurred as he looked at the figures surrounding him, seemingly trying to say one last defiant thing. I's invincible. However, the players didn't give him the chance. Quick, quick, he's still got a breath left. Don't talk, watch out for a Phase 3 transformation. Finish him, execute, don't let him finish the cast. Having been traumatized by the Phase 2 surprise, the Ogryn players were like startled birds, terrified he might pull another trick. In an instant, hundreds of Ogryns swarmed him. Countless clubs, autocannons used as clubs, and even fists and feet rained down frantically on the war boss. Ora, 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 ora! There was no honorable duel, nor any final words. Barely 10 seconds later, when the panting players dispersed, there was no trace of Warboss Grog left. Only a patch of red and green meat pancake remained, smashed so deep into the metal floor that one couldn't tell front from back, a silent testament to the brutality of the 4th calamity. As Bazgrog was hammered into unrecognizable mush, the frantic wah energy that held the greenskin warband together dissipated instantly. The orcs, still putting up a final stand in the corners, felt as if their spines had been removed. Looking at the puddle of meat that used to be their boss, fear overwhelmed their bloodlust. These formerly ferocious aliens shrieked, dropped their choppers and guns, and scattered through the ship's corridors like headless flies. Don't pursue. Just as the blood-crazed Ogryn players were about to hunt down the stragglers, an authoritative voice rang out in the comms channel. Lugal Huron, chapter master of the Astral Claws, strode onto the front lines in his power armor, stepping over piles of severed limbs. He glanced at the meat pancake on the floor, then at the blood-soaked, demon-like Ogryns. A flash of undisguised admiration crossed his eyes. "Let them run. They cannot escape this void," Huron ordered in a deep voice. "All units withdraw to our ships. Leave the rest to the macro cannons and lance batteries. There is no need to shed another drop of blood for these beaten dogs." Hearing the order, the Ogryn players reluctantly stopped and began to reform their squads. Huron surveyed the group of giants and suddenly removed his helmet, revealing his face. He walked to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over every player. "Listen, brothers," Huron's voice was booming and infectious, echoing through the smoke-filled corridor. "I have seen countless mortals wet themselves before the roar of a greenskin, and I have seen so-called elites break and wail in desperation. But today, you have impressed me. You faced enemies many times your number, you faced that terrifying beast, and you did not take a single step back. You built a line of steel with your flesh and crushed the aliens' ambitions with your courage." Moved by the moment, Huron walked straight to a player who had been at the very front, holding back the squig. This player was covered in squig slime and organ bits, looking utterly disheveled. Under the shocked gazes of both Space Marines and players, Huron opened his arms and gave the slightly shorter Oghren a powerful embrace. "The Emperor is proud of you, my brothers," Huron said sincerely, slapping the Oghren's thick backplate hard. "And I am honored to have fought by your side." The embraced Oghren player froze, then started shouting in the chat. "Holy crap! The chapter master hugged me. Screenshot. Take a screenshot, guys." This sudden warmth ignited the players' emotions, and a cheer erupted from the crowd. At that moment, an Oghren player carrying a rotary autocannon squeezed forward sheepishly. His weapon's barrels were glowing red-hot and slightly deformed. The ammo belt on his back was long empty. Boss Huron," the player scratched his head, pointing at his pile of nearly ruined scrap metal. "That fight was too intense, and our gear is all busted. The barrels are bent, the shields are cracked, and most importantly, we ran out of bullets ages ago. We were hitting people with the gun butts just now." Other players chimed in, showing off their gear with zero durability. Huron looked at the severely damaged equipment. Instead of being angry, he laughed heartily. "Is that all?" He waved his hand with the grandiosity and dominance unique to the tyrant of Badab. "Gear broken? Get new ones. Out of ammo? Bring more. We, the Astral Claws, possess the resources of the entire Badab sector." He pointed to the Astral Claws tech marines arriving behind him and promised loudly, "Give it to them. Give them as much as they want. Bolters, autocannons, power armor, heavy shields. Whatever is in our armory, just ask. Infinite supply. I want my Oghren brothers to have the heaviest firepower to kick the enemy's ass." Whoa! The boss is so generous. This NPC is freaking awesome. This is what you call vision. This is what you call character. The Oghren players erupted in cheers even louder than when they defeated the boss. For a player, nothing was more endearing than a faction leader who gave both honor and top-tier gear, while promising infinite supplies. Watching the cheering Oghrens, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of Huron's mouth, exchanging a few thousand sets of fine equipment for the absolute loyalty of these terrifying war machines. This was easily the best deal in the galaxy. Chapter 346, The Only True Power. On the Grand Bridge, servo skulls buzzed as busy mortal crew members bustled before the array of Auspex monitors. With the heavy hissing groan of the airtight doors opening, Huron strode inside, having just returned from the front lines. He removed his helmet, revealing his face. Unlike his usual stern expression, where his brow was permanently furrowed as he calculated endless defensive strategies, the chapter master now wore an unvarnished, almost radiant smile. Seeing this rare sight, the first captain, who had been waiting there for some time, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to greet him. "Brother Huron," the captain said, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation and confusion, "do you truly intend to accept these Oghrens?" Huron, still immersed in his good mood, raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. "My brother, what are you saying? They displayed breathtaking valor. Are they not worthy of reward?" "Their valor is indeed commendable, but their methods—" The first captain carefully measured his words before deciding to speak bluntly. "I feel that you might be placing too much value on them, Brother Huron. Unlimited munitions supply, even granting them such intimate embraces and promises. You have never shown such warmth, even to other Astartes' successor chapters." In the captain's eyes, while Oghrens were powerful abhuman auxiliaries, they were ultimately consumables. Granting them such extraordinary treatment not only felt beneath their status, but it might also draw criticism from other Astartes brothers. Hearing his subordinates' concerns, Huron did not grow angry. Instead, he shook his head, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. "My brother, your vision is limited. You do not understand my true intent." Huron walked over to the massive holographic star map projecting the chaotic and perilous Maelstrom zone. "I am not merely rewarding those Oghrens. I am setting an example." "An example?" The captain grew even more puzzled. "Exactly." Huron turned around, his eyes bright and piercing. "After reviewing the combat reports from Plantidium and Orpheus, combined with what I witnessed with my own eyes today, I have roughly grasped the shared traits of these warriors known as the Helldivers. Huron extended his fingers, counting them off one by one. They crave high-intensity warfare. They place immense value on honor and spoils. They possess formidable combat power alongside various unfathomable methods, and most importantly, they do not fear death. In fact, they embrace it. The captain nodded thoughtfully. Those were indeed the traits of those mysterious warriors. And what does my maelstrom lack? It lacks exactly this kind of warrior. Huron suddenly clenched his fist, his voice growing passionate. To be completely honest, watching those Ogrins charge the enemy lines makes me wish I could bring every single Helldiver in the galaxy to the maelstrom and under my command. But unfortunately, a flash of regret and jealousy crossed his eyes. Marneus Calgar realized their value before I did. That ultramarine may be rigid, but his vision is sharp. He struck first, winning over the Helldivers as staunch allies of the ultramarines. The first captain remained silent. The close relationship between the ultramarines and the Helldivers was already an open secret, but this was the first time Huron had openly acknowledged it. However, it does not matter, Huron said, his tone shifting as that triumphant expression returned to his face. I have studied their relationship. They are allies, not superiors and subordinates. The Helldivers are free. Calgar cannot raise any objections if they choose to go elsewhere to purge Xenos and heretics for the Imperium. Huron pointed toward the lower decks of the bridge, the direction where the Ogrin players were currently joyfully receiving their equipment. Therefore, everything I am doing is to send a signal to all Helldivers across the galaxy through these Ogrins. Huron opened his arms wide, as if embracing the entire star map. Do you want supreme glory? Do you want endless war? Do you want top-tier armor and unlimited heavy weapons? Then come to the maelstrom. I have prepared everything for you. He looked at the dense cluster of red dots on the star map. The countless pirates, Xenos and traitors. To others, this was hell. To Huron, it was his greatest bargaining chip for recruiting this unique group of warriors. The 500 worlds of Ultramar have enjoyed peace for too long. Though wealthy, how could they possibly offer enough high-intensity, high-casualty warfare to satisfy these war-crazed Helldivers? That place is too civilized, too bound by rules. Huron let out a cold laugh, the light of ambition gleaming in his eyes. But the maelstrom is different. Here, blood flows every second. This is a whetstone for the strong, a paradise for madmen. For those Helldivers, the maelstrom is their true promised land. Once they taste the sweetness here, once they discover that the wars in the maelstrom are far more thrilling and the rewards far more bountiful than in Ultramar. Huron looked confidently at the captain. When that day comes, it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. Perhaps one day, the Astral Claws will possess a Helldiver legion larger than that of the Ultramarines. Seeing the pensive first captain, the fire of ambition in Huron's eyes grew hotter. Striking while the iron was hot, he pressed his finger heavily onto the core of the maelstrom on the star map, then slashed it sharply outward. And once we completely purge the enemies of the maelstrom with the help of the Helldivers, will the Astral Claws stop there? No, we shall not. Huron's voice dropped to a low resonance. I will not hesitate to expand outward. The sectors surrounding the maelstrom suffer equally from the predations of pirates and heretics. That is our opportunity. We will help them eliminate those threats, suppress their rebellions, and promise them that the Astral Claws will protect them forever. He sneered, displaying the calculating shrewdness of a ruler. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In return, these sectors will have to make certain political concessions and tie themselves economically to the maelstrom zone. We will become their umbrella of protection, and they will become our supply lines. The captain's heart pounded as he listened. This had already surpassed the duties of a chapter master, and it extended far beyond the borders of the maelstrom. And as our domain expands, the scale of the Astral Claws must, and will, expand. Huron spread his 5 fingers wide, as if to grasp the void itself. Is 3,000 the limit? No, I want 6,000, 10,000, even more. Calgar wishes to revive the glory of the Legion era, And do you think I do not? When Huron mentioned that name, his tone carried a hint of disdain and rivalry. But he and I are fundamentally different. He chooses to unify the successor chapters, attempting to piece back together chapters that call themselves brothers but have long since become independent. But how can over 100 chapters, separated for 10,000 years, with different cultures, customs, and vastly different combat doctrines, be integrated so easily? Huron shook his head. Unless our Primarch, Robert Gilliman, returns to life, no one possesses the prestige required to command all those successors as a single hand. So I will not bother with such folly. Let Calgar deal with the headaches of bickering and internal friction. I will choose to have the astral claws serve as the main trunk of the tree, with the Helldivers and other brother chapters forming the lush branches, continuously expanding our own strength. Huron's gaze was sharp as a blade. While our numbers might be fewer than Calgar's nominal legion, true military strength is not measured by numbers on a data slate. It is measured by the number of forces you can absolutely command with absolute discipline. He turned around, staring directly into the captain's eyes, and uttered words that would drive the Inquisition to absolute madness. As long as the strength of the astral claws is grand enough, commanding over 10,000 absolutely loyal Astartes, it remains unknown which of us, Calgar or I, will become the master of the new legion. Unless the Emperor or the Primarch rises again, a title of orthodoxy means nothing. The only true power comes from the barrel of a gun. Though shocked by the grand blueprint Huron drew, the dogmas carved into the captain's bones still made him hesitate. But, Brother Huron, dividing the legions into chapters was a decree personally established by our Primarch 10,000 years ago. It is the cornerstone of the Codex Astartes. You said it yourself, that was an ancient matter from 10,000 years ago. Huron interrupted him impatiently, waving his massive hand as if brushing away stale dust. Then was then, now is now. The Primarch broke the legions into chapters because of the dire situation after the Horus heresy 10,000 years ago, to prevent anyone from ever possessing the power to overthrow the Imperium again. And our expansion from a chapter back into a legion is likewise the best choice under the current situation, where the Imperium is besieged on all sides. Huron placed both hands on the captain's shoulders, his gaze burning like fire. To guard the Maelstrom, to guard the Imperium, we must possess greater strength. Regulations are static, but living men must adapt. Do you understand? Looking at the dominant and resolute chapter master before him, the shackles within the first captain's mind finally shattered. He bowed his head deeply, forming the aquila across his chest. I understand, Brother Huron. I will follow your will. The captain harbored no further doubts. Good that you understand, my brother. Huron smiled and patted his shoulder, his expression reflecting both a grasp on the future and absolute trust in his comrade. The same bloodline and the same ideals bind our connection seamlessly. Nothing can compare to it. Go now and properly entertain our Ogrin friends.